Drew Pearson, the Hall of Famer and one of the more talkative Cowboys of all time as we set up Niners and Cowboys. It is happening Sunday at 1:30 p.m. down at Jerry's World in Arlington, Texas, and I can't wait. I know Shasky can't wait. As I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shifts, Twitch, YouTube, Lutman, and Curly. What up, Shasky?
Man, B, I am so fired up. I've been studying the Dallas Cowboys like crazy. The number one ranked offense. Most yards, most points. Can be a little diluted, though.
Yeah.
Did you know that they scored 40 points or more 5 times this year?
I do. Yeah,
But do you know how many came against the NFC East?
1, 2, 3. I want to say
You're getting
3.
there.
I want to say 3, 4.
Of their 5 40-point performances came against the NFC East. Really a contrast in styles. Cowboys go 12-5 this year. It's still very odd for me to say 12-5. Sorry, guys.
It's weird.
12-5. They went 6-0 against the NFC East.
Yep.
And then 6-5 against everyone else. The 49ers, we know, go 2-4 in division. And really the only team they had any success against was the Los Angeles Rams. So really a contrast in styles. I'm really pumped up for this one, Vontae.
And I know you went back and watched the 1971 NFC Championship game. My method of when I go back into time, I wait for the weekend, right? I wait for the night before the game. I always go back the night before the game to get myself revved up by watching old footage. At some point, I'm going to watch the 94-95 NFC Championship game. I'm going to watch all 3 from the 90s at some point here. But I also wanted to watch Arizona and Dallas from yesterday. How did the Cardinals beat the Cowboys? So I was watching that game. You know what? And we're going to play some Michael Irvin sound, who joined Damon and Ratto yesterday. He's petrified of this matchup. Peter King discussed this matchup. Physical teams give the Cowboys problems. If you're physical with them, you can beat them up. And you look at their losses, and you look at the games that they were, the tight games that they were in. Look, they're blowing out the New York Giants. They're blowing out Washington.
Their whole division stinks. Let's agree, right?
Yeah, it stinks. And they blew out the Atlanta Falcons that one day. Remember, they blew out the Falcons like 40-something to 3, and it was ugly. But you look at the Saints game that they were in that we watched on Thursday Night Football. When the Broncos went down there and punched him in the mouth with Vic Fangio. If you're physical with them, the Dallas Cowboys at times do not hit back. They do not hit back. Hell, Thanksgiving against the Raiders. Remember that game? The Raiders took it to them, controlled the line of scrimmage, got after Dak Prescott. Now, I know Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb were out in that game, but the Cardinals went down there, and I thought, man, for sure the Cardinals were going to lose that game. They were just more physical. So I'm not going to get overconfident here with the 49ers. I'm not. I'm truly not, because we know how they are.
Offense.
They have an explosive offense. They can hit you in the mouth. But if you get physical with this football team, you can control the line of scrimmage and control the football game. And I think Dallas, when they face that pressure, we're going to see how they react. And at times, they don't react well to it, Shasky.
No. They've got a sexy lineup. I mean, you say it out loud. Zeke Elliott, Dak Prescott, Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb. These are names everyone knows. And then you go across that offensive line. I mean, Tyron Smith is what most people consider to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer.
Yep.
You got Trent Williams over here in San Francisco. The other gold standard in terms of tackle play has been Tyron Smith. And Collins was a great pickup for them. Their center obviously retired before the season even started, and they haven't missed that much of a beat on that offensive line. Bonte, this is going to be such a great matchup. The reason I keep going back to the 6-0 versus the NFC East is I do think that dilutes a lot of things that they've done. I look at their number one ranked offense, and you just see it on paper, and you're going, well, I rattled off all the names. 400 yards a game.
Right.
32 points a game.
Yeah.
But then you look and you dig a little deeper, and you go, wait a minute, 4 of those 40-point outbursts came against some of these horrible teams. Philly, who they beat up on the last game of the year. Washington down the stretch, which is an absolute blowout.
That was Philly's JV team.
Exactly.
And Philly's JV team had them 17-17. And then Dallas finally pulled away because obviously Philly was playing their JV team. And the fact that Dallas needed to play Dak and Zeke and Cooper and CD in the second half against that Eagles team, because they felt they needed to find some rhythm. They needed to find some momentum here. And I'm looking at it like the first 5 weeks, right? You played the New York Giants, you beat them 44-20. The Giants suck. Have you seen the Giants' offensive numbers over the last 2 months of the season?
They're one of the worst teams. Did you see that they lined up on a 3rd and 9
and ran a quarterback sneak?
Did a quarterback sneak. I mean,
And that guy still has a job.
No.
Joe Judge still has his job.
This is what's going to end up happening. Everyone's outraged today. They're hiring a new GM. The GM's going to obviously set, because Gettleman's gone, they're going to set up their own situation.
Right.
They're going to assess the quarterback, and then they're going to fire the coach. I mean, it's going to happen. It didn't happen yet. They're going to allow the new GM to do that. But I'm with you. I'm outraged too. Joe Judge should not have a job.
Washington, they beat them up on Sunday Night Football.
Washington doesn't have a quarterback.
Well, Washington doesn't have a quarterback, and you had their defensive linemen fighting on the sidelines.
Yes.
They were fighting on the sidelines.
Young out for the year.
Yeah, man, they got a 56. They got a 50 burger put on them in that football game. But remember the Chiefs game. Remember the Chiefs game, where they gave up only 19 points, but they couldn't score because the Chiefs, they started to play physical. Denver beat them in Dallas. They started to play physical, started to beat them up. We saw the Patriots give them issues at times. Minnesota at times. Well, Minnesota's inconsistent, and all their coaches got fired yesterday. But Cooper Rush goes in there, they steal that football game. I don't know, man. You're right. The numbers are a little misleading because you look at the teams. Just take away the good teams, right?
Exactly.
Thursday Night Football, Tampa Bay, they probably should have won the game. That was exciting.
They should have won the game.
Chargers 20. They scored 20-17.
That was a nice suppression of Justin Herbert in that offense, but wouldn't we all agree Brandon Staley left a lot to be desired with that offense?
I don't like this schedule.
Yeah.
I don't like this schedule when you really dived in. I was watching it yesterday again, thinking, how did Arizona beat the Dallas Cowboys? How did Arizona beat the Dallas Cowboys? Thinking about it all day long. And I said, you know what? They're just physical. And we haven't even gotten to the head coaches. This is where, where we start off with a clean slate. I would take Kyle Shanahan 7 days a week and twice on Sunday over Mike McCarthy. But I do concern myself with with Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan having worked together.
Yes.
Having worked together. Remember Dan Quinn in 2019 brought the Falcons out here and won that game at Levi Stadium.
The connected tissue between the two organizations is kind of funny. Dan Quinn replacing Mike Nolan, who was an absolute joke last year for Mike McCarthy. It'll be interesting there. I want to ask you about Mike McCarthy. How many 49er fans feel the way I feel about Mike McCarthy? When I hear his name, I get angry, okay? He is part of the reason they chose Alex Smith. Right. I know Mike Nolan was part of he was the main guy that had the veto power when it comes to Aaron Rodgers and Alex Smith. Mike McCarthy was heavily involved in that. He was the offensive coordinator, and he was leaning and telling him, hey, go with Alex, go with Alex, go with And I feel like he skated. He was one of the worst offensive coordinators I've ever seen. Now, they had no talent, so I'll grant him that. But he stayed 1 year with Alex Smith and Mike Nolan and bounced to Green Bay. I've never, ever liked Mike McCarthy. I have nothing personal against him. I think he's an overrated coach. I think he's landed in unbelievable. Now imagine being a coach. You went to the Green Bay Packers, and your first ever job's with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers backing up, and then your second job is the Dallas Cowboys. That's a pretty good life you've lived.
It's not a bad life at all. It's not a bad life at all after sitting out football, and Jerry Jones made the surprising hire to bring in Mike McCarthy. I was shocked by that. But the Alex Smith draft, I still lean Mike Nolan. Like Mike McCarthy, I don't.
Oh no, they both get played.
I don't like.
I just can't stand him being.
Mike Nolan had full control. That was the problem. He had full control, and Mike McCarthy may have had some input there. Like, take Alex over Aaron Rodgers, and it was just funny how he pimped. Maybe he knew something ahead of time saying, you know what, that Green Bay job's going to be open. I have a relationship up there. I could bolt. They have Brett Favre. They have a young prospect in there, Rodgers. That's an ideal situation after seeing Alex Smith up close and personal for a full season. I still can't stand Mike Nolan for that because him running the jump rope drills, he opens the door for his mom, and it's so great. He's such a gentleman. I don't give a damn how much of a jerk Aaron Rodgers is. He could throw that thing. He's one of the 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time. So Mike McCarthy
be the most physically gifted. Yeah, if we're just saying most gifted, he might be the most gifted quarterback of all time in terms of arm talent.
Right. I don't care for Mike McCarthy. I don't hate him. I don't love him. I just don't care for him.
When I see his face, I don't know why I think of it every time. I know I'm a psychopath. When I see Mike McCarthy, I just instantly go back. I lump him and Mike Nolan in together. Mike gets the most of the blame. Don't get me wrong. I just think McCarthy has slid on it. He has got no blame, and I'm like, dude, he was a part of that.
Yeah, he probably was a part of that a little bit. He was offensive coordinator, but he bolted again. To me, if you got full control, you got veto power, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the source.
I'm with you.
Mike Nolan, I don't care who had input. You picked the guy, you picked the wrong guy, and you got yourself fired. And then McCarthy gives him a solid by making him the defensive coordinator, and we all knew that wasn't going to work out. But let's hear what Michael Irvin, the playmaker. Look, I can't wait to get to Drew Pearson, their original number 88. We got some great sound bites from him. You know he's going to talk that talk. Cowboys, Niners, they can't stand the Niners. Niners can't stand the Cowboys. But Michael Irvin joined Damon and Ratto yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the Niners-Cowboys matchup.
The way the game played out. You're down 17, then you fight back. You know what I mean? You end up winning the game, and then you win on defense with an interception. You know what I'm saying? It solidifies everything that the Niners have been about. And that's why I've been moaning and groaning, because I did not want this matchup for Dallas. I wanted to send San Fran to Green Bay or out there to knock off the Rams.
Here's who Michael Irvin wanted the Cowboys to play this Sunday.
I wanted Arizona to come back. Arizona just won that game, and the Cowboys didn't play well. I wanted Arizona to come back. I thought that would be a good first game for them. Not this physical running game that with Cal is controlling his quarterback best he can to make sure he doesn't turn the ball over. Matthew Stafford, those guys, they'll throw you the ball anytime.
Matthew Stafford and the Rams. We knew that. This is why, Shasky, you and I last offseason wanted nothing to do with Matthew Stafford. We wanted nothing to do with him. And I never had any regrets when he was lighting up with the Rams, throwing for over 4,600 yards, because we saw he does not like to get hit. Matthew Stafford does not like getting hit. And once he started getting cracked over and over and over again, I think on like 28 of the dropbacks that he had, or he had more, he had like 37 dropbacks, but like 28 times he got hit Sunday, and he started throwing the ball shorter and shorter and shorter. But Michael Irvin, the playmaker, said, I want nothing to do with the 49ers. I wanted the Cardinals. That says a lot about Sunday. And I think, the Cowboys may be hearing these press clippings, but a lot of Cowboy fans I'm hearing from are saying, yeah, this is going to be a body bag game, and I don't know if we're built for this, Shasky.
I'm so excited for this one. I mean, I really am. But Bonte, this is going to be everything that we ever want in sports. Like, you want to face your rival in the playoffs for a chance to go to the next round. I mean, that's what this is all about. And then you've got all the stars across the board. I mean, Dak versus Jimmy, sign me up. McCarthy versus Shanahan, your boy, talk about Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator, against Shanahan. D'Amico Ryans, the rookie defensive coordinator, against Kellen Moore and the offensive wizardry of the Dallas Cowboys, one of the highest paid offensive coordinators in all of sports right now. There's just so much to like about this matchup. And then I look at what they have, the two young, promising defensive players in Diggs with 11 interceptions, Parsons with 13 sacks. I mean, Bonte, you've got playmakers on both sides of the ball. Matchups galore. Yep. Matchups galore. And we haven't even talked about it. The Mike McCarthy versus the San Francisco 49ers in the playoffs record, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, he's what, 0-2? I want to say 0-2. He lost at Kettlestick Park, and then, of course, at Lambeau Field in the wild card game, when Kaepernick went out there with no sleeves in 0-degree weather. Look,
there's the linebacker for the Green Bay Packers who still can't find Kaepernick on that zone read.
Who was that guy? Was it number? What number was that?
I don't know.
He was spinning around like in circles,
spinning.
dude. And another thing, and by the way, this Comcast Business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Twitch and YouTube. I got to get on there right now. Another thing that we haven't even discussed. When they show Jerry Jones in that freaking suite, oh my Lord, there's nothing more that I want for Jerry Jones to walk out of that suite with his head down, with that same blank stare like, I can't win a playoff game. We were talking about Hard Knocks, and I want this guy. He wants to win so bad. There would be nothing better than the 49ers go down there and spoil their season. Here's what his son had to say. Stephen Jones, his son, who got handed the Dallas Cowboys, basically, he's in the war room making picks with Jerry Jones, and they're just pimping Mike McCarthy. He's just a puppet for them. Here's what he had to say on how the 49ers will challenge the Cowboys.
They're going to be a big challenge. They're very physical on defense. They're physical on offense, running the football. Garoppolo seems like he's a gamer
for
sure, and they have some weapons that can hurt you when you look at their receiving core, especially Debo Samuel. We loved him coming out of the draft, a Gamecock who, really got our attention. He's been a great player at the NFL level and will create a lot of challenges for us.
Stevie Jones, what did he say? Garoppolo
and Debo Samuels.
And Debo Samuels. He's a Gamecock. Stevie Jones,
I hate Texas. Can we just start with this? I hate Texas.
You know what?
Screw Texas.
Yeah, I can't stand Texas either. But they keep saying physical. And now, when he was talking, I started thinking back to when I used to cover the Raiders a lot.
Okay.
And Amari Cooper. Uh-huh. Amari Cooper has all the talent in the world.
Yeah.
But there's one thing about Amari Cooper. When the game gets physical, you know what he does, Shasky? Taps out.
Oh, I thought that was knocking on wood, John Gruden.
He taps out. No, I'm not. Here's the knocking. Here's the tapping.
Gotcha.
Uncle. He taps out of football games. And so this Niners defense, they may give us some yards. When you saw Van Jefferson, he was quiet after Jerry Greenlaw popped him, right?
Yeah.
Eldo Beckham Jr. went over the middle a couple times. I didn't hear from him the rest of the game. The Rams wanted no parts of going over the middle of the field against the Niners, and they started throwing all those corner routes. I'm sure Cooper Kupp and them were like, hey, McVay, let us run outside the numbers here. Inside the numbers, they're hitting too hard right now. And that's where I look at Amari Cooper saying, all you need is one good lick on him. And he's done. He's done, Shasky.
Man, B, I'm so fired up for this. Like, you have no idea how excited I am. And yeah, Amari Cooper, I don't know what to make of Amari. I feel like Amari's one of those guys, he either has 2 catches for 11 yards or 9 for 140, right? Like, there's no in between, it feels like, for him. He's feast or famine.
Yep.
But no Gallup, I think, is massive. I think he absolutely helps them, allow them to go out wide with their 3-4 wide receiver sets. That number 1 wide receiver is a stud. Hey, don't sleep on their tight end.
Cedric Wilson. Yeah.
So Schultz can make plays for them. Like, they got a lot of playmakers.
They lost Gallup, and Cedric Wilson is number 1 kid.
No, he's not bad.
He's not bad.
No, he's not bad at all. So I want to get into, the Jerry Jones, Jed York dynamic, Bonte, in a second here, because I do think this is a big playoff for the young Jed York. I mean, we have criticized Jed York so much, and you look up and you look at how many playoffs they've been to. And no, it's not what Eddie did. Eddie is the unicorn. But Jed's done some pretty damn good things, and he has an opportunity to write his own history right now. Eddie 2-2 versus Jerry Jones versus the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs. Honestly, 2-1 against Jerry Jones because they didn't own the team in 1981. Right. But 2-2. This is an opportunity for the DeBartolos, the Yorks, to get one up on the Dallas Cowboys. Well, you don't think this is personal? I think this is big time personal.
Yeah, this is personal. But Jed York, this is. We could get there. We could get there with Jed York. I have some thoughts on that.
I'm happy for him.
I have some thoughts on that. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by the Department of Health Care Services. More Niners and Cowboys and Shasky. We got Curry versus John Morant tonight.
Yeah, I'm fired up.
Did you see John Morant with that block shot the other day?
Yeah, and then LeBron saying that he was doing too much.
Yeah.
What's LeBron? I'm so sick of LeBron. Someone deflate LeBron's balls. Jeez Louise.
The Grizzlies this is going to be a fun road trip. We got the Grizzlies, the Bucks, and then the Bulls.
Let me give you who I think that the Memphis Grizzlies are. They're the Cincinnati Bengals of the NBA. I just like watching them. They're a lot of fun. They are an enjoying product to watch.
They are
the way I
very
look
good.
at the Cincinnati Bengals.
Very good product to watch. We'll get into that a little bit later. Of course, Zaza Pachulia, Executive Show, 8:30. Baldy at 7:30. Can't wait to break it down with him, Cowboys and Niners. And, of course, Niners beating the Rams on Sunday in overtime, 27-24. And, of course, Drew Pearson, the Hall of Famer. He's going to talk that talk at 8 a.m. right here on the Morning Roast with Shasky and Bonte on 95.7 Game.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Let's talk Memphis Grizzlies. With Ja, without Ja, this team just wins. 19-4 straight up in their last 23, and more insane, they're 17-6 against the spread in that stretch. In 8 of those games, they were big underdogs against contenders, and they won outright. So bet the Grizz against the spread and sprinkle a little on the money line when they're dogs too, because the Grizz are a lock. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why do you hate the Cowboys?
From January 14th to 16th, go to harlemglobetrotters.com/Bay Area.
Yes, Miss Tubbs. No problem. I'll call someone about the plumbing.
One of Beatrice's properties needs a new superintendent.
The custodial team is not...
Someone with handyman superpowers and a concierge alter ego.
Does anyone know any good electricians near Parkville?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hello, this is Discover, and we take customer service very seriously. We know that if you have a question or concern about your credit card, that's a serious matter, and you need to talk to a real person about it. So we offer around-the-clock access to seriously talented representatives in the USA. Again, it's a serious endeavor. The only funny thing about it is Bob. If you call us and Bob answers, you're in for a treat. Get 100% U.S.-based customer service and talk to a real person day or night. Discover exceptionally common sense.
Garcia off the play fake, rolling right, has the touchdown. Terrell Owens. Where's he going?
Right to the center of the stadium.
Right to the Dallas Cowboys logo. He looks skyward through the opening of the roof.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte, first off, Sam Loveman is taking over. Stephen Langford's off for the week. Number one, Sam Loveman. I'm going to pull a Gary Radich. Listen to me and listen to me good. You hear this song? This is something the other station will play. We play rap and hip-hop on this show. All right, homeboy? All right? We play the hitters, all right? We like something from this generation, all right? That's number one. Number two, everybody's talking about the star this week with Terrell Owens, okay? And that was awesome. How about the following year when they went into Dallas down 2 touchdowns with 5 minutes to go, and Jeff Garcia leads a comeback in Dallas and throws 2 touchdowns in the final 6 minutes. The second one, T.O. goes to the little star in the helmet, in the end zone, and does the hands up again. Where is that love? T.O. is one of the all-time Cowboy killers, and I love him for it.
Look, lay off love, this Shasky. I got on him yesterday for playing some Eddie Money. We do have white people. We do have people who like snitcher music. We do have other races who like other music. We got to diversify ourselves. That's why we do Pandora's Box, right? We can't always play hip-hop.
That's one
I'm not
bit
mad at
Thursday.
it. I'm not mad at it. But T.O. there stepping on the star in 2000. That was a young Kenny Albert on Fox Sports back in 2000 when the Niners
was so angry.
Hey, they were all angry. By the way, George Teague, who hit T.O., he's going to join the show later this week.
Let's go.
He's joining the roast
Pete, I'm
later this week.
still mad at Mariucci. And I know you love Mariucci, but why I don't like Mooch, I'm telling you the truth. Part of why I don't like Mooch, succumbed to the Glenn Dickies and the Ira Millers of the world, who were the sports writers of the time.
John Salisbury.
Saying, oh my God, you need to suspend Terrell Owens. What, for being competitive? For shoving it up the Dallas Star? Get out of here with that. And I have many beefs with Mooch. I love Mooch as a person. In terms of a coach, this was one of the many reasons why I was very frustrated with him. Him suspending T.O. for this was one of the... We're going to look back at that 30 years from now. People are like, you suspended him for that? You suspended him for putting it on the Star? We're celebrating it like it's one of the great 49er Cowboy moments of all time, like it should have been celebrated in real time.
And here's George Teague pushing T.O. off the Star back in 2000. Check this out.
And Spellman, I think, was how they got their run defense back on track last week.
Garcia to Owens, touchdown. Owens again heading for midfield. There he goes.
There's going to be a penalty on George Teague because he's going to clock him. Now Teague's going to be kicked out of the game. You know, I got to tell you, I don't blame Teague for doing that. I really don't. You know, Owens started that back early in the game when he scored his first touchdown. He went to the center. And then when Emmitt Smith scored a touchdown, ran it in, he ran to the center. And so Owens was going to show him up again. And Teague just said, the heck with it. This game's over anyway. I'm just going to take a cheap shot at him. I don't like any of it, to be honest with you. You got to have some dignity when you're playing this game.
Who's that, Bill Moss? I don't know who that is, but the most underrated aspect of that situation was Derek Deese running down trying to fight Teague, and Teague kind of olays him, and he hits the turf. Emmitt Smith did it at the first.
I love Emmitt for doing that.
Yeah, he went back and put his helmet there and looked at the Niners sideline.
I love Emmitt.
That was wild. By the way, the next year you brought it up when they scored 2 touchdowns there, and that was a dangerous game because the Niners could have been bounced from the playoffs.
Look at you.
Shane Gailey. No, it was Dave Campo coaching the Cowboys.
Dave
Campo.
Yes.
And he made a decision where he didn't go for it on 4th and 1. It gave the Niners a shot in that football game. So, no, I wasn't mad at it. And look, I'm not mad at George Teague for doing that, definitive star. But T.O., that was next level gangsta. Next level gangsta.
B, we could go about all the playoff games because there's been 7 of them. This will be the 8th one. There's been so many great playoff moments. I could go to the second game of the year, the first year Harbaugh shows up, and Tony Romo with cracked ribs out of the game and leads the Cowboys to a game-tying drive at the end of a regulation, and then they win in overtime. Miles Austin remember that name? Miles Austin destroyed the 49ers. Remember that game?
Niners were up 14-0. And the Cowboys tied it. And remember, Miles Austin scored.
Yes.
He dove into the end zone and posed on his stomach. And I was like, this freaking guy. And that's when Harbaugh had a chance to run more clock off the time. He kept the field goal. He kept the field goal, declined the penalty, could have accepted a penalty, ran more clock off, and they would have won that football game. But that was a game where it was like 50-50. And I was like, are the Niners for real?
Bonte.
How are they in this football game?
That was the day my car got impounded at the Candlestick Dirt Lot. I parked illegally, came out, car was gone.
Oh, my Lord.
Car was gone. You want to talk about a horrible... This is back in the day. You know where like there's the Rec RV Center? The chances of getting your car taken and impounded by the San Francisco, whatever, SFMTA
or
at
MTA.
that time, it was like a 1 in a million chance. You got to be kidding me.
So
I never parked in the dirt lot again.
So where was the dirt lot at?
It was across from the actual Candlestick lot.
Okay.
It was a dirt lot. Now it's like a homeless RV encampment area. It's called like a state park rec area. It's like a picnic area.
So were there a lot of cars there?
There's tons of cars, but I was parked on the other side of some cones because I thought I was being slick, so I could just cut out and go and hop right off onto Oakdale right there and shoot on out. And I was car got impounded.
It cost you about $500.
$500. Bro, by the time I got the vehicle that night, I want to say it was like $1,200 or $1,300.
Yeah, because it goes up by the hour.
Yeah, there's like an initial hit, and then whatever it is by the hour.
Right, and you got to go to like some random spot in Hunter's Point, and you got to wait on them, and they open up the garage and pay. Oh, dude, I parked the Safeway one time, and I parked the Safeway, got my car impounded from Safeway because I was there too long. Had to take a cab all the way to Hunter's Point. And it was like $700 for just park. It's ridiculous.
And the homies don't got your back when you look around and everyone's gone.
Everybody's
like,
gone.
oh yeah, peace out, dog. I'm gonna go ride with this guy, and you're there by yourself.
Dude, you're there by yourself trying to figure it out.
It's like we all rode together. Come on,
dude.
man.
Oh yeah, that always happens.
Hey, so real quick, because I know we've got a lot of stuff we want to talk about. Jed York, the coming of age for him. One of the things that I've really tried to study is just the history of Eddie DeBartolo and his tenureship when he became a 49er owner. And one of the things that I don't think people understand is that in real time, Eddie was not loved by the other owners. Eddie was a renegade. He was a young, brash guy. He was not part of the old guard, okay?
No doubt.
When he took over in the ownership ranks. And you got to think, the Maras and all these people that have been birthed into the NFL, Eddie was purchased the team by his father. That's how Eddie DeBartolo got the team. His dad bought the team and gave it to him. I know we look at Jed a certain way.
He needed something to do. He needed something to do, basically, because they owned the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Exactly. And his sister ended up getting control of that team. So, long story short, by the time Jerry Jones comes into the fold of the NFL, there is a changing of ownership. You're starting to slowly see Eddie has more tenure. He's obviously got all the championships, and there's envy around the league, and there's also some people that look up to Eddie. But Jerry Jones specifically says he modeled his entire ownership group after what Eddie DeBartolo did. He saw a lot of inspiration from what Eddie did. And now we look and fast forward 27, 35 years later. Is Jerry Jones not one of the most powerful men in sports?
He is, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know you don't like him, but
I don't like him.
He's been very instrumental in terms of the growth of the league and all of the expansion. I know
he's a
Oakland
businessman.
hates him.
He introduced Nike. He introduced Pepsi to the NFL. He did a lot for the sponsorships in the NFL. He changed the game in that aspect. I won't ever take that away from him. I won't ever take that away from Jerry Jones. But I just can't stand the guy. I can't stand the guy because he's a me guy.
I'm with you on a certain level. There's no doubt about it. I mean, how many owners have weekly press conferences in the locker room? You know what I mean? Like, nobody. But I'll give him this. He's been a great businessman, and he's been a great conduit for the league. This guy has brought so much money to all of these teams. I think this is a big moment for Jed York. This is one of those coming-of-age moments for the guy. He's been in the league in terms of controlling the team for over a decade now. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. I know this isn't a Super Bowl magnitude win. He's had a lot of success. I think on a personal level, if you don't think he wants to beat Jerry Jones and beat him bad, man, that's the kind of strut in your walk to the next owners' meetings. Oh, it'd be so good for Jed. I'm pulling for the ownership group so bad to beat Jerry Jones. You have no idea. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud.
Yeah, I can't believe you're saying that out loud either, because I'm not even thinking about Jed York. I'm thinking about Shanahan. I'm thinking about Shanahan. I'm thinking about John Lynch. I say the best thing that Jed York has done is just kind of fall back and let the guys do what they do, which is John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. He's fallen back. He's stayed away from the spotlight. It's
interesting because earlier this year, I think you wanted to hear him talk, and I'm kind of glad that he didn't. And I think you had kind of convinced me maybe he should talk. Well, and I was listening to you, and I kind of agreed with you at that time.
There was a lot of turmoil going on.
Yeah.
But I think, him not coming out speaking and just sitting back and letting Shanahan and Lynch figure it out showed me that, man, he's letting the big boys be big boys. He's letting these guys figure it out instead of stepping in. I did want to hear from him because there was a lot of weird things happening in the first 2 months of the season for the 49ers. I'm saying somebody needs to gain control of this. Somebody needs to, maybe now's the time for Jed York to speak. Maybe it's a good thing he didn't come out and speak. Because at one point, you're right, Chesky, I did want him to talk because I didn't know what Brandon Ayuk.
I was with you, though. But Bonte, I think a lot of fans were with you. You kind of won me over with your argument, and I'm looking back on it, I'm saying, maybe it was best that he didn't.
Yeah, maybe it was. But I did notice that he did start going out to the practice field a lot. And also Dr. John York was out there in the practice field a lot, too, in the last 2 months of the season. But we'll continue this conversation.
Oh, I'm so fired
That's coming up here.
Cowboys
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's a huge freaking week on 95.7 The Game.
Jimmy deserves his credit. Shanahan deserves his credit. Resiliency.
The 49ers face their bitter rivals, the Cowboys.
Wide open, touchdown, 49ers.
And Klay Thompson is back, baby.
Down the lane.
Things you climb. All right, Limu, what do you think? You sure? We're going with Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Oh, so close. We were looking for stairs. Huh. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This goddamn Dallas team, they can't keep their mouth shut, you know? All they always like is make a goddamn press releases out of Dallas how they're going to kick somebody's ass. And they're at it again.
Nothing will be finer than get another chance at the San Francisco 49ers. We'll teach them not to toy with the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm sick of them. I hope you guys are feeling the same way I do.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Sorry, I just cut right through that. I don't know if the people can hear me.
God, this Nicotina hits.
Love it. He probably knows this song from Nicotina, one Mac Dre song. By the way, 510 on the Comcast Business text line. We love everybody out here. The snitching music thing got to him this morning. You lame, Bonte. You're hella lame, my dude. Open up your mind to other types of good music. I love all types of music. I love it all. But Van Halen ain't snitching music. Well, you know what, 510? I love you. And I love that you love all types of music. R&B, jazz, blues, metal, rock, classic rock, oldies. But Van Halen in my car is snitching music, buddy. Sorry. In my world. I'm sorry.
Hey.
510. Thanks for listening, by the way.
Bonte, just a quick aside, and we're going to get right back into sports. All right, we're going to get back into the 49ers and Cowboys. This is great. I mean, it's just great for everybody. We got Baldy in 30 minutes. Can't wait to talk to him about this matchup, about what we saw on Sunday, and obviously Warriors versus the Grizzlies. I mean, this is a great sports week. Klay Thompson's back. For a quick second, yesterday was a beautiful day in San Francisco. Now, I don't know if people can tell with my voice, I have not been feeling good the last 3 weeks. Your boy has been up and down. I keep testing negative. One day I feel great. The next day I feel completely zapped. Yesterday I took a long nap. I was super tired after the show. Took a long nap, woke up. The weather was beautiful. I hopped on the bicycle. Remember we had Stunna Man in studio about, a month ago?
Yeah.
And he was talking about, if you get in shape, you get in the best shape of your life every single day and you work out, you're going to feel as better as you ever felt. It'll change your life. And I'm telling you, I'm going with a new mantra this year. This is my new mantra, not just for sports, just in general. Live life to the fullest. Smell the fresh air. I went out. I rode my bicycle yesterday. My butt is really sore, but I rode my bicycle yesterday all around Lake Merced. It was absolutely gorgeous. I got out, smelt the fresh air. We got too much haterade going on in this world these days. I want positivity, and every day we're going to do something fun. I want to hear what people are doing to make 2022 the best year of their life. Let's do this, baby. I'm feeling good today. I don't know about you. I know you've been out and about doing all kinds of things, but man, my family has been just dodging and ducking this sickness, and it's been brutal.
It has been brutal. And by the way, you mentioned living life to the fullest. I'm very close to booking a flight to Dallas, Texas for this weekend.
Are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to this game. I've already made the decision Monday morning.
And your girl's okay with that?
Yeah, I told her with her or without. She can come with me. She's planning on coming with me. And it's planning on coming with me. But I told her, if you don't want to go, I'm going anyway. So I will be at Jerry's World on Sunday.
Was that a threat, or was that a end of the sentence? But if you don't want to go, how did you put that down?
I just said, look. I said, babe. And John Curley was in the studio yesterday when I called her during the break because we were talking Cowboys, we were talking Rams, and I was so fired up about the Niners beating the L.A. Rams again and sunning them. By the way, the more and more I watch Tom Gavady end zone, the more and more it's comedy. I've never seen it come to that. I was talking to Big Dog City yesterday. I said, look, I'm not mad at him, but my man was at the back of the end zone.
Doing too much.
And I said, dude, he wanted to beat the Niners so bad.
Imagine Phil Jackson jumping out and chest bumping Shaq in the middle of play.
I mean, it was next level. It was hilarious. But
Bruce Bochy going out there and doing the whole handshake bow and arrow with Pablo at second base.
I wonder.
Right.
I wonder how LA Sports Radio was taking that in. Was Sean McVay running in the end zone? It's just comedy. But I called her during the break, and I texted her actually before the show and said, hey, you ready to make a power move? You ready to make a power move? She said, what? Let's go to the Dallas Niners game. She goes, Bonte, relax. It's too early in the morning. So I called her during the break at about 7:55. I said, Anna, you're either coming with me or you're not coming at all. The choice is yours. But I'm going to Dallas, Texas. I'm going to Jerry's World. I'm going.
Okay, so are you buying tickets to sit as a fan, or are you sitting in the press box?
No, I'm not sitting in the press box for this one. No. How I get my tickets?
Because I can imagine you in your Buster Brown with the old Tom Landry hat with the pullover, pea coat, pretending to be one of the beat writers.
No,
that would be a good look for you.
No, I'm not going in the press. I'm not doing a press box. This is not a press box game. This is not a press box game. This is get to the stadium early, take in Jerry's World, walk around, see what the stadium's all about, look at it, take some photos, and then lock in for Niners and Cowboys.
I'm proud of you.
No,
you know what this means, Bonte?
What's that?
It means that you paid off the zoo birthday trip for baby Ches because you were worried about paying off that birthday party that you had for the next year. That means it's all paid off. Christmas is paid off. I'm proud of you.
It doesn't mean that at all. The credit card's still taking a hit.
Oh, so you're still shoveling.
Hey, look, you got to do what you got to do, right? You got to live life to the fullest. You just said this 3 minutes ago.
I'm proud of you.
You got to live life to the fullest. And I thought to myself yesterday, I said, I got to go to this game. I got to go to this game.
God, I wish
COVID is scared. COVID is scaring everybody away from. I'm not letting it stop me from living life anymore. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not sitting here. It's just like, twiddling my thumbs, thinking, oh my gosh, we can't go outside. You know what? To hell with it. I'm wearing my mask. I'm vaccinated. I'm all that good stuff, by the way.
You've done your duty in terms of getting your vaccination. You've done what your civil duty is. You still got to be able to live your life. I'm with you 100%. If I was 100% right now and the family wasn't struggling, believe me, I'd be on the next flight out. I just can't. I've been so sick for so long, dude. I'm finally feeling good. I can't risk it right now. I'm trying to get this thing past me. And you know what? I hope you go, and I hope you have a great time. I'm rooting for you to go.
You know what? I'm like, look, the tickets will be the tickets. The tickets will be there. How I get the tickets is how I get the tickets. But I'm already scoped out to Dallas. Big Dog City lived down there for a number of years. Oh. So I've already, DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, is about 15 minutes away from AT&T Stadium.
Oh, so it's a day of, day out.
It could be because the Warriors play Friday against the Bulls. Okay. So I could even take the red eye, get in Saturday morning. There's a Hilton hotel right by the airport. We have points at the Hilton and the Hyatt.
Is it not filled up?
No, come on, man. Come on, man. Okay. It's always a way. There's a will, there's a way. So it's either get there Saturday in the morning, Saturday afternoon, but I'm back in the Bay Area by Sunday at 9 p.m. with a victory.
Curly, what we need to do right now is we need to have Bonte call up on the show at some point this week as Bonte Hill and trying to get a hotel room at a packed Hilton by saying he is hi, this is Bonte Hill. I know this is the Hilton. Yeah. Do you guys have any rooms? No, we don't have any rooms. I am the Golden State Warrior pre and post guy. I'm sure you could find a way to fit me into that Hilton some way, somehow. We need you booking those reservations on air somehow, some way.
This is an Anna job. Anna handles the hotel. Anna handles booking the hotels with their points. She handles that one. That is her duty. I want nobody to know who I am. I'm going to have the big sombrero Niner hat on. I'm telling you. I decided, and Curly's looking at me crazy. I looked at the flights. I looked at the prices. I see people booking. My boy Jonathan Sack, the producer at NBC Sports Bay Area, he's got Sunday off. He's looking at flights. He's making things happen. I said, I got to be at the – look, Dallas Niners playoffs. It just hits different. If you're not from here, if you're not from Dallas, you just don't understand. You just don't understand what we went through as kids. Our grandpas, our uncles, our fathers. You don't know what they went through with this rivalry. And I got to be there because they may wear the red throwbacks. They may wear the regular red uniforms, which I'm not mad at. I just need to see their Red Sox pop at Jerry's World. I need to see the shadows. You know how they got that shadow, that gleam from the sky.
Well, it's so that God can peep in and watch his team. That's what
exactly.
they said. That was the old theory back in the day. You referenced grandfathers. I got a call from my grandfather yesterday, and he was talking about the game on Sunday, Bonte, and he said to me, that's one of the greatest back and forth moments in 49er history. That's somebody who has watched every single 49er game going back to 1946. He said that's as good of a game as he's ever seen. Now, maybe it's not a Super Bowl.
Right.
It's not an NFC championship game. But in terms of regular season, he said it's one of the greatest regular season games in 49er history.
Wow.
That's what he said. And he's so happy for Jimmy Garoppolo. Grandpa was like, I cannot believe with the thumb and all the BS that's been surrounding this guy for the whole last 2-3 years. Is he good enough? Is it his fault? Why are they running so much? Why didn't he make that pass to Emmanuel Sanders? They got to find a replacement. They're flirting with Brady.
Right.
They're flirting with Kirk Cousins. Oh, they're going to trade heaven and earth to go get Mac Jones. Oh, now it's Trey Lance. Oh, Trey's going to be the starter. Like, just think of the timeline for Jimmy Garoppolo since that Super Bowl loss.
You know?
And that was one of those moments you'll never be able to take away from him. It's his finest moment in a Niner uniform.
And shout out to Niner Nick. I guess he's going down to Dallas too. So I'll see you down there in Big D. I'm trying to get a big steak, some good big barbecue, but what your grandfather said is on point. Papa Shasky is on point here. The fact that people are still slandering Jimmy Garoppolo this week and hating on him this week after that game, man. Like the QBR, oh, he had the same QBR against the Tennessee Titans. Oh, the numbers. You know what? Use your eyeballs. Watch the damn football game. And you tell me, go watch the game again. I dare somebody to go watch the Tennessee game from a couple weeks ago on Christmas Eve, and then watch the Rams game on Sunday and tell me Jimmy Garoppolo was the same guy. What he did in that football game, in that second half, yeah, they ran the ball. That's what they do. They run the ball. But damn it, they ran the ball 10 straight times, and he sat back and they set the physical tone. But what he did on that last drive, that was epic. That was iconic. To go 88 freaking yards in 61 seconds. How can you throw dirt on Jimmy Garoppolo's name? Damn it, he's eating for free this week in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And what he did on Sunday, to do it in overtime, the fourth quarter, make those throws with a busted thumb, how the hell can somebody sit here and slander Jimmy Garoppolo? I can't do it. I can't do it this week, Shasky. I really can't. This guy earned his stripes. He earned his legacy as a 49er. Is he the greatest 49er quarterback of all time? Absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not.
That's
but
not
this
what
is why I'll
about.
take him over Alex Smith. The guy was gutsy. The guy was gutsy, man, and he's tough as nails.
But
I'm not slandering the guy.
Bonte, we only do this in football. Like we don't do this in baseball. Like, for example, Travis Ishikawa hits a walk-off home run to beat the St. Louis Cardinals. Yep. Do we instantly pivot to, well, he's not the greatest pitch hitter in San Francisco Giants history, though. I mean, that's just not who he is. It's like, no, we celebrate the moment. We only do this in football. Well, is he the greatest of all time? No. Like, can we just soak in the moment and appreciate how gutsy and how great that was? And sometimes these moments just stand alone. Like, sometimes that happens. I remember when Ryan Vogelsong threw a no-hitter through 5 2/3, 6 2/3, whatever it was against the St. Louis Cardinals in the NLCS. And it was like, wow, Ryan Vogelsong had the moment of his life, and you can never take it away from him. We don't do that in football.
No, we don't.
Like, we never allow these guys to have these moments where you can't take it away from them. Well, I just don't understand why we have to do this. Well, he's not the greatest of all time.
Especially during the social media era. It's social media, too, that intensifies it. The fact I was listening to Steiny Guru yesterday because I was running errands, and like, there's a caller named Cameron. I remember his name. Dude named Cameron just let the AK, let the chopper all over Jimmy Garoppolo, saying, this guy's holding his back. We should have blew out the Rams. And I said, I swear to God, I changed the station. I said, I can't hear this today. How can you sit here on a Victory Monday and slander that guy for letting it all on the line for the culture? So I said to everybody, a lot of people said, oh, he doesn't even want to play. He doesn't even want to play. And he goes out there and plays great here. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. The Morning Roast, sponsored by Timeless Coffee. Our great friends at Timeless Coffee, RJ and Paula. What is happening? I need a new batch. I'm going to Dallas this weekend. I need a new batch. I need to go down to Texas and let them know who has the best coffee in the world, and that is Timeless Coffee, Shasky.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Bonte, let's just really quickly examine the quarterback situation.
Right.
Not who would you take this Sunday. Who has had a more impressive kind of big game resume? Is it Jimmy Garoppolo or Dak Prescott?
It's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Why?
Why? We've seen it over the last 3 years. What big games have Dak Prescott won?
I was looking for them, and I was trying to do my research yesterday. And Bonte, I don't really have an answer to you. Maybe a more diehard Cowboy fan can explain to me. It feels like all the big must-win games, they lose.
We got a Cowboy fan on the line. Let's go to James and Hayward here on the Morning Roast. James, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning. What's up, fellas?
What's up, baby?
I like listening to y'all on the mornings. I appreciate it. Hey, even though y'all Niners fans are still all love, I got a whole bunch of boys that's nothing but Niners and Raiders fans, so I got to listen to smack talk all the time.
So what games have Dak Prescott, what big games has Dak won, James? What big games has he won in his career? And I like Dak. I like Dak a lot. I like him more than Jameis and Mariota. I'm a big Dak fan.
You are.
But what big games has he won in his career?
I mean, he's done some good games. I can't think of one off the top of my head at the moment. But, I mean, he went toe-to-toe with Tom Brady this year. Only reason we lost that game is kicking. Bad kicking, horrible kicking. If it wasn't for that horrible kicking, you can't say that opening game against Tampa Bay wouldn't have been a great game.
That's true.
No doubt. No doubt.
Kicker left, what, 4 kicks on the board?
Right,
We would have had that game in the bag.
No doubt. Hey, James, thanks for the call. The fact that he couldn't name one big game off the top of his head says a lot. Dak's played in 3 playoff games. He's 1-2. He won the one game against Seattle. He beat Russell Wilson and company at Jerry's World. Then they got beat up by the LA Rams one year. I forget the other year who they lost the divisional round game to. But he's 1-2 in the playoffs. Did he lose to the Packers? He lost to the Packers the first time. The first time when Aaron Rodgers made that great throw against to Jared Cook. Remember that? And they kicked the game-winning field goal. 2018, I think they got pounded by the Rams in the second round. I could be wrong there. But Jimmy Garoppolo, right off the bat, the Rams win. All right? The Rams win. The Superdome, the Saints against Drew Brees and company. The Seahawks on the road in Week 17. I thought he played good against Baltimore. Didn't win it, but he had the 2 Arizona games that season.
And if we're going to be fair, I know everyone wants to go to the final throw to Emmanuel Sanders. He played really good for 3.5 quarters in that game.
He's the MVP.
I mean, he played really good for 3.5 quarters, and I thought outplayed Mahomes until the final 6 minutes.
Yep, I'm with you there. Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys lost to the Rams that year on a Saturday night. So
was that the Todd Gurley game where he got hurt, and I think C.J. Anderson came in and started running like crazy?
Ran the ball right down their throats. Their throats. So let's go to Alta and San Mateo. Alta, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, you guys. So I heard you were thinking about you were going to go to a game, and I just wanted to say I'm a Raiders fan, so I went to Thanksgiving with my dad, who's a Dallas fan. The salt level of the Cowboys fan when they saw all of the black in the stadium was half as entertaining as that game. And I just encourage you guys to make that stadium as bright as possible because it is so funny. It was complaining in the bathroom, at the restaurant, to see all the Raiders fans at the restaurant. There was nothing but complaining. Taxi driver was complaining. Hotel staff was complaining. It's half the fun. So make the stadium as bright as possible. It'll be amazing.
Oh, thank you for that one. And that's going to happen. Oscar in Fresno, Shasky. Oscar in Fresno. I think he's making some big moves this weekend. What's happening, Oscar? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I love your show. I was just telling. I'm headed to the game with 10 friends. We actually booked our flights, Airbnb, and our tickets last night.
Wow.
Hey, I'm a diehard Niner fan, man. I flew to the Super Bowl. I'm just a regular guy. My wife gave me the green light to go that year. We made it to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. She got a credit card, and let's go, baby. Niners all the way. I took my wife to the Ram game, man. That atmosphere, it really, really felt like Niner Stadium, man. Like, it was literally 60-40 Niner fans in that stadium. It was so awesome. And my wife right away gave me the green light. Hey, go to the game with your friends if you want to go. I like, you ain't got to tell me twice.
Hey, you got a real one, Oscar.
Let's go.
You got a real one, Oscar. And I was like, wait, you're going? I said, look, this week you could have me sleep on the couch for the next 2 months. I'm going to Dallas, Texas. I'm going to this game. So if you want to roll with me, we can have a great date night, great date weekend, or your boy's going dolo solo, and it's going to be a business trip. It's going to be a business trip, Shasky. Straight up. Straight up. I got to go to Jerry's World. Niner fans are flocking there. Got to take that stadium. I can't stand the Cowboys. I can't stand them, Shasky. I can't. We heard the soundbite with Bill Walsh and Drew Pearson back in 81. Can you play that again for me, Love? But play this again. This is what Cowboys-Niners mean, because a lot of youngsters don't understand. They just don't understand, Shasky. Play it again. This is right before the NFC Championship game when the Niners advanced to their first Super Bowl in franchise history.
This goddamn Dallas team, they can't keep their mouth shut, you know? All they always like is make the goddamn press releases out of Dallas how they're going to kick somebody's ass. And they're at it again.
Nothing will be finer than get another chance at the San Francisco 49ers. We'll teach them not to toy with the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm sick of them. I hope you guys are the same way I am.
See, the best part of Bill Walsh is he would incorporate that every single week. He would talk smack about the opponent in those, film room breakdowns that they have. And for a guy that's so sophisticated and such a genius, he had a mean streak to him. People forget he was a Golden Glove boxer, and he was extremely tough. And Al Davis specifically asked Bill Walsh to his face, are you tough enough to be a head coach in the NFL with all these grown men when you didn't play there? And he turned to him and says, Al, I was a Golden Glove boxer. I love boxing. If you don't think I'm tough, I will fight you right now.
No doubt. No, that was great. I'm so sick of the bleeping Cowboys. They're always talking how they're going to kick somebody's ass.
People forget Ed Too Tall Jones had retired from football and joined boxing and was trying to be a prize fight boxer and was talking mad smack upon returning to the NFL, which was that 81 season. Niners whoop him up during the regular season, and he's barking his lips. Big time, bumping his gums the whole week about how he's going to beat Joe Montana, this, that, and the other. And in that doc, Joe Montana says it after he throws they set up a play where Joe Montana juked him on purpose, and they knew what was going to happen. Free release, and he turns, and Joe says the abridged PG edition. I'm sure there were some swear words in that, and I loved everything about it. Ed Too Tall Jones, by the way, one of the greatest names in sports
it's
history.
Great. And remember the year before when the Niners were working in Steve DeBerg and they wanted to save Joe Montana, they got beat 59-14 in Dallas. And Tony Dorsett, they were like, Eddie DeBartolo sitting up there, they ran up the score on us. They ran up the score. And Tony Dorsett said, we didn't run up the score. Yeah. They just played lousy. We could have scored more. I was like, it was the most points they had scored in franchise history. 888-957.
Dorsett looks like he can still play.
Yeah, he does, dude. He's a cocky dude. He is so good.
I kind of love him.
I do love him, too. And I'm not going to lie, dude. They got some great characters. Tony Dorsett, Drew Pearson, who we'll talk to at 8 a.m. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, will play some sound from him. He's a great, Michael Irvin. I love Michael Irvin.
I hate Alvin Harper, though.
Oh, Alvin Harper, I can't stand him. I can't stand him. That's why the Niners brought in Dion. 888-957-9570. Who's going down to the game on Sunday? Anybody going to live life to the fullest like Joe Shasky and say, you know what? The hell with the money. We're going to big Dallas, Texas, and we're going to go to the Cowboys-Niners game. Who's going? Who's out there? Where's the Niner rally at? I'm going to the Niner rally. Shasky, you may want to book your ticket. I'm just telling you right now. You may want to get down there.
Have you already booked a hotel room?
Not yet. And no, you can't sleep in the same room with Ed and I. That's not happening.
Well, I thought she wasn't going.
Well, no, she. After I put that ultimatum on her, I said, she doesn't want me going anywhere by myself. She's like, nah, you can't have fun, blah, blah, blah. She's going. So, you ain't sleeping. We ain't got no cot
I'm going to check flights morning up. You
ain't sleeping on no cot with me, buddy. Don't even think about it. Baldy at 7:30.
Is there a closet?
Have a cot for you. Is there a closet? We ain't balling like that, dude. You think we stay in the suite? I'm broke, baby. We work at radio. What's coming up in the game brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Brian Baldinger at 7:30. Your phone calls coming up. Aaron and Danville, stay on hold. We'll get you on the other side. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855 MB Jesse Painting today or online at mbjesse.com.
Why do you
cool going on right now. BetQL, helps you make smarter bets throughout the football season, and now we are giving you a chance to win cash prizes. BetQL's Giving Props is a free-to-play contest that starts Wednesday, January 12th, and runs throughout the pro football postseason. It's easy. Each playoff round, BetQL will post 10 prop bets, 10 props. The person with the most correct picks each week wins $2,000. Just by signing up, you'll be automatically entered into a random grand prize drawing for $10,000. Go to betql.com/props to sign up. That's betql.com/props starting Wednesday, January 12th. You can make your picks and win some cash.
So, Bonte, I want to get here. This is Tuesday. We're having fun. The game's on Sunday. I got a couple of messages from some old school. You got those friends. They are basically I consider them family, even though they're technically not blood, but they're so close to your parents or your family that they become family. They're like your cousins.
Basically, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
So I want to give a shout out to Marianne Bologna. All right, and where I'm going at here is she told me a story about how for the 1981, January of 82, playoff game, she got so loaded in the parking lot with my mom and my dad and everybody going into the game, she started cursing, "Screw Dallas." Now, I'm giving you the abridged edition. Screw Dallas, screw Dallas, screw Dallas. Now, you got to remember, all these people that grew up during the 70s got kicked in the you-know-what by the Dallas Cowboys 3 straight years. They hate the Cowboys. The Cowboys are in the Super Bowl every year, it seems. They're America's team. Why? Because of the advent of television, everybody having a TV in the living room. It's the Steelers or the Cowboys. Those are the two teams in the 70s that captured America's hearts. And so the 49ers were the have-nots. And she got loaded in the parking lot and got carried away by the police while she's screaming, "Screw Dallas," the entire time. And in my brain, growing up, I've heard this story so many times, it was ingrained in me to hate the Dallas Cowboys. I want to know what people's first moment of hating the Cowboys are. For some people, it might go back to the 70s. For some people, it might go back to the early 80s. For some people, it goes to the early 90s.
What was your first moment?
It could be T.O. It's this. It's hearing these family parties, because we used to have the Arzavis and the Bolognas.
So that's your first moment?
I would always hear, "Screw Dallas." Now, I'm giving you the abridged edition, all right? The PG radio edition. It was "Screw Dallas." We hate the Dallas Cowboys.
So at family parties, that was your first dosage of hatred towards the Dallas Cowboys.
Absolutely.
So mine was when they came to Candlestick Park and went into the NFC Championship game at Candlestick Park and punked the Niners 130-20.
Look at you.
That was my first, I hate them, and I was depressed after that loss. I was depressed because I didn't expect it. I was, read newspapers, so I understood the catch or whatnot. I didn't realize the level of hatred that this rivalry had. I didn't realize there was levels to this rivalry. And so I remember the year before the Cowboys had won a wild card game in Chicago, I was like, man, they got some nice pieces. They're up and coming. And when they went to Candlestick Park, because I thought it was a given. Niners going to the Super Bowl. We got it. Steve Young, Joe Montana's the backup.
Yep.
That was the first time I said, I hate the freaking Dallas Cowboys. And they own the Niners for 2 straight years. 2 straight years.
They were the better team. There's no other way around it. Up top to bottom, they were the better team. Obviously, the Charles Haley trade is the one that everyone points to. But look at their roster. Their team was better up and down. Their defense was not good enough. And that's when, in the offseason at the Pro Bowl, Steve Young coerced Tim McDonald to come to the 49ers after losing multiple times to them. Jerry Rice should have scored a touchdown on the first drive. Guy McIntyre, I believe, was called for a phantom holding call, which the telecast still hasn't shown me 40 years later. So I'm with you. I think a lot of people our age started their hatred of the Dallas Cowboys in the early 90s. Jimmy Johnson and that starter coat with that hair and the way everything would move, like the hair didn't move, and his flamboyancy. And look, here's a name. I said this to Guru yesterday. Guru and I had a long conversation off the air, private show. Let me give you an Elijah Mitchell comp. Now, this is the greatest running back of all time. So people are going to say, I'm talking body type and the way he just kind of slippery gets it done. He's not the fastest, not the biggest, not the strongest.
You're comparing him to Emmitt Smith?
He's got a little bit of that. I find the hole. I'm not saying that's who he is. I'm saying I see a lot of the similarities in vision. Oh, here's the cutback. Here's the hole. Let me get 7-8 yards. I'm tougher than you think. I'm a little faster than you think. No one ever gets compared to Emmitt Smith. Elijah, I'm not saying he is him. Come on, man. This is the greatest running guy. Had 20,000 yards rushing.
Yeah, I'm not ready to go there.
All I'm saying is that I see a lot of similarities in the vision and the way we overlook the toughness and the speed.
Let's go to the lines here. 888-957-9570. Start off with Aaron in Danville. We got some calls here from Texas. Aaron in Danville, what's happening?
Gentlemen, great show always. Really enjoy the roast. I've really, as a lifelong Cowboys fan, I promised myself I wouldn't get involved in the shameless Niners trolling that's happening on your station all week. But it's Tuesday, and here I am. That's how long I lasted. let's not go crazy and say that we're going to take Jimmy Garoppolo over Dak Prescott.
Did we say that?
That's not a serious position.
We didn't say that.
Well, you have.
No,
we said that
no.
Jimmy's had more big games than him.
What you've said is we can't find a big game won by Dak Prescott.
Give me one.
And you know what your argument? Here it is, 2016 divisional playoff. Now I know that you're not Cowboys fans. You may not remember that game as well as I do, but you had a rookie quarterback who only took over the team because Romo got hurt in the preseason against Seattle. Right? They go 13-3, rookie quarterback. Okay? Go to the divisional round, get the bye, go to the divisional. Go down 2 scores in the first half. Dak leads them back, literally physically leads them back by getting a 2-point conversion, putting his own body on the line. And with 37 seconds left, because he's Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers makes an insane throw, and they get the field goal. So, yeah, did Dak win the game, quote-unquote? Was it a win? No. Was it a phenomenal game from a rookie quarterback? Absolutely.
So his best moment, Aaron, came in a loss.
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Well, come on.
Boom.
Listen, if Sean McVay isn't an absolute coward, we'd be talking about Jimmy Garoppolo's playoff loss today, right?
But we aren't.
Sean McVay doesn't absolutely gutlessly give up with 2 minutes to go in the first half and then give up again with 2 minutes to go in the second half. Jimmy Garoppolo loses that.
All right. Let me ask you this. What was the first time you hated the 49ers? Because you're a Cowboy fan. I'm sure you hate every team in the league because everyone hates the Cowboys.
Dak didn't even win the game.
When was the first time? Now, forget this Jimmy Dak conversation because it's going nowhere. What was the first memory of hating the 49ers? Give it to me.
All right, so here it is. And first of all, thank you for conceding the Jimmy Dak argument. I appreciate that. So first Niners memory.
I like this guy.
I grew up in Sacramento. Okay, and I'm 42 years old. I'm about the same age as you guys. I'm 42. Grew up in Sacramento, and every single person I knew, to an individual, was a 49ers fan. Mom, dad, every family friend, every cousin, every single person was a 49ers fan. And being an 11-year-old and a contrarian and kind of a jerk and maybe a little bit attention-seeking, I decided to become a fan of the team all 49ers fans hated the most.
You're that guy.
And obviously, yeah, I'm that guy. And the early 90s were a fantastic time to become a Cowboys fan.
Oh, boy.
But to be fair, I've suffered for 26 years.
You know what? Hey, Aaron, call us back on Monday when you get rolled on Sunday. I want to hear from you on Monday, Aaron. Great call. We got to roll here, but I had enough of you. You bandwagon fan. You jumped on the bandwagon in the 90s like a typical damn Dallas Cowboy fan. And the Comcast Business Text line, 510. This caller, Aaron, is the first time I've actually hated Dallas right now. Brandon in Texas. Brandon, what's happening?
To me, Brandon.
You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, man? Shout out the Odyssey app giving me a chance to call y'all in. I'm calling from Dallas, Texas. And shout out Aaron, too, man. What's up? Go Cowboys, man. So here's the thing. I'm not here to talk analytics. I'm not here to talk stats or what, but Dak Prescott's obviously way better than Garoppolo. And, y'all going down, man. That's it. That's my opinion.
You're going down?
You waited on hold for that?
You're going down?
Come on, homie.
Cowboy fans got that soft, Brandon?
What you mean?
Hey, man, you guys are going down. That's all you got?
Well, he said be nice. So that's
all right.
Screw 49ers. I got a lot of stuff to say, man.
Brandon,
what's your earliest memory of hating the Niners?
Go ahead.
Hating the Niners, man. I've always hated the Niners. I actually got an uncle who's a 49ers fan, and he always comes to our parties dressed up in 49ers. I just hate to see it, man. That red and gold really just gets under my skin, man.
Tell your uncle I said hi.
I bleed blue and silver, man.
All right, let's go. Real quick before we get to Baldy, we got about 30 seconds to get to Baldy. Let's get Rick on here, then we'll get to Larry and Rich after Baldy. Rick and San Ramon, what's happening? You're on the morning roast. When's the first time you hated the Dallas Cowboys?
So let me, paint you a quick picture. My son was about 1 year old and could barely walk, and go to pick him up at his mom's house, and I see this little kid kind of stumbling towards me, and he's got a blue Tony Romo jersey on, and I almost jumped back in the car and took off. His mom's a big Cowboy fan, and I just about lost it, man. That's probably when I really started hating the Cowboys.
I love it.
There you go.
I love
and
it.
with that said, Larry and Rich, down hold here. We got to get to the smartest man in football. It's our main man. It's Brian Baldinger here in the Morning Roast.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Oh, we love Balding on the Morning Roast. He joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Baldy, good morning. Happy New Year. We got playoff football in front of us, but before we recap the Niners and Rams and look ahead to the Cowboys and Niners, and we'll get to Drew Pearson in just a second, you play for the Cowboys. You play for the Cowboys under Tom Landry. You were drafted basically there a year after they lost the catch game. And then you told us the story how you went to Santa Clara and you almost became a 49er. And I'm sure all they said down there when you were visiting the Niners, we just brought you here to beat the Dallas Cowboys. Baldy, can you expound on this rivalry between the Niners and Cowboys?
Well, I mean, there's just so many iconic games, you know. I mean, when we say iconic, I mean, you can remember, you know, the catch and Dwight Clark in the back of the end zone with Too Tall Jones and Joe Montana's face and Everson Walls in the back of the end zone. I mean, you can remember every single player, the details. You can remember the games in San Francisco. I mean, all that stuff just comes back. It just, you know, like you don't, it's not like I'm going down to eat lunch today and what year was that 49ers? Like, you have to, like, your memory gets triggered from time to time. And, you know, a week like this, it all comes back. And all the memorable games and players and plays in those games. I mean, it's part of the whole folklore of the NFL. I mean, it's a fantastic week like that.
Baldy, real quick, Shasky, my bad. You joined the Cowboys in 82. They're coming off that Cats loss. What was it like when you walked into training camp, into that building, a season after they lost to the Niners in the NFC Championship game?
Tom Landry, our head coach, the only coach the Cowboys had for the first 29 years, and Drew Pearson, when he coming up after me, will tell you the same thing. I mean, Tom Landry said, this is going to be the toughest training camp ever. We got to get tougher. Like 6 months after that catch and that loss in San Francisco at the Stick, he was still seething to the point that was his opening speech to the team. This is going to be the toughest training camp anybody's ever been through. Wow. And I didn't know, you know, what tough meant, but the players were like, how can it get any tougher? Like, all we do is hit all day, every day, morning and afternoon. Like, can it get actually tougher? So we did. We conditioned after every practice. You know, morning practice, conditioning. Afternoon practice, conditioning. Like, Saturday scrimmages, conditioning. I mean, there was players that were quitting on the way out to practice. They would just go, nah, you know what? I'm packing it in. This ain't worth it.
Baldy, I want to get into the game, but just while we're going down memory lane here, explain to the audience how great that roster was in the late 70s and into the early 80s, because Drew Pearson's finally going to get into the Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wide receivers of his era, 1,000-yard records, broke a bunch of Bob Hayes records. I mean, he was outstanding. Tony Dorsett was an outstanding player. I think a lot of people know who he is, but they don't know how great of a running back he was. Staubach had obviously moved on by 81, but Danny White was really good. Randy White, Ed Too Tall Jones, Everson Walls is one of Belichick's favorite DBs of all time. Like, explain what the Dallas Cowboys of the late 70s were and why it was such a big win for the Niners.
Well, I mean, I remember one time we were playing the Raiders, and we were playing at Texas Stadium with the hole in the roof, and we're getting beat by the Raiders. I mean, we're like 6-0 or 7-0 at the time, and I remember Too Tall Jones just going up and down the sideline, going, "We're going to win this game." Like, I don't know, like he just knew we were going to win the game. Like, they just had unbelievable swag, unbelievable confidence. We had an unbelievable camaraderie within the team. I mean, it was. I didn't know, what the NFL's all about. But when they started talking about America's team, I'll just say this. We go to play the Washington football team for the NFC Championship game one year, and the rookies on the team, there were so many Cowboy fans in Washington that you could get whatever you wanted. I mean, whatever you wanted. You just needed 2 tickets in your pocket. That's all. Anybody, you had 2 tickets in your pocket. You could get anything you wanted. It was crazy everywhere we went.
That's unreal. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Drew Pearson will join us at 8 a.m. I do want to get back to the Rams and Niners in just a second, but Drew Pearson, come on. What type of character was this guy? We seen him on draft night in Philadelphia.
He's great.
Basically thanking Eagle fans for making his career great. I mean, this guy was talking. We played a soundbite where he said, man, I can't wait to get my hands on the 49ers. Was Drew Pearson really that guy? Because it feels like he's the same dude on the field and off the field.
He is. I mean, now, you talk about the ability. We all had the ability just to talk major smack. But Drew was just better than everybody. I mean, Dennis Thurman had it. I learned it. We talked smack all day long. That's all we did. But, I'll say this. Drew was the coach of the offseason basketball team, and we traveled the country. When I say travel the country, we played in Iowa, Fort Dodge, Iowa. We played in New Mexico. He put together a team. Now imagine this in today's world. He put together a barnstorm tour with the Washington football team where they flew into the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. We met them with a yellow school bus, and 12 Cowboys and 12 Washington football team players traveled and barnstormed the state of Texas. And we played these games every night in Lubbock, San Antonio, Austin. We played around the state of Texas 6 straight nights in a row. Cash money, card games, partied all night, signed autographs all day, went to hospitals. Drew put it all together. And I'm telling you, there's Monty Coleman and, there's, all Art Monk, all these great Washington football players. We're all in a school bus together, man, traveling the state of Texas.
That's incredible.
And Drew was in charge of the whole thing.
That's incredible. I mean,
in fact, we played a game in San Antonio, and we played before the San Antonio Spurs played, and 14,000 people came out to watch us play the Washington football team, and then as soon as our game was over, they all left. They didn't watch the Spurs. They all came to watch us.
That is so good. I love it. All right, let's go back to Sunday real quick, because we got to ask you about Jimmy Garoppolo in this game. I know the interceptions, they weren't great. Jalen Ramsey made a hell of a play. I thought it was the signature moment for Jimmy Garoppolo in a 49er uniform, given the stakes, given everything that was going on for him, everything that's going on in his career and where he's at with the team, and Shanahan and him felt like they were in lockstep. I thought it was Jimmy's finest moment as a 49er thus far. What'd you think?
You got to go back to, 2 years ago on our march to the Super Bowl. I mean, some games there. But I thought to get to the playoffs, you need your quarterback to step up, especially down 17-0. I don't know that you could have asked anything more from Jimmy Garoppolo or any quarterback. I mean, pick a quarterback in 49ers history. Montana, Young. I mean, that performance by Jimmy in the second half was about as good as it gets. And they needed all of it, in order to win that game and to move on and march on and play, this weekend. So I thought it was great. It was great to see it. And I put a couple plays out there yesterday on social media, just demonstrating. I know people are sort of torn a little bit. Is he the guy? And all that stuff. They don't make him any tougher than Jimmy. That guy will stay in there and take a hit with the best of them and not flinch. And so, it was. I'm sure that he looked good in the press conference. He always looks good, but I thought he vindicated himself quite a bit in that game.
No doubt. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 in game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. How about that defensive line? Once they started getting to Matthew Stafford, look, Matthew Stafford can throw the ball with the best of them. He's got all these yards, all these touchdown passes. But, boy, I know any quarterbacks don't like to be hit, but Stafford got hit over and over and over. The Niners shut down the run, and that's why this defense, we're all giddy here playing the Cowboys because this defensive line travels. How about their performance on Sunday against the Rams, Baldy?
Well, first thing I did was look at the roster and, who was dressing, and they had 10 defensive linemen dressed, and they all played. and they all contributed. I don't care if it was Jordan Willis or Kevin Givens or Kentavious, or Arden. They all played, and they all contributed. And, they just kept rolling them through. And, Bosa is always the big dog, but he didn't have to be the biggest. Eric Armstead probably had one of his finest days as a 49er. It was the difference in the game. It was completely the difference in the game. And it was not just hitting Stafford 13 times, which was the most I seen him hit this year, and it was the most quarterback hits I've seen the 49ers have. But they also completely shut down the run. Sony Michel had been running like on fire the last 3 weeks. Like they thought they had their Super Bowl running back, and they completely shut him down. Shut him down. And so I thought it was all phases of what you would want from your defensive line.
Yeah, and then I flip it to the offense, and Elijah Mitchell, he's tougher than you think. He's a little quicker than you think. Great vision. I loved what I saw from him. And then Debo Samuel. What more can we... He's one of my favorite football players of all time, Baldy. When the ball gets in his hands, it's like here, the booming comes. Like he's going to lay the wood on somebody. He just made play after play after play. The throw, him and Shanahan and Jimmy, they were on fire in that second half.
They were. The interesting thing about the pass, right, to Jennings was they had run the ball 11 straight times in a row.
Yeah.
And so the 12th straight time to the Rams, to Jalen Ramsey, to everybody, Jordan Fuller, you name it. Like, it looks like a run. In fact, Jennings goes and blocks Jordan Fuller. Like, he's blocking him. Like, they sell that thing better than any Hollywood script. It completely, it's another run to Debo. It's a toss sweep here or a handoff to sweep to the right. They sold that because you can easily just kind of like not sell it so good. Like, I just can make sure I get rid of the ball. Like, they really sold the run for the 12th time in a row. And that's really the art of a great play caller is you give them this pattern, and you show them this pattern, and you run this pattern, and then you break the pattern. And when you break the pattern, then you just get this, this flash. And that's how they did it. And you don't know, like, how he set that up, if he had that in mind from that play in distance. I'd love to ask Kyle that question. Like, was this the finale of how you dreamed this series? Because nobody comes out and goes, I'm going to run it 11 times in a row, unless you're having great success. But that's what they do to the Rams. They did it in the first game against them. They physically, and that's what they could do Sunday. Like the way that they run it with their, with the fullback, with the tight ends, with the zone scheme, with Debo, with Elijah. Like it's just difficult to stop all of it. It just is.
Baldy, can the Cowboys hold up physically against this 49ers team? How is this matchup going to play out in the trenches, outside the numbers? There's speed demons everywhere. There's skill positions. Shasky brought up Debo. There's Ayuk. There's Jennings. There's Kittle. There's CeeDee Lamb. There's all these stars here.
Parsons.
How's this game going to play out?
Well, I think my first initial reaction is I just thought about this number in my head. If the 49ers run the ball 35 or more times, it's going to favor the 49ers. The more they run it, the better they get. And the more it means that the game is either close in the balance or they're in control of the game. One or all of those things, will get the number up to 35. But if they're able to do that, and you could keep that offense off the field as much as possible, and I'm not just saying playing keep away, but scoring points, not just keeping the ball away, but scoring and finishing the drives like they did Sunday in the second half. They can flat out do it. And the weird thing about, even back when I played, is when visiting teams came to Dallas and they took control of the game, the crowd is a complete non-factor. Like you don't even hear them. They just don't even know how to react. And so you just listen to it on your TV set. You'll know how the game is going.
Baldy, you've had, rubbing elbows with all kinds of different people. We've heard your Fred Dean story of the strong arm, wrestling match that you had going. You talked about Ed Too Tall Jones, 40th anniversary yesterday of the catch. And Dwight Clark is no longer with us, but I'm sure you had to have some interactions with Dwight Clark. Do you got any Dwight Clark stories to share with the crowd right now?
Well, Dwight Clark went to Clemson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when he came to San Francisco, he was dating Miss Universe.
Yeah.
Like, just think about that. You're a wide receiver in Clemson, South Carolina, and you're dating Miss Universe. I mean, you imagine the swag when you walk into the locker room and you have Miss Universe on your arm. Like, every single player is envious of you. Like, that just tells you what kind of, not everybody can put Miss Universe on their, on their
resume.
No, like I'm a young kid. Like I'm 2 years younger than Dwight, I think, or something like that. And I'm like seeing a picture of Dwight Clark and Miss Universe, and I'm like going, "What's that like? What's that?" I couldn't even imagine.
Hey, Baldy, he was a pretty underrated player of his era, too. I mean, he was faster than you gave him credit for, tougher than you gave him credit for. Like, he was a heck of a ball player. I don't even know who his comp would be in today's day and age. Would it be Cooper Kupp, or am I just doing the white guy thing there?
The one thing about Dwight, and, they always said this, even while he was playing, was he always would get behind these defenses. Yet, he wasn't supposed to be fast. Like, how is somebody that's not fast constantly getting deep? And so the Cooper Kupp doesn't really run like that. Devontae does. Devontae Adams gets
good call.
deep.
Yeah.
And so Devontae came out a second-round pick, was the ninth wide receiver taken in his draft, and then he just made himself into this player where he's this threat everywhere on the field, And I kind of feel like somebody like that wasn't fast, timed fast, but yet always got behind the defense.
And Baldy to Dwight Clark.
I love you, Baldy.
Miss Universe, because apparently Dwight Clark wanted to dump her, and he ended up dating for a lot longer than he wanted to, but he said, I just can't break up with her. Look at her.
Well, her name was, just Google this. Her name was Sean Weatherly.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't know why. I still remember that. But
we all do. I didn't want to say it. My girlfriend's listening.
All right. Go Google the photos of Sean Weatherly and say, like, imagine walking into, like, Candlestick, Park with Sean Weatherly on your arm getting ready for a game. Like, everybody's going to be envious.
No doubt, especially those Cowboys. They're probably thinking, we're America's team. How is this guy for the 49ers dating Miss Universe?
I'm looking at a picture of her and David Hasselhoff. I threw it on the YouTube right now. Not bad. Yeah. Dwight did a good job.
Yeah, Dwight did good.
Baldy,
I love you. Man. Hey, Baldy,
Right.
I cannot wait. Cowboys, Niners.
Yeah,
as a fan of the NFL, just as a fan of the NFL, how great is this?
It's unbelievable. It's a CBS game. It's 4:30 Sunday afternoon, prime time. Like, it might be the highest rated game. I don't know about all the ratings and all that stuff, but like, it's going to be, everybody's going to be watching. Everybody. It's in Dallas. You either hate Dallas, you love Dallas. We know what that's like. But the 49ers are a little bit like that too. This game is going to be, of all the games this weekend, that's the game. That's the game you have to, if you have to pick one game to watch, you can only get one. That's the one I'm watching.
And you know what, Baldy? I'm living life to the fullest. I'm living like Shasky was talking last hour. He's like, I'm going to live my life to the fullest in 2022. Well, Baldy, you've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
You live life to the fullest. You're out there swimming with the sharks, all right? You're doing what you do. Baldy, I'm flying to Dallas, Texas. I made the decision yesterday. I told my girl, I said, you're either coming with me or I'm just going solo. But I've got to be at this game, Baldy. I got to go to Jerry's World. I got to get there. I got to hear the hitting. I got to hear the popping of the pads.
It's funny. I remember one time I was walking into the Veterans Stadium. I just got done playing. I'm doing some media thing. And Willie Lanier, the great Willie Lanier, is walking into the stadium with me. And he doesn't need, like, Hall of Famers don't need a ticket. You just show them flash the ring. And I remember asking Willie, I'm like, what are you doing at the game? He was friends with Ray Rose, who was a coach. He goes, I just need to see some hitting. He goes, I just need to see some hitting today, Baldy. And he took the train up from Richmond, Virginia, into Philly. Just wanted to see some hitting. And I'm with you, Bonte.
I love it.
If I could get out of the duties I have on Sunday, I would be in Dallas to watch this game as well.
Are you going to Tampa? Are you doing Eagles Tampa? Where are you going Sunday?
I'm doing all the analysis for Sky Sports.
Oh, okay,
nice.
Any games you're calling this weekend?
I'm doing. They don't go to commercial. In London, they just go straight to me. So
I know you were in Baltimore last week watching Steelers Baltimore, and that was a hitting game too.
Oh,
it was. it was close to a body bag game. I mean, it was a lot of guys went down in that game, man. It was. Yeah, T.J. Watt got hit in the family jewels, man. Like he was trying to get off the field
before halftime. Yeah.
Hey, who wins in a wrestling match between T.J. and Nick Bosa?
I think Nick's probably stronger.
You think?
But I mean that would be Monday Night Raw stuff. That's prime time.
That's main event right there, Baldy. We can't wait to talk to you next Monday. I don't know if I'm going to have a voice, but I got to get down to Dallas, Texas.
I'm with you, Joe. I'm with you, Joe and Bonte. Like this one,
this is
like
huge.
I don't know, like fly to Dallas. I know, Joe. You've got TVs upstairs, downstairs, outside.
Yeah, you've
like
been to
the viewing party.
Yeah,
like. Invite all of your Cowboy friends and just hate on them. Just hate on them when the Niners are rolling up on them in the second half.
Baldy, my grandpa calls me. He goes, does that barbecue in the back work? I'm thinking of coming over there on Sunday. I go, yeah, Grandpa. We'll probably have a little party. Come on over.
All right.
See you, buddy.
Good stuff, man.
See you, man.
Brian Baldinger. He'll be back next Tuesday. 7:30. You heard him. Niners, Cowboys, and there's a lot to break down there. The Drew Pearson story. We're going to talk to Drew Pearson in 10 minutes.
Bonte, I got so many Drew Pearson nuggy nugs because I went down the rabbit hole. I got the book to catch. If anyone wants to know about the play that started one dynasty and ended another, read it. Drew Pearson was the wide receiver for Joe Theismann in high school and then became the quarterback after Joe Theismann went to Notre Dame.
Right.
All right? He was a three-sport athlete. He says he was better in basketball and baseball than he was at football. He was super flamboyant in football, never got the love that he deserved until most recently. Should have been in the Hall of Fame years ago.
No doubt.
Drew Pearson's one of the bad dudes of the late 70s and early 80s.
He's a boss. He is an absolute boss. Let's go to Rich at Fremont. He's been on hold.
Oh, yeah.
Our main man, Rich. First time he hated the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, give it
First
to
time
me.
he got that hate in his veins for the Dallas Cowboys.
Let
Sir,
it
Rich,
flow.
you're on the roast.
What's up, guys? What's up, man? Good morning. I haven't got my coffee yet, but I'll be picking that up later this morning. But look, man, at the end of the day, 1981, man, that was the year I hated Dallas because I had watched them 2 to 3 seasons before, and basically they would just come in and beat our behinds and leave. That was it, you know. But in 81, I thought, okay, you know what? This is a chance for us to finally beat these guys. And it looked like this was going to be another year where they were going to walk away and just beat us and leave. And I thought, no, man, not this time. And there was seconds left on the clock. I'm sitting in the front room, and I'm trying to figure out how can we win this game. I thought, man, this is it. They're gonna beat us again. All of a sudden, man, Joe Montana, goes back to pass, throws his ball, and I'm thinking, dude, who are you throwing this to? It goes in the corner. I look, all of a sudden, Dwight Clark just appears. It was like he got beamed in from Scotty from Star Trek. He just showed up out of nowhere, and he leaps up and catches this ball, and he comes down and he spikes it, and I see the dejected look on Everson Walls. I'm thinking, my God, this is probably the most climactic play in NFL history to me, because we've never done this before. So it definitely had to be 1981. But I will say this much. I do respect the Cowboys. I do. I respect them because that team and everything they put together over there has been amazing over the years. This is going to be a great game this next week. Guys, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Monte, Joe Shasky, take care, man.
Absolutely, Rich. Thanks for the phone call. And by the way, we have started a Cowboys hate hotline. A Cowboys hate hotline. And no, Shasky, do not call it. You got a show. You don't need to call the hotline here, Shasky. If you want, you can. But tell us why you hate the Cowboys. And you could be featured on the station if you leave a good voicemail. That's right. Leave a good message here. Call us at 415-951-2304. Again, this is a Cowboys hate line. Tell us why you hate the Cowboys, and you could be featured on the station if you leave a good message. Call us at 415-951-2304. Brian Baldinger joined us just moments ago talking about Drew Pearson, who, of course, had the great Hail Mary against the Minnesota Vikings in 1975. He was known as Mr. Clutch. Drew Pearson, an undrafted free agent, Shasky, and became a star. Undrafted free agent to Hall of Famer. That's remarkable.
It's one of the most incredible evolutions that you can possibly have. And the play that no one ever talks about after the catch was Eric Wright tackling him around the horse collar at the 45-yard line, and then on the very next play, Danny White fumbles him. They could have set up a field goal. They could have had that happen.
No doubt.
I can't wait to ask him that question. Everyone brings up Everson Walls. Bonte, do people realize Everson Walls was one of the sick players of the early 80s? I think he led the league in interceptions 3 or 4 times, Pro Bowler multiple times. I think he was a rookie that year in 81. Everson Walls was a great player, but Bill Buckner, he's remembered for this horrible thing that happened in this great big moment, and we forget how good of a player he was for so long. It's one of the great iconic plays when Joe gets Ed Too Tall Jones to jump in the air with a little pump fake. I mean, how many kids did that in their backyard in San Francisco?
Well, Everson Walls did get payback against the 49ers when he became a New York Giant in an NFC Championship game. I watched that game last week again for some reason. So we got a break here, Shasky. Save your thoughts.
I got a Belichick nuggie on his New York Giant time with Everson Walls.
We're going to go to break off of this soundbite right here, Lutman.
This goddamn Dallas team, they can't keep their mouth shut, you know? All they always like is make a goddamn press releases out of Dallas how they're going to kick somebody's ass. And they're at it again.
Nothing will be finer than get another chance at the San Francisco 49ers. We'll teach them not to toy with the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm sick of them. I hope you guys are the same way I am.
It's a huge freaking week.
kick somebody's ass. And they're at it again.
Nothing will be finer than get another chance at the San Francisco 49ers. We'll teach them not to toy with the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm sick of them. I hope you guys are the same way I am.
Good morning to everybody out there here on a Tuesday morning, YouTube, Twitch, everybody on the roadways and getting off your graveyard shifts. Joe Shasky, Lutman, and Curly in the building here. And one of the biggest talkers of all time and one of the most hated Dallas Cowboys of all time. He finally got his due, and he's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He deserves it, from undrafted free agent to Hall of Famer, a Super Bowl champ. But boy, do we despise him as 49er fans. It's the one and only Drew Pearson on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Drew, good morning. What you remember about that soundbite right there?
Man, I can't believe you found that soundbite and pulled it up like that. That's the way it was back in the day. We talked a lot of noise. The 49ers talked a lot of noise, but we tried to back it up, and they tried to back it up too, and that made it for a good rivalry between us.
Drew,
thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Heck yeah, man. Look, I've been going down the rabbit hole for years. Bonte and I are both city boys. We grew up hating the Cowboys. I mean, that's what it is since birth. And it starts for us at that 81 championship game. We know for a lot of Niner fans, it goes back even further. Take me through to your team. We just had Brian Baldinger on. He was explaining who the Dallas Cowboys of the 70s were, of the early 80s. I mean, I'm looking at Ed Too Tall Jones, yourself, Tony Dorsett, Greg White, Randy White. I mean, just ball players across ball players all over the field. Tell us who those 1970s, 1980 Dallas Cowboys were.
We were a combination of finesse and physicality. A lot of people didn't think we were a physical football team. And a lot of that came from the fact that on our offense, we did a lot of intricate things, the movement, the influence type blocking and things like that. And because of that, people say we're a finesse team. But then you go to the defensive side of the football with Harvey Martin, Randy White, Too Tall Jones, and people like that. How can you say they're not a physical football team? So we were a combination of that. And to put that with great coaching that we have with Coach Landry, we had a lot of success. 11 years I played in 7 NFC championship games. And if it wasn't us toward the 80s part of my career going to those championship games, it was probably the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, take me through this. I mean, during the regular season, you guys lose to the Niners, and you guys were talking a lot of smack, how it was just a blip in the radar, and Bill Walsh and Eddie DeBartolo were talking about, hey, the year prior, we got blown off the field by the Dallas Cowboys, and they ran the score up on us. So regular season at 81, you guys lose to the Niners, and you think, it's no big deal. We're just going to roll it into the NFC Championship game, and when push comes to shove, we'll be able to beat them. Take me through that rivalry throughout that season.
Yeah, that was a tough. In 1980, that's when we beat them. We scored 59-14. I scored 3 touchdowns in that game. I'm just saying. But anyway, we dominated the 49ers the first part of my career. But then they come to, I think they came to Texas Stadium and beat us like that. And then we had to go back out there to play them in that playoff game. But after they beat us in that playoff game, that's when the 49ers started their role as far as, Super Bowl victories and getting into championship games and things like that. And so now they become the rivalry,
Right.
We had pretty much dominated the East, the Redskins, the Eagles, and Cardinals and Giants, kind of down at that time. So we were pretty dominating in the East division, but the West with San Francisco was giving us trouble. And so when we lost that championship game to the 49ers out there in Candlestick, man, that's when the 49ers started taking off. And I feel responsible for that. But anyway, it's a great rivalry. And, the thing I liked about it is when I went to Candlestick, okay, guys, because I grew up in New Jersey. I wasn't a Cowboy fan. I was a Giant and Jet fan. And rest in peace to the great Hall of Famer Don Maynard, who just passed away. I grew up watching him. Yep. Just a tremendous football player. But I grew up a Giant and Jet fan. I couldn't stand the Dallas Cowboys. But once we got, of course, once you get there, you're playing. So I understood how people felt about the Dallas Cowboys. And I understood how the 49ers might feel about the Dallas Cowboys. But, back in the day, I just saw Jerry Rice on one of the morning shows this morning. And he looks like, first of all, he looks like he can still play. All right. Second of all, he's like pretty fired up for this game. I hope he's not playing because the way he was talking, he's pretty fired up. But we had that kind of banter going on back and forth. And now, when you have two teams competing for the top spot and trying to get to the Super Bowl through that top spot, you're going to have a rivalry. But as I was saying, as a kid growing up, going out to Candlestick Park, I was a San Francisco Giant fan. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey,
wow.
Howard, Tito Fuentes, you name them, I knew them all because I was a baseball man.
Right.
So going out to Candlestick, my first time, I want to find out where home plate is. I want to find out where first base is, all those kind of things. So it was a big thrill for me to go out there until I got on the field and played because that was one of the worst fields I ever played on.
Hall of Famer Drew Pearson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. That is a fantastic story. I want to go back to that 80 season, though, when you guys did drop 59 points on the 49ers. And the Joe Montana documentary right now on Peacock, they chronicle that game.
Yeah.
And Steve DeBerg threw like 5 picks and turned the ball over, 8-9 times? And Eddie DeBartolo, the owner of the Niners at the time, said they ran up the score on us. Tony Dorsett's in that same interview saying we could have scored more. They were just lousy. So talk about that game. You scored 3 touchdowns. You guys dropped 59. Obviously, you guys didn't see that dynasty coming a year later from the 49ers. How could you after you dropped 59 on them?
Yeah, we didn't expect that. But, we're a good football team, and we dominated pretty much that season in that game. And, we did talk a lot of noise. There's no question about that. I talk more noise than anybody out there. I talk so much noise, guys. My teammates used to tell me to shut up. He said, "You're pissing them off, Drew. You don't have to block these big guys." But anyway, it was that kind of rivalry. And again, it was when two teams going for the same thing, like a championship or the right to play in the Super Bowl. You're going to have that kind of intensity in your rival in your games, and it'll be a rivalry.
Drew, you guys went 59-14, and next year, obviously, Niners beat you in the regular season 45-14, and then the catch happens. And everybody remembers the catch. Everybody remembers Dwight Clark catching that pass over Everson Walls. But the play that people forget is the post route you caught around midfield.
His only
and
catch
it looked like,
in that game.
Yeah, I'm not going to bring that up.
His only catch in that game.
Hey, it been quiet that day, Drew, but you caught that pass in Eric Wright. In today's game, it would have been called a horse collar penalty. What do you remember about that play? Did you think you were going to the house after you caught that ball?
Yeah, I did. First of all, we were surprised that the 49ers took it downfield. Not just the fact that they took it downfield, the way they took it downfield. I mean, they ran a series of plays against our defense that our defense wasn't ready for. They had us going sideline to sideline, spreading us out and stuff like that until they hit the big play to the late, great Dwight Clark going across the middle to catch that pass from Montana. But after we get the kickoff, we think we got a chance. We need to get in field goal position to try to change that score in our favor. And, this is Danny White's pretty much first season as a starter of the Dallas Cowboys, and he pretty much wanted to try to establish himself as the quarterback of the Cowboys in the footsteps of Roger Staubach and that type of thing. In those situations, there's no question, Roger and Drew, that would have been it. Roger would have came in the huddle and said, "Drew, what do you got? Drew, what do you got?" That's how we did the Hail Mary and all the other passes I caught in game-winning situations. But Danny was trying to establish his own guy. So on the first play, we called an in route. And I ran that in route and about 15 to 20 yards. And when I broke in, I noticed Carlton Williams and Ronnie Lott were on me. And they ended up colliding with each other as the ball zipped past them. And the ball hit me in my chest. And I'm thinking, even with my speed, guys, even with my speed, I could have probably got another 20 yards to put us in field goal position. And I'm thinking, because Tony Hill is supposed to run a post pattern on the other side to clear it out, I'm thinking there's nobody there after I see Williamson and Lott collided with each other. So after I caught the ball, I'm getting ready to take my step, and next thing you know, a hand comes out of the sky, and it's Eric Wright. He grabs my jersey, reinforced the grab, by grabbing the shoulder pads and yanked me down. And if I had known he was there, I could have done something to try to get away from that, to avoid that. But I didn't know he was there, and he came out of nowhere and made pretty much a game-saving tackle. Because, like I said, if I catch that in stride like I was doing, Danny hit me perfectly in stride, I could take it 20, 25 yards, if not to the house in that situation. And that would have been, if I did take it to the house, guys, Vontae and Joe, that would have been Hail Mary.
Well, Drew, it didn't happen. Danny White fumbles on the very next play. And, look, there was a lot of talkers on the field. I mean, I'm watching this Joe doc, and Joe's talking to Ed Too Tall. Too Tall's talking. Randy White's talking. You're talking. Dorsett's talking. I'm sure Ronnie Lott's talking. Who was the guy on the other side of the field that you just hated the most? Who was that Niner that you just couldn't stand?
Well, actually, nobody, but, the one tried to gain respect initially was Ronnie Lott, okay? That was his rookie year. And, he's playing corner. Ronnie he's a Hall of Famer as a safety more so than a corner. And, USC and all that. So first play of the game, I'm going to come off the line and just jack Ronnie Lott, all right? Big mistake. Big. You sometimes in a game you got to live to play another day, and I should have followed that heat because I went to throw my elbow into Ronnie Lott's upside his chin under his helmet, and before I could do that, he got me and laid me out. And after that, it was a physical battle going back and forth. But to call anybody out to say you didn't like them or you had this grudge against them. It wasn't anybody. It was that whole secondary. It was Ronnie Lott. It was Eric Wright.
Dwight Hicks.
It was Dwight. Oh my God, Dwight Hicks. Carlton Williamson. Then Williamson and Lott were rookies coming in, and Eric Wright as well, right? Coming in
all
that
three.
season. And then, what a draft class that they had. But yeah, we didn't talk that much. I talked more noise and had more individual battles with guys we played more often, like in our division.
Right.
Pat Fisher, all the giant defensive backs, Jerry Jackson, even the Pittsburgh Steelers, with Mel Blount and Ron Jackson on the other side. They were Mel Blount. Y'all see Mel Blount?
Oh, yeah, man. He couldn't play in today's game, Drew. He couldn't play.
Headhunter.
They changed the rule because nobody could get off the line of scrimmage against Mel Blount. And in 79, they changed the rule to the Mel Blount rule. And they call it that because he was so big and intimidating playing that position. But the 49ers, they were a great secondary because collectively. And the young guys were trying to come and learn the NFL game and learn it at a fast pace because, their rookie year, they were in the Super Bowl.
Drew, and we have Drew Pearson, a Hall of Famer here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 in game.
On fire.
Absolutely incredible. And we got a soundbite we're going to play for you before we get you off the airways here. But after the catch, you guys make the conference championship game the next season, lose to Washington. And the Cowboys were never the same under Tom Landry as the 49ers ascended to the top of the NFL and reached the mountaintop and won 4 Super Bowls during that decade. What was that like as the Cowboys basically drowned to the 49ers, into the 49ers shadows here, the ascension of the Niners, and the Cowboys just basically drowned and became afterthoughts in the NFL?
Yeah, we didn't like that too much. We were pretty much kind of fading into the sunset, so to speak, and the 49ers were rising from the sunset into being the best team in the NFC division, NFC conference. So, anytime you lose any grip on, what you had going, the success you had, you're going to be concerned about that. After the 83 season, I had to retire because of the car accident. Butch Johnson, they traded because he burnt bridges. We had other players. Billy Joe Dupree retired after that season. Harvey Martin retired after that season. Things changed, the personnel changed, and then things in the coaching staff started to change, and we just weren't the same Dallas Cowboys. And that's when we went through that lull period, and having Quincy Carter and Reggie Collier and guys like that, Chad Hutchinson.
Oh my goodness.
Quarterbacks for the Dallas Cowboys, We had to go through that period. And then when Jimmy Johnson came and Jerry Jones came, we started to rise up again through that sunset. And, become a dominant football team in the NFC conference. But before then, it was a rough go for the Dallas Cowboys. I coached in 1985 with the Cowboys, and man, we lost some tough games. Not tough games, but we got blown out in a lot of games there, guys. And it was tough to take because I didn't want to see Coach Landry go through that.
Right.
You know? And
Yeah, he's a legend.
Same coach trying to do the same thing, but he just didn't have the personnel.
Mm-hmm.
With so many guys retiring at the same time, and other decisions made in the personnel side of the team. Coach Landry just didn't have the same personnel to do what he needed to do or have done to be successful out there on the football field.
Would Coach Landry have loved to have coached Debo Samuel?
Oh, my God, yes. I would have been on the bench. I wouldn't be a Hall of Famer. Jeez. I'm just reading about this guy this morning. Amazing. He's averaging 18 yards a catch. Of all the things he's done, the touchdowns, the rushing touchdowns, and big plays, he even threw a touchdown pass. I threw 3 touchdown passes in my NFL career.
Really?
I can relate to that. Yes, I did.
Well, you were a baseball player.
Right.
I was a baseball player.
And a quarterback.
And a great basketball player, we heard.
Oh, yeah, I could. Yeah, I'd be they called me the black hole, okay? When the ball came to me, you never got it back. But if they had the 3-point line back in the day, I might have had a professional basketball career. But no, Debo is what I look at is the fact that the 18 yards a catch, 77 receptions, over 1,400 yards. But is he getting downfield? Is he getting, catching 144 balls like Michael Thomas did one year with the Saints and average 8 yards a catch?
Right.
We receivers, we're like, we don't count the singles. If you're a baseball player, you count the home runs. Those are the ones you care about and think about more so than anything. But Debo is going to be a headache for our secondary. Hopefully we can get some guys back from the COVID list. I heard Diggs and Anthony Brown are supposed to play this game, and we're going to need those guys to try to control him. Just a tough football player. Really enjoyed watching the game this past weekend, the 49er game, how they came back and all that stuff. And then, when you see the wide receivers, having that big hand in the comeback, you get excited for them. But hopefully we can control them. And Debo has got to be the headache that we're concerned about.
Yeah, don't forget about George Kittle either, and that defensive line coming after Dak Prescott.
He's still there?
Yeah, he's still there, Drew. And that defensive line coming after Dak Prescott and company, try to slow down that running game and that great passing game. But I want to play this clip for you because this is one of my favorites. This is Joe's favorite. We're going to leave you with this one, Drew.
This.
Listen to this one. It's about 56 seconds long, and you can expound on this after you hear it.
I want to thank the Eagle fans for allowing me to have a career in the NFL. Thank you. I am honored as an undrafted free agent to be selected to make the Cowboys second-round draft pick. And on behalf of the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys, Hall of Fame owner Jerry Jones, Gene Jones and the Jones family, Coach Jason Garrett, all the Cowboy players that played before me, that played with me, and played after me, with the second pick and the 60th pick in the second round, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive back from Colorado, Chidobe Awuzie.
You absolutely nailed that, Drew.
I
To do
love
that
it.
in Philadelphia with all those Eagle
Love
fans,
it.
and the way you said 5-time Super Bowl champ.
So
I
good.
said, man, you know what? It's a lot of Cowboys I can't stand, but I respect the hell out of you for
Hell
doing
yeah.
that, man. You went up your stock went up my book, man.
Well, thank you, man. I just got fired up. The Eagle fans should have known they shouldn't have messed with me, man, because you provoked me like that, then I'm going to give it back to you. But you know what? After the commissioner announced that the Cowboys are up next with the second-round pick, the 60th pick in the second round, and here's Drew Pearson, and he comes back, the boos are going crazy. The fans are booing and clapping and stomping and everything. Commissioner comes backstage and says, "Are you ready for this?" I said, "Yeah, I'm used to being booed in Philadelphia." As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the Philadelphia Eagles, I wouldn't have had a career in the NFL.
Oh, so good.
I was just joking when I said that, but you know what he said? Say that. Say that. So
He
I
pulled
went
a
out
Vince
there and
McMahon on you.
You know? But that's how it turned out. And after I got backstage after doing that, I got a standing ovation from the green room from all those other athletes that are waiting. Commissioner hugs me. He gives me his business card and says, "You need anything, call me anytime." I said, "Yeah, I need a raise." My starting salary. My starting salary in the NFL, guys, was $14,500.
Wow.
Wow. And I just heard that Brady just got the ball to Gronkowski so he can get $1 million incentive bonus on his contract. You know, it's amazing what they do now. But that's the way it was. That rivalry with the Eagles, Herm Edwards, Roynell Young, Bill Bradley, Randy Logan, the strong safety. That was one of the toughest secondaries I had to face in my career, and I had to be up for those games. And Philadelphia being such proximity to Jersey, where I grew up, 25, 30 minutes north of where I grew up. Always heard about the Eagles, but you never went that way. You never gravitated toward the Eagles. I'm in central Jersey, and we gravitated more to the north, to the New York Giants and the New York Jets. And so when they did that, I had planned on saying what I was going to say because I felt privileged and honored that the Cowboys picked me to make the selection. So I wanted to do them right. So on the plane up there, I wrote out kind of what I wanted to say. But then I saw Clinton Portis go out there, and he read his card, got booed from the Redskins and came on back. Then Harry Carson went out there. He read his card and got booed and came on back. And I'm waiting in that green room for 2-3 hours. And I said, man, I'm going to take advantage of this national TV time and do more than read the card and just come back. So I had planned on saying what I said, but I didn't plan on delivering it like I deliver it. And that was because the Philadelphia Eagle fans just fired me up with the boos and excitement.
Well, it became one of the most iconic draft moments of all time, and that was your moment, and you killed it, Drew, and you killed this interview. This was a lot of fun. I don't know how much I hate you now after that interview, man. You're so polite.
I told you,
so
this
respectful,
is the guy.
man. But you know what? When we were booking the show this week, we said we got to get Drew Pearson on. We have to get Drew on, and this was awesome.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you so much. Enjoy Sunday's game, and go Niners.
Much respect.
Go Cowboys. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate you, Vontae and Joe.
Drew Pearson, the Hall of Famer here on 95.7 Game. What a fun interview from Drew to Zaza, the executive show coming up here on 95.7 Game. Zaza Pachulia coming up on the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by the Department of Health Care Services.
Why do you hate the Cowboys? Their uniforms, their
To the roast, Drew Pearson, the Hall of Famer, just joined us. Go to the Odyssey app and download that bad boy to listen to that interview back. Odyssey. That's where you can find all your podcasts here at 95.7 The Game. Also, Baldy joined us at 7:30 a.m. Has some great stories about Drew Pearson, about the Niners, about the Cowboys, and broke down this week's game as we are getting ready for Cowboys and Niners. Sorry, my Odyssey just popped up. Don't forget, Warriors and Grizzlies. Warriors got a great road trip here. Some fascinating games coming up. Grizzlies tonight at the FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. The Warriors' first trip out there to Memphis. And then they play the Milwaukee Bucks Thursday in Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then Friday, a nice rematch against the Chicago Bulls at the United Center for a back-to-back. So Otto Porter Jr. may not play. Draymond may not play. I think Gary Payton II is questionable. So this would be a tough game against the Memphis Grizzlies, Shasky. John Morant and company playing really good basketball right now.
What did you think of my comp earlier today where I was saying that, there are certain teams in sports that I consider to be the fun video game team. The Cincinnati Bengals are that NFL team right now, right? Like everybody wants to be Burrow and Jamar Chase. I feel like the Memphis Grizzlies have a very Cincinnati Bengal feel to them. Dylan Brooks and John Morant and Jaren Jackson, they've got a little something here. I like it.
They're rugged, but Ja is fun.
He's a lot of fun.
Ja is fun, man. The block shot he had the other day. Dylan Brooks is out tonight, by the way, with the left ankle sprain, so that hurt Memphis there.
I didn't know that.
But Desmond Bane is a very good player. He can hit the three as well.
He killed the Warriors earlier this year.
No doubt. Draymond Green is officially out of tonight's game with the left calf tightness. Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr. are questionable. But Memphis is a very fun team and a team that, they're going to be a factor in the playoffs. They rolled the Lakers the other night. Rolled them, and they talked that trash.
You kind of glossed over the Draymond Green calf injury. We haven't had a chance to discuss it. I'm a little worried about the calf injury. Calf injuries are tough. You think it's good, and then you go to push it again. You could, really mess up the muscle. You could hurt yourself further. I think this is a really tricky injury that they're going to have to navigate here, and rest is the number one thing. And then even when he comes back, you're going to want to monitor it because it could flare up at any moment. I'm a little worried about the calf injury because Draymond was playing at such a high level this year.
No doubt. You don't want that to linger. You don't want that injury to linger. And this could hurt his all-star chances, no doubt. But I guarantee you Draymond would probably trade an all-star bid just to be healthy for the postseason run here. And it's also the second game of Klay Thompson. How will he respond after all the emotions from Sunday in Chase Center? That's going to be a lot for Klay Thompson to go against this Memphis team, knowing that, I just played against these guys. But there's a quote that I wanted to read to you from Joe Lacob, Shasky. And he's basically not a tweeter, right? Joe Lacob told us that, but he has his eyes on Twitter. He reads. He knows what's going on. But after Sunday's game, Joe Lacob spoke with Yahoo Sports. And he's basically said, if I was a tweeter, I would tweet, tonight Chase Center is finally finished with construction. After Klay Thompson made his season debut after missing 2 seasons with gruesome injuries here to ACL and Achilles tear. He said, we're halfway through our 3rd year in this building, and I feel like Klay is the final piece to the construction. How did Chase Center sound on your TV set Sunday night, Shasky?
It sounded loud. I've been there a few times this year, and I've seen it on television now for quite some time. I think it's a loud venue. I think it's a fun venue. I think it's still growing. Whenever there's a new venue, it takes time to build up the equity and the memories. That's what happens. I've had this theory about Levi Stadium. I think it's really hard when you only have 8 home games to build up all of those memories, right? Basketball's lucky, very similar to baseball, where with the 41 home dates set in stone, you're built in lots and lots of nights and memories and things that can happen throughout a time. And I think that's what Oracle really benefited from. Years upon years of 41, then all those great playoff runs. But really, the hallmark of a great venue, you got to have those playoff moments. And I think that the Klay Thompson moment thus far is as close to a playoff moment as we can come. I thought the Friday night against Phoenix, the game that I went to, was about as close to playoff atmosphere as I've been in that venue. I wasn't in the house for the play-in game last year. I'm sure even though it was limited capacity, I don't think it was 100%. It must have felt big. So, look, these are the baby steps. We look at AT&T Park, Monte.
Right.
We're 22 years in. Doesn't it feel like it's been around for 50?
It does. It really does. It really does.
It takes time, though. And think of how many playoff runs that the Giants have had to kind of build that equity up. So it just takes time.
No doubt. Well, coming up in 13 minutes, we'll bring you the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a Flex moment of the show. The executive show coming up with Zaza Pachulia in moments. I do think Chase Center is starting to find its identity this season. You have a good basketball team, right? And the fans not being allowed there last season. The year before, you win 15 games, and it was not much to cheer about. This year was Steph playing at a high level, Draymond playing at a high level, Andrew Wiggins surging to an all-star bid, Jordan Poole coming off the bench and doing what he's doing, the influxing youth with Jonathan Kuminga and Moody, and we're waiting on the return of James Wiseman, who got his jersey retired from his old high school last night. A lot of the Warriors were there in attendance to see him get his jersey retired. Chase Center does have an identity. That baby was rocking. And the last time the Warriors played Memphis, a couple of weeks ago, when Steph Curry dropped 46 on the same night the Niners lost to the Titans, the first 5 minutes of the game, I'm thinking, is this a playoff game? Fans are into it. So this whole narrative that Chase Center will be like Levi's in the first few years, it's totally different. It's right by AT&T Park or Oracle Park down the street.
But what's
in
the
elixir?
City.
Huh?
The elixir, location matters, but the elixir is winning. The elixir is winning. That's the magic potion that makes a venue great.
No doubt.
Like, was Phoenix last year, take out the winning? Did anyone think that Phoenix was some home arena to be reckoned with?
They had a great home court advantage when Barkley was there, and then they started
were winning.
losing. Yeah, exactly. You got to win. You got to win games. You got to win games. Like, even Oracle Arena, when the Warriors weren't winning games, it was loud there because there was a lot of opposing fans there. And there was a lot of people going to games to see their favorite player on other teams, Allen Iverson. Whether or not it was somebody from the New York Knicks, or if it was KG with the Minnesota Timberwolves, or somebody from the Miami Heat. I know I was going to games opposing, Warriors stink, but I want to go see Iverson. Warriors stink, but I want to go see Kobe or Shaq or whatnot. I want to go see Duncan. So
that's how they sold ticket packages.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, buy the Laker ticket package, and it had Kobe on the graphic, and then you get 4 crap throw-in games. You know what I mean, to go in there. There's one thing that I've seen floated around the last couple of weeks is this frustration with media and the Warrior fans. It's not one or the other. I think it's both of them being frustrated with the James Wiseman situation. Everybody needs to relax. We're all ready to tell you're wasting the Steph years, media and fans. It's not one or the other. I think it's both of them. A lot of people frustrated with the process because things aren't happening at their speed that they want. James Wiseman will come back. He is going to have an impact at some point. So, this takes time.
Let me ask you, who is frustrated? What's the frustration about?
I think the fact that we're not seeing him on the court in 5-on-5s, the fact that we are not seeing a lot of updates from the team themselves, I think people covering the team, and they're not exclusive, and I think people following the team have been getting frustrated because they're not getting enough James Wiseman updates to appease their desires.
Well, here's the update from a couple days ago.
Give it to me.
And I watched him warm up the other day on Klay Day. He looked good. He was hitting jumper after jumper after jumper. He looked good. Bend a knee. So Wiseman participated in most of Saturday's practice at Chase Center, and we saw the 2-man game with him and Klay Thompson. Said he screened. It looked really good. He did not play in the team scrimmage, but he's trending in that direction. As Steve Kerr said, he was bouncing around practice today, going through our defensive drills. He looked like a kid on Christmas morning. I'm so excited for James. He appears to be in a really good place and heading in a good direction. So he's only 20 years old. It's a meniscus injury. The Warriors can be patient here. They have 30 wins on the season. They're the top team in the West. What are people freaking out about?
But we spent all of this time and energy, you and I included, talking to people about the rookies. The rookies are playing like a small sidebar to what the big season is. And I credit the organization for putting together a team that doesn't rely on these rookies on a nightly basis.
All right, it's time for the executive show with Zaza Pachulia this week. Hit the open, Lubman.
Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
An inside look at the Warriors front office.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
With NBA champion and Warriors front office member Zaza Pachulia on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits for amazing cocktails that keep you in the game. Available at drinkfreespirits.com.
Mr. Nothing Easy, Zaza Pachulia. He's back, baby. Happy New Year to you, Zaza. Klay's back. The Warriors are rolling again. They're in Memphis tonight. Zaza, I didn't see you in the building Sunday. Were you there? Zaza, we got him? Oh, there he is. Zaza, we didn't hear the first words. Zaza, Happy New Year. Good to have you back on. Were you there at Chase Center Sunday?
Are you really asking me that?
I didn't see you. That's why. I was around the building. I was sitting there with Bully D, right? I saw Sean Livingston. I saw Ed Stott there in the tunnel. I was looking for you, Zaza.
Well, you know what? My guy Klay saw me. I was there. I came early. He saw me. He saw me before the game. He saw me after the game. That's what mattered. All right. Okay? So, of course, I was there.
I just wanted to make sure. Because, Klay didn't come in on the boat. I was hoping you and Klay came in and transported on the boat to Chase Center. Come from the Oakland Hills. Forget the transportation over to Bay Bridge, driving and whatnot. I wanted you on the boat with Klay as he made his return Sunday at Chase Center.
Well, I came too early because I kept my promise. I was keep telling everyone that I'm going to show up as early as possible, and I did. I had my nice suit on, and I was ready. I was so high. I couldn't see the whole game. I was up on my feet. What an emotional day. What a great day for Dub Nation, for the Warriors organization, for the players, for the coaching staff, for everyone. I mean, wow, it was very, very emotional day for me. I'm still under impressions, honestly. I've been thinking about it. I talked to Klay yesterday. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. So happy for my guy to be back. Wait is over, so now he can enjoy and play basketball.
On a friendship level, what did it mean for you? Because you've talked so much about on a friendship level, you and Klay Thompson. Just for your buddy, what did it mean?
It means a lot. Obviously seeing him going through, all these challenges and during this time, how difficult it was, right, for him mentally, emotionally. Yes, of course, only Klay knows what he was going through, but, being friends and, being in the same building and seeing him, his mood and his behavior, it was not easy. And I think he handled it as the best way as possible. And, it's a scary moment, guys. 2 years in this stage, and especially, you experience the championship, you signed multiple contracts, and you made your money. You might think, there'll be people quitting, and giving up. But the guy's as motivated as ever, honestly. He's still trying to prove. He's still trying to, be top 75. He's still trying to send a message to the world he's one of the best players. He's one of the best shooters. And you could tell from his performance. Obviously, it's not the closest he's going to get to, right? I mean, yeah, he scored 17 points in 20 minutes and 18 shots, all that. But I think his rhythm, his speed, he's going to only going to get better from now on. But, the way he showed up, the way he performed, I think that was an example of who really plays,
Were you as surprised as I was to see everybody around the league celebrating Klay Thompson's return the way they did? Because, in our bubble, we all love him, and we know how important he is to the Warriors, but to see Dwayne Wade, to see Shaq, to see LeBron, just to see all the different people that are the luminaries of the NBA, to have all of them also recognize what it meant for him to come back, did that surprise you a little?
It's been great. Short period of time. I mean, I only played here for 2 years, but I remember when I got here, when I was already playing for the Pistons, when the ring ceremony. If I'm getting that kind of love and support from Dub Nation, I'm not surprised at all. It really was a Klay day. It really was a celebration, and you could feel the energy. On social media, you could feel the energy. Even when I was driving, when I got close to the Chase Center, there were so many Klay jerseys out there, people walking. And the way they were walking, with a fast speed, everybody couldn't wait to get to the gym, to the Chase Center, right, to experience it. And our marketing team, I think our organization did a great job of really making it as a celebration, a special day for Dub Nation. And obviously this was everything for the Klay, his family. And I'm pretty sure he's thankful for the support, from everyone. Again, kudos to Warriors organization, kudos to Dub Nation for really celebrating and make this special day for Klay.
Zaza Pachulia here on 95.7 The Game, the executive show, sponsored by Free Spirits. Zaza, I was reading a story in The Athletic, and it was discussing Klay's relationship with all the bigs. Andrew Bogut, David West, and of course you, Zaza. And I have forgotten about the fun stuff you guys did, counting dunks. Who's going to have more dunks during the regular season? And of course, Klay Thompson had a great dunk Sunday over 2 Cavaliers, which had the house rocking at Chase Center Sunday. And then the box score that you had him sign when you scored more points than him in a playoff game. You scored 7, and he scored 6. And going down that memory lane, I thought was really, really cool. The relationship with you and Klay and how much of a humble guy he is by not only just hanging out with Steph and Draymond, but he hung out with everybody. And it seems like he's the more likable guy in the locker room. Like, everybody looked at Klay Thompson, and whenever he spoke in that locker room, people listened.
That's what makes Klay special, right? And in the same way, he treats everyone nicely. As soon as he walks in the arena, either it's people, the security people, or to ushers, to the coaches, teammates, everyone. So those 2 guys that's why it's so amazing, right? And the superstar level, where they're humble, they're nice people. That's what makes them, great, in my opinion. So, I told millions of times, that's why I love basketball, because of memories. You collect all these great memories, great times with your friends, with your teammates. That's why basketball is so special, right? Because you're not going to surprise everyone with the wins and the amount of games you played. Yeah, it's great. I think it's more personal, but what I'm proud of the most, the relationships I have built throughout my career and memories I built with my guys. Right? That way, I keep thinking about it and puts a smile on your face, right? So, again, that's why I keep telling to the parents, take the kids to the sport. In any sport is fine. As far as they play sports, they learn so many habits, right? There's the discipline, the professionalism, the teamwork, quick decisions, the healthy life, and the memories, and the friendship they build on the court, right? Because it's very hard to play professional basketball, very hard to, achieve the goal. It takes so much, but most importantly, you have great friends, you have great memories, and you have great values. You get a lot of great values from the sport.
I mean, Zaza, you're preaching to my ear here. We were winning big the other day, and I had to explain to my guys there's a way to win and way to lose, and you have to have class, and you have to respect officials and respect your opponent, and it's the thing that gets lost, I think, in today's modern society. But you see the friendship that you're talking about between Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, and I think that their friendship off the court obviously helps their friendship, and there is synergy on the court. I feel like because Klay returned, we're going to get Steph Curry to come out of this little kind of mini slump, funk, whatever it is. And you saw it in the first half. He was getting those looks that he was accustomed to getting prior. And I'm just happy for the 2 of them to be back on the court together. It was really cool to watch.
Splash Brothers are back. Absolutely. They can, I think one of the reasons why they were so successful because they had each other in their careers, right? Because they were pushing each other. They were motivating each other, right? They were pushing each other to be better. And they were helping each other, getting, open shots. I remember the moment where Klay broke the record, with the 3-point makes per game. You guys remember the reaction from Steph, right?
Yep.
And I still have that picture of it because that's what the teammates do for each other. And I'll share with you one story. It was KD was involved, but after every practice, right? After every practice, Steph and KD would shoot together, and they would go, from 3-point line, 5 shots, 5 spots, total of 25 shots, right, from threes. So one would go, another one would wait, and they were both of them such a great shooters. Let's say KD would go 23 out of 25 or 24 out of 25, right? They were teammates, but they were super competitive. That's why they're the best in the world right now. And next guy had to be perfect. If KD would shoot 24 out of 25 from threes, Steph wanted to win, even though they were teammates, right? And he had to be perfect to beat KD. And that's a very healthy competition, within the teammates, right? So that's what I mean with pushing each other to be better. That's what I mean to pushing each other to be great. So can you imagine living this kind of life every single day? You're developing such amazing habits, right? So again, that's what teammates do in a healthy way, in right way, to make each other better.
Hey, Zaza, real quick before we get you off, I wanted to talk about Sunday's performance. He scored 17, 7 of 18 from the floor, 3 of 8 from the three-point line. Did he exceed your expectations with this performance? Because he did for me. And even defensively, the way he stayed in front of defenders, I was like, wow, okay, Klay is really getting close to being the Klay Thompson of old.
I wasn't surprised. There was so much hype. I was only hoping my first bucket to go in, honestly. And I was really hoping that was going to be a layup or something close to the rim. Because, there was such an emotional day, so much pressure, right? And I just wanted him to feel better after, first shot. And it really went that way. But, I have no doubt that, the Klay going to have amazing games. It's about the consistency now on guys, to catch the NBA rhythm, right? Mm-hmm. You can play the game. Of course, he's been, working so hard. And, I definitely want to give a shout-out to our training staff. And that's the first thing I texted Rick Calabrini right before the game started because I was watching Klay's warm-ups before the game. I texted Rick, and him and his team has done a phenomenal job to get this guy ready, right? And then also coaching staff, Khalid Robinson, who was staying in town, to work out with Klay, and he was there for him 24/7, to be honest. So whole team, kudos to everyone. But it's very, very important to have a right team around you. But like I say, he was ready for that, great game in my opinion. Good start. Now it's about the consistency. Obviously there's a fatigue. There is are you really ready for NBA season to play back-to-back games and et cetera, to play, increased minutes? But he's going to get there. He's going to get there. We have a really smart staff. I know what they're doing, and they got to this point. I'm pretty confident that it's going to get even better.
No doubt. Zaza Pachulia here on the Executive Show. Big road trip coming up for the Warriors in the first 3 this week. Tonight in Memphis, and then a back-to-back in Milwaukee and Chicago. Should be a lot of fun. Zaza, we can't wait to do it again in 2 weeks. Clay's finally back. Klay is back.
We got to ask him a question. As somebody, are you rooting for the Niners against the Cowboys, or are you a Cowboy fan?
I never said that. I'm all the way in the Bay Area. I support all the Bay Area teams, and go Niners, of course.
Let's go!
Come on, man.
Let's go, Zaza.
Hey, Zaza, just tell him. That's a stupid question. Come on.
Let's go. You never know.
Two
Uh-oh.
No, it was cut out.
Yeah, it cut out. It's so bad. He cut out.
Are there any Cowboy fans on the Warriors?
There can't be. I don't know. The Executive Show is brought to you by Free Spirits, trying to cut back on alcohol but still love a great cocktail. Do you still love a great cocktail? Free Spirits makes non-alcoholic spirits so you could have the same delicious cocktails you love just without the alcohol. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. It's time for the Flex Moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. I said, Anna, you're either coming with me or you're not coming at all. The choice is yours. But I'm going to Dallas, Texas. I'm going to Jerry's World. I'm going.
Okay, so are you buying tickets to sit as a fan, or are you sitting in the press box?
No, I'm not sitting in the press box for this one. No. How I get my tickets?
Because I can imagine you in your Buster Brown with the old Tom Landry hat with the pullover, pea coat, pretending to be one of the beat writers.
No,
that would be a good look for you.
No, I'm not going in the press. I'm not doing the press box. This is not a press box game. This is get to the stadium early, take in Jerry's World, walk around, see what the stadium's all about, look at it, take some photos, and then lock in for Niners and Cowboys. Flex Moment of the day. You guys are going to get me in a lot of trouble when that hits Instagram. You guys are going to get me in a lot of trouble. It's all good. My back's been feeling good. The couch is fluffy. It's all good.
Hey,
it's all good.
Getting back to that outfit look, because I'm curious. When you got into journalism back in the day, I saw you quote tweet a picture from it looked like the 92 NFC Championship game with Ray Ratto on the sidelines with a blue anorak pullover coat of some sort. When you got into journalism and you were doing journalism school, did you wear the Buster Brown outfit in the words of Uncle Gary?
Yeah, I didn't know Buster Brown outfit.
No pea coat, no Tom Landry hat with the little index card in it, and you, hi, it's me, Bonte Hill. I'm on the sidelines here at Candlestick Park.
Number one, nobody ever talks like that. I don't know where you get that voice from.
That's the old 50s,
It's 2022. When I got to journalism, it was 2010. That was
you could have been the Mike Nolan of your era, petitioning for suits.
No suits. It was. I was wearing. I wasn't wearing jabots. I was wearing jeans.
Okay.
Polos. Pea coats. I was wearing anything. I was wearing like I was going to the club or something.
Well, because I'm looking at the sidelines the other day, and your boy Raheem Morris was wearing the capris. I don't know if you saw the joggers. I mean, I saw full ankle and calf.
I wasn't feeling that at all.
Right? It was a weird look.
I was feeling Rattle's jacket, though, in the 1992 NFC Championship game at Candlestick Park. And he had great sight lines there, right behind the goalpost, right next to the goalpost. Yeah, Ray Ratto was looking fly, and he was also at the catch game, right next to the guy who caught the ball when Dwight Clark spiked it. In the back.
There's about 4 different families that are claiming that ball. The Nevin family I know has claimed that ball. There's a big story Sports Illustrated's done on who has the ball currently and whose mantle it's on. There's a dispute between 2 families, but I'm going to go with the Nevin since I know them.
Yeah, there you go. Crosstalk. It's 8:59 already. Man, the show flew by here. Willard and Dibs.
What's up, boys?
Willard and Dibs. What is happening?
Yo.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning. How we doing?
Sensual Dibs today. I like it.
Always got to keep it emotionally balanced. Got a little sunlight issue poking through. I got to adjust the blinds, the Venetians here at the first opportunity. But getting excited. Victory Monday's behind us, and now you can really start to take a look at Dallas. And I'm excited that you're thinking about going down there, Bonte. That'd be a fun trip.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out the flight back. I don't know about the flight back. I'm trying to figure it out.
Good luck with
that. Am I going to do the show in Dallas on Monday, or am I going to do the show here in studio on Monday? I don't know. I mean, it's getting dicey here. Getting dicey because I've been waiting a little bit because my girlfriend is, we didn't do that. I'm like, I'm going to the game. So I'm there. I'm 90% sure I'm going down there to Dallas, Texas. Jerry's World. I'm 90% sure. You never know what can happen with the other 10% when you got a baby in your life.
That's a huge 10. If you haven't gotten the, as we like to do, the green check mark, we do our picks of the day and then we send out on the thread. If you get it right, you send out that gigantic green check mark.
Nice.
And if you get it wrong, you get the big red X. And if you don't have spousal support just yet, I wouldn't put you at 90%. I'd put you closer to about 19% right now.
Thank you.
Spousal support is there. I've been getting texts all day because we got some credits here. And she's like, give me your credit number. I just want to make sure. So she's in. She's in. It's just about the flight back. That's it.
That's big. That's big. But I do love that. You're like, I am there.
Look, Willard.
I am 90% sure that I am there.
Look, you never know what can happen.
I feel you.
You never know what can happen. But I got
now,
Willard.
I mean, come on.
I got to be at this game. I got to be at this game. Jerry's World, Niners, Cowboys. It's
They're
huge.
winning the game, too.
I got the day off from the Warriors. You only live once. I haven't been out the Bay Area in quite some time. I'm itching here. I'm itching just to get on a plane and get somewhere and watch something and go have some barbecue. I need some good barbecue in my life.
Itching to get on a plane is something I've not heard anyone say in the last 2 years.
real.
But I'm glad you are, man.
I'm like a kid in Christmas, man. Buckle up, baby, and lean back.
We talked so much. We got so lucky this year. We got Lakers and Warriors for the play-in game, which, everybody either loves or hates the Lakers, right? You get the Dodgers and the Giants for baseball, which was incredible. And now we got Cowboys, Niners. And I was telling Bonte earlier, Bonte was saying, hey, the early 90s, losing in 1992 NFC Championship game, that's when his hatred of the Cowboys started. Mine was just family parties. Everybody hated Dallas. Screw Dallas was kind of the mantra for many, many years. Sports hate is so unique to every single person, but at what point did you guys grow a hatred, or maybe you don't care about the Dallas Cowboys one way or the other? Because for me, it's like mid-80s in the family parties. If the Cowboys were on TV, screw Dallas, we're rooting against them.
I'm glad you asked this because it's something we were just talking about together about 20 minutes ago. So I don't know exactly how old I was, but I'm going to guess somewhere in the neighborhood of between 6 and 9 years old.
Okay.
And so I can't remember if this was before the catch or after the catch, but I remember going to a late regular season game at Candlestick between the 49ers and the Cowboys, and my dad is teaching me. He is teaching me on the way to the game that this is what Cowboys and 49ers is like. This is what the Cowboys have meant to the 49er fan base for years. We are under their thumb, one way or another. Whenever the 49ers even flirt with being good, the Cowboys are there to squash their dreams, and it was just this huge mental block. So I've already been built up with this on my way to the game. And then I get to the game, and my parents recently had given me a foam finger, a 49ers foam finger as a gift. And I loved this thing. I was so excited to go to the game with my foam finger, and I was going to wave it all over the place. I get to the game, and I'm waving the foam finger around right there in pregame warm-ups. The game starts, one play in. I got my foam finger up. Some Cowboy fan is sitting behind me. And imagine doing this to a little kid. He doesn't tap on the shoulder. He doesn't say, hey, you know what, I'm having a hard time seeing. This mofo leans forward to a little kid and whispers in my ear, if you put that foam finger up one more time, I am going to shove that foam finger right where it doesn't shine. Whispers it to me so that my dad cannot hear him. I sat there in absolute fear of this man for the next 3 hours. Don't worry, 49ers won, but that was the birth of my hatred of all things, mainly fans of the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh,
wow.
Noon to 3, Steiny and who, as we discussed yesterday.
Yeah, it might have been him. It might have been Daryl.
I talked to Who called me yesterday, and he's freaking out. Who being the guy working with Steiny, of course.
Dibs, did you ever hate the Cowboys growing up? Because there's such a large fan base, like the 70s and television and what it represented to that era of people and the Steelers
America's
and the Cowboys.
Team, all that.
So, like, did you hate them or did you root?
I didn't have the same visceral experience that Mark had, but growing up in the North Bay, you absolutely hated the Cowboys. And actually, my first ever 49er game was the first meeting between the two in 1981. I guess I would have been 12 and a half.
The regular season game.
Yeah, the regular season game that the Niners won 45-14. They had this thing back then called the Berkeley Farms Junior 49er Minor Club.
Yes.
Which, that's the only way I could get tickets. We were not a family of means, so we didn't have season tickets. We didn't ever go. We went to Giants games because Giants games were cheap. You get into the stick for $4 or $5, and, family of 6, we had 4 kids. It was not really that affordable to go to football games, but I went to the Berkeley Farms Junior 49er Minor Club, and I got 2 free tickets, and my dad and I went, and that was my first ever NFL game. So my Cowboy hatred stemmed from my love of the Pittsburgh Steelers early on, because when I was a young kid, I was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan because they were good.
Yes.
And, my siblings were Niner fans, and the Niners were bad. So by being a Steelers fan, it allowed me to get a leg up on my older siblings because my team was good and their team stunk. So my hatred of Dallas really kind of stemmed from my love of the Steelers and the fact that they were the true rivals in the NFL.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified, the 9 a.m. hour, brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. What else you guys got cracking? Warriors and Grizzlies. It's Niners and Cowboys, man. But Warriors got the Grizzlies, Bucks, and then the Bulls. It's a nice little fun road trip.
Fun.
Death trip, man. It's a death trip. And Hasseltine, the Bay Area guy, voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, going to jump on the show today for sure.
Oh, nice.
I was talking about this with the guys short time ago as well. I don't know how you feel. To me, especially after watching the Warriors the last few weeks and their road trips to Utah and Phoenix and whatnot, this is a team that scares me. It's not Phoenix and Utah. It's Memphis. I don't want the Western Conference semifinals to be Memphis because it it could be, and that might be, of all teams in the NBA for the Warriors, the team that scares me the most. And you look at them right now. They've won 9 in a row, and look at the games they've won. They've won at Phoenix. They've won at Brooklyn. I mean, it's like they have gone to L.A. and beat both of those teams and beat them down. Like this team, I'm shocked. It's almost like obligatory that the Warriors are favored tonight. With no Draymond going into this place, the way that team's playing, this is a hard game tonight.
GP2 questionable, Otto Porter Jr. questionable, but no Dylan Brooks for the Memphis Grizzlies. This should be a fun one. Klay, second game back for the Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry, of course, last time out against Memphis, dropped 46 on them dudes. So this would be a fun game. Willard Dibs, have a good one. We'll be listening.
See you, boys.
All right. Roasters, thank you so much for another great day. See you tomorrow at 6 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, good morning, Claus. Good morning. And the national champion is not Alabama. That makes people feel good for some reason. I'm still basking in the glow. I was thinking about this earlier today, and I haven't mentioned this with you a whole lot since we started. What are we now? 4 months? 4 months ago or so?
Darn near. Yeah, darn near. Coming up on 4 months.
I'm still basking in the glow of getting to wake up and then talk to you, and then at night, when whatever game of the evening comes on, I'm still basking in the glow of being able to sit there and watch it. Like, I'm already like, cool, 5 o'clock, Warriors, Grizzlies. Okay, let's go. Like, what's for dinner? When do I got to time it? Man, I timed it perfectly last night. I made Greek food, and it was ready right at halftime.
Nice.
I mean, right when they went to the locker room, I'm like, everybody get in here and eat. So
perfect.
Get back out to the couch here in about 14 minutes. So
you could have just sat the whole first half out, though. You could have just spent the whole first half making food, because that thing, I mean, and we could talk about this as the show goes on, but that was a classic example of why college football, at least out here, will never match the pro game. And it's,
no doubt.
You know, every Saturday in the fall is a different story because there's urgency on all those games, but you get to the end of the line, national championship game against familiar foes, and you're swapping field goals. Miss me with that. It was a largely uninspiring, not a very entertaining first 3 quarters. Now the fourth quarter was pretty exciting, a lot of back and forth play, but you know, that kind of underscored the problem with college football, at least outside of the South.
I'm with you. I mean, for somebody who laid the 3 for Georgia, the pick 6 was exciting, but up until then, it was just kind of like, okay, we're meandering through. And, you know, I love now that we're like, oh, wow, Georgia did it. Like there's some sort of underdog story because they beat Alabama. I'm like, A, they were the number 1 team all year. B, they were favored last night. And C, they're Georgia, okay? This is like, stop with this sort of Cinderella vibe about the whole thing. And what really popped to mind in watching it, Dibs, you know, you got Bryce Young. There's the Heisman Trophy winner. That's the best college football has to offer at the quarterback position this year. And he's nice. He's nice. He's not coming to the NFL. And, you know, last night's a big night for mock drafts. It's like, okay, college football's over. Here come the mock drafts. There is right now some total of one quarterback, Matt Corral, the kid from Ole Miss, one quarterback projected to be in the top 10 of the NFL draft. And I immediately thought, my gosh, once again, college football does not have a whole lot to offer at the quarterback position this year. Therefore, with all the teams that need help at that position, that means something for the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo, because this year, maybe more than years in recent history, if you've got a quarterback to give up, your phone's going to ring.
Yes, and especially when you have all these teams now that are looking for new head coaches or they're looking for new offensive coordinators, and I know the Niners OC is getting some sniffs, and so the 49ers staff might be losing some coaches again, which is a good thing. That shows that you're doing things right from a front office standpoint when other teams want your coaches. But with all the turnover, new teams getting new coaches, and the quarterback shuffle that could take place, Kirk Cousins in a contract year making $35 million. If Minnesota looks to do other things, you might have between 8 and 10 teams this offseason that are looking for a new quarterback to run the show. And say what you will about Jimmy Garoppolo, at the very least, he is a competent quarterback who can win you games. That much has been proven now time and time again.
Well, not only that, I also think, this is just a prediction, if you will. Some of you may or may not feel this today. But the 49er fan base bond with Jimmy Garoppolo, I will tab as underrated. It is underrated. It is often unacknowledged. It's a thing. There's a relationship there, and I'm not just talking about the ladies who think he's the best-looking thing that's ever walked the earth.
Yeah.
I mean, there is that, though, okay? There is that.
I got body envy.
But beyond that, I mean, we went from A to Z and back to A with our Jimmy opinions, most of us, just within the span of Sunday, between 1:30 and 4:30. I mean, wow, he's going to go out there. Oh, my God, we hate him. He's the worst thing ever. Oh, my God, I can't believe he just did that. We're inspired by Jimmy. Take us to the Super Bowl. Let's go, Jimmy. That relationship is always going to be topsy-turvy. But my belief is that for most fans, we think it's easier to move on from this guy than it actually is. And that story could change even more with a win at Dallas this week. I think that parting with this guy is going to be harder for most fans than they realize. And we don't even know what he's going to do yet in this month of January. What if he does something, Dibs?
Oh, boy. Don't even go there.
But let's
what if he does
this now.
What? Are you talking about the whole enchilada?
I mean, whatever it is. If it's a fun run, if it's just a great performance and a win at Dallas that then ends in Green Bay the next week, whatever it is, what exactly could develop out of that? You got to remember, next year, this fan base gets a pup. They get a 22-year-old from North Dakota State who's going to have growing pains, and you're going to be watching Jimmy leading the Steelers down the field or something like that in the I don't think you're ready for this. I think you think you're ready for this. I don't think you're ready for this.
Well, you never know how ready you are until you actually go through it. And I think about, somebody in a long-term relationship where it's fine. It's a fine relationship. Everything goes, according to plan, and no volcanic fights or anything. But you both kind of realize that you may want something more, and so the one person goes out and tries to get that new relationship, and you think, oh, everything's going to be better, and I cannot wait to get into this new relationship. And then as you get into it, you realize, well, there's certain things maybe that weren't so bad about the previous situation, and that's where Niner fans are going to have to deal with it. Luckily, you don't have to deal with it until next August or next September. In the meantime, you get this one last gasp of Jimmy G, and if he didn't win you over as a 49er fan with his toughness, with his moxie, with his game-winning drive, then I don't know what kind of a fan you are. I'm not saying you have to look to trade Trey Lance right now or fire Shanahan and Lynch because they never should have. You know what I mean? You don't need to be too reactionary, but I don't know how you can look at what happened on Sunday and not at least say, you know what, Jimmy? You're all right. You're all right with me, kid.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it was inspiring for sure. So you feel like you're ready for this? 888-957-9570. We can get into it. The Comcast Business Text line, as you know, is a weapon on this show. It is always open. It is used. It is utilized. 888-957-9570. And hello to our Twitch and YouTube audience. Twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. You too can tune in and see how good-looking Dibs is. All the talk about Jimmy G, okay, you should see what Dibs looks like It is stunning. So, with all of that, can we do Song of the Day? Can we just uncork this sucker right now?
Look at you remembering to throw the Song of the Day. I had you as no was minus 150. Yes was plus 122. So pay the yes. This is an upset.
Yeah. It's a Tuesday. Yesterday was obviously an inspiring day. There was a lot going on in our brains. I mean, it was Bay Day, and we were celebrating, and we were excited. Today, a little bit more measured. My brain is a little bit more organized. Here is the song of the day, courtesy of Anna Kendrick.
My ticket for the long way round. 2 bottle whiskey for the way.
Listen close, Dibs.
Would like some sweet company, and I'm leaving tomorrow. What do you say? When I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, Dibs.
You're gonna miss me everywhere. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
I'm telling you. When he's
gone.
How
did this get past the censor?
When he's gone. You're going to miss him when he's gone, I'm telling you.
Anna Kendrick, is this the best we can do on a Tuesday? I thought she was an actress.
What do you got against Anna?
Well, for one, she's not that good of a singer. I mean, we can start there. I mean, she's fine. But, I mean, of all the Miss Me songs we could have gone with, we go with Anna Kendrick. I'm just a little surprised.
Me when I'm gone. You can be surprised all you want. I'm going to pump up Anna Kendrick all day long, and I am going to tell you, 49er fans, especially you, I know which ones you are. Those who want to sit there and go, oh, don't forget the interception. Don't forget Jalen Ramsey in the end zone. Sure, all of that's there, but let's be honest with the way our brains work, Dibs. When we move away from things, we tend to remember the positive a lot more than the negative. When you get in a fight with a family member, as time goes, oh, I'm going to give him the silent treatment. I'm never talking to this person again. Well, 3 days later, 2 days later, sometimes 2 hours later, your brain has a hard time holding on to, I think at least a healthy brain has a hard time holding on to what made you mad. And instead, you do remember the good memories that you have. And that is absolutely 1,000%. That is going to be the dynamic with Jimmy Garoppolo. You all need to get ready for this. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. It should. But get ready to have a really hard time moving on from this dude.
See, I don't really see it that way, and we can make this example number 27 how different you and I are because, I mean...
well, you don't like Anna Kendrick, so that's...
No, I do like Anna Kendrick.
That's reason number one.
She's a good actress. She's very funny. I just don't necessarily ascribe to her songbird stylings. And I'll say this. I'm glad to know that working with you, you're not a guy who can hold a grudge because now I can go ahead and try to piss you off and you'll be over it by the time the show comes tomorrow. Meanwhile, Diver
got too much love in my heart, man. I got
love in my heart too, but I save a little bit of space in there for lifelong grudges and animosity.
Yep. No, don't worry. I mean, if you cross me, I'm not gonna forget. But I might forgive. I'm probably going to forgive. I mean, you don't think that if let's say Jimmy left today. You don't think you're going to end up remembering moments like a minute 23 to go in the fourth quarter on the road, or I guess at home against the Rams. If you listen to Sean McVay and Matt Stafford, apparently that was a 49er home game. We'll explain that in a little bit. But you're not going to remember moments like that over, I don't know,
Emmanuel
Sanders or interceptions at Tennessee on a Thursday night. Like, that stuff's going to dissipate. Even I can prove it. Look at the players that we've already watched. When you go, years later, you look at Jeff Garcia, and you're like, Jeff Garcia was a great quarterback. And he was really good. He was a Pro Bowl level quarterback. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't perfect by any stretch. Alex Smith is another great example. There's somebody who frustrated people. He couldn't get over the top. He was benched for Colin Kaepernick.
Small hands.
We love that dude now. We love Alex Smith.
Well,
now.
that's a different story because of what he went through and what we all saw him go through as far as almost dying. I mean, the guy almost lost his leg, almost died, etc., and had one of the most incredible comebacks in the history of all sports. So that definitely changed the calculus. But when you look back at the Jimmy G era, you'll remember all of it. Now, what becomes the prevailing memory in 10 years, in 20 years? Well, a lot of that is dependent on what this team does without him. If Trey Lance goes on and wins a couple Super Bowls over the next 10 years, well, then we're going to look at Jimmy G as, well, what a mentor, and he laid the groundwork for this new era of Super Bowl wins. But if you don't get back to the Super Bowl and your lasting memory is of Jimmy Garoppolo not getting it done in the Super Bowl, then I think that becomes more of a lasting legacy based on what happens after him.
I also wonder, and it's crazy after this many years to come to this point, but how much of the way we remember Jimmy rides on what's coming next. It might be one game. It might be 4 games. It might be somewhere in between. But he did it. He did it. He put the drive together. He got the 49ers into the playoffs. How much of the way we remember Jimmy comes down to this month of January?
A little bit comes down to that. I think ultimately, what they've done all year to get to 10-7 is about, I think, a good indicator of how good Jimmy Garoppolo's been. He's been slightly better than average. 10-7 is a little bit better than average and good enough to get you into the playoffs as the 6th seed, and away we go, and we'll take it from there. But I think when you look at what lies ahead, that's going to determine in large part how we look back at Jimmy Garoppolo. Because if Trey Lance comes out, he hits the ground running, and he immediately is a phenomenal quarterback next year, well, then people are going to say, oh, they should have gotten rid of Jimmy before. Trey Lance could have taken him to the Super Bowl last year. But if Trey struggles, I think fans will look back at Jimmy Garoppolo and be a little bit more wistful about it.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't think you and I, neither one of us, would call ourselves stat people. You a stat guy?
Not like the hardcore stat guys. I do love stats, but some of the higher level analytics, I think they miss me.
Yeah, it's just funny because, you look at there are certain numbers, and yes, we can go find numbers that help us make a certain point that we're trying to make. But, when you say that Jimmy has been slightly above average this year, I mean, we could fascinate people, I believe, on some numbers in terms of where Jimmy actually sits, and knowing the story that he went through, the injuries that were there, the bad interceptions and all of that. But what if I threw at you that he had a higher rating this year than Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert? What if I threw that at you? Does that make your eyebrows at least go up a little bit? Because that's true fact.
No, it really doesn't, because quarterback rating is a sadly outdated stat, and I don't think it's necessarily reflective of exactly how good a quarterback is relative to his team's success.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. And I mean, look, Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes also have almost double the number of touchdown passes that Jimmy Garoppolo has. But if you want to talk about the efficiency, just spotlight it. You take a snap and you drop back. The efficiency of what happens, yards per play, what the likelihood and all of that. Jimmy works. He works. He'll frustrate the hell out of you. And it frustrates the hell out of Kyle sometimes. You could see it on the sideline. But again, knowing what we know about the quarterback position in the NFL, how delicate it is, how awful it can be when you can't find one. If Trey doesn't work out, when do the 49ers get another one? I don't know. The Bears have been going through this my whole life. The Broncos have been going through this for the better part of, basically since Elway left. I mean, there are teams, when you've got one, man, you got to be careful with the idea of letting them go. I get it, and I support it here. Oh, but there are going to be some moments where you miss this dude when he's gone.
We'll see, and that's up to Trey Lance, because if Jimmy G is a 6.5 on a scale of 1 to 10, you moved up to take Trey Lance hoping that he's going to be a 9 or a 9.5 out of 10. And so that's where the risk comes in not only for the organization but the fan base as well.
Eric Hasseltine is the voice of the Memphis Grizzlies. They scare the hell out of me. He joins us at the top of the hour. All of this on Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. We want your calls and your texts, 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line, same number, 888-957-9570. We have incredible audio from Matt Stafford and Sean McVay, and then also Michael Irvin, with regard to this matchup between the 49ers and Cowboys, and we'll have all of that for you next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Reset your wellness goals with savings at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements.
Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, wardrobe change for you, Dibs. Wardrobe
I went
change
to
for you
the
okay now?
going to the Lucky Poncho. It's a little bit cold in here, and I had a choice of turning the heat on or going to the LP, the Lucky Poncho. I'm going Poncho.
Yeah, Lucky Poncho's free. PG&E will ding you for turning the heat up. I think you've made a good choice.
Yeah, and when the bill comes in and, supper's like, why don't you put a sweatshirt on, It's not that cold in here. All I'm doing is sitting on my butt talking to you,
Yeah, I got that bill after our frigid month of December, and I'm like, all right, kids, everybody's getting new hoodies. That's how we're.
And the funny thing about this very poncho is it's on the no-fly list as far as approved garments by my beloved supper. So I got to wear this when she's not around. So I got to pick my spots to wear the Lucky Poncho.
You know what? I support the fact that you still own it. A lot of dudes, when you get something on the no-fly list, it just doesn't fly. It ends up in a Goodwill bag. So good job keeping it. I like that.
Well, I've lost about 8 to 10 garments that were also on the no-fly list, and those were shuttled off into the Goodwill bag. But this one, I actually had to rescue from the jaws of defeat and pull it back. So after the show today, this will get hidden again.
The stubbornness of a Dan Dibley, man. It knows no bounds. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. And I mean, this poncho, honestly, it got me through a lot in the early pandemic days. So I just can't get rid of it.
You only need one in the early pandemic days. There were weeks with no showers and no clothing changes, because why? And judge me if you want, but there was banana bread, very little showering, no more bedtime for the kids. It was just whenever the hell you fall asleep, great, that's fine by me. Everything was out the window except for the bad clothes. So anyway, you know what's really interesting, and we got all week to get into 49ers Cowboys, but I honestly feel like, and we're watching the line movement over the last 48 hours, the money line as of this morning, Dibs, was all the way down to plus 125.
Man.
However, and so what that means, if you don't speak gambling, what that means is if you just bet on the 49ers to win, forget the point spread, you're only going to turn your $100 bet into $125. In other words, it's not that far off of even money. So a win here for the 49ers would surprise no one. It would surprise no one in Vegas. It doesn't sound like it would even surprise Cowboy greats, which we'll get to in a second. But the spread hasn't moved off of 3, and it feels obligatory. Like, okay, Cowboys, you're at home. You're hosting a playoff game. Well, then you're supposed to be favored. I expect the 49ers to win this game. They're the better team. And the numbers are showing that a lot of people feel that way about this game.
It just is going to be interesting to see what kind of a game it is, because I know the over-under is set at, it was 50.5, and it's come down a little bit, I think, to 49.5, which tells me that, if the money's coming in on the 49ers and, the Niners plus 3 is minus 110, so there really isn't any juice on the spread either way. But if the over-under is sitting there at 50.5, that tells me that they're expecting a 27-24 kind of ball game. And I think a lower scoring game actually suits the 49ers more than a higher scoring game would.
I agree. And I do think that they can keep the Cowboys offense in check. Dak has not been as dynamic this year. Ezekiel Elliott definitely hasn't been. And the 49er run defense has been the best run defense in all of football the second half of the year. So I think it's a good matchup for the 49ers. And guess who agrees with us, Dibs? A guy by the name of Michael Irvin. Listen to what he said. Yeah, listen to what he said on 95.7 The Game just yesterday afternoon about this matchup for the Cowboys.
The way the game played out, you're down 17, then you fight back. You know what I mean? You end up winning the game, and then you win on defense with it. You know what I'm saying? It solidifies everything that the Niners have been about. And that's why I've been moaning and groaning because I did not want this matchup for Dallas. I wanted to send San Fran to Green Bay or out there to knock off the Rams.
Okay, first of all, they couldn't go to Green.
I did not want this matchup.
I want to send him to Green Bay. Well, Green Bay's not playing this week, Mike, but that's okay. That's okay. I get his point. Send him anywhere. And by the way, I think all of the division winners in the NFC felt this way. Don't send San Francisco to us. It's not because the 49ers are dominant or the best team. Look at them. They are prone to the duck. However, from a physicality standpoint, from a playmaker standpoint, from an experience standpoint, they're just either on the level or higher than any of those opponents. Like, they scare you because, I mean, let's be honest. Philadelphia does not bring to town what the 49ers bring to town in terms of their capabilities if they're at their highest level.
Especially when you look at the offense now, and we talked about Juwan Jennings yesterday being a part of a great trio of receivers, one of the great receiving cores now in the league, which you couldn't say about the 49ers for the better part of a generation.
Ever.
Debo Samuel is such a threat, and now you have to scheme for him throwing the football because that one-legged spiral he threw was a beautiful throw to Juwan Jennings. Brandon Ayuk has returned to his form from last year, and I haven't even mentioned George Kittle, who basically didn't really factor in the passing game, 5 catches for 10 yards. So between those 4 weapons and Eli Mitchell, the late-round pick who's been just an absolute find in the run game, this Niner team does come with a lot of weapons that Dallas has to be concerned about.
They scare you for sure. And then Irvin talked about it's like, okay, if you didn't want the 49ers for Dallas, who did you want? This is what he said.
I wanted Arizona to come back. You know, Arizona just won that game, and Cowboys didn't play well. I wanted Arizona to come back. I thought that would be a good first game for them. Not this physical running game that with Cal is controlling his quarterback best he can to make sure he doesn't turn the ball over. Matthew Stafford, those guys just throw you the ball anytime.
So good.
He sounds defeated.
He does. I mean, I get it. He wanted Arizona, even though Arizona just beat Dallas. Outside of that game against Dallas over the last 6 weeks, I can't figure out what Arizona's doing. When has Arizona looked good outside of that one game in Dallas, which I think was 2 weeks ago? Outside of that game, Arizona's been a joke for the last 6 weeks. They got absolutely run all over the field by the Rams. They got the beatdown in Detroit. Then you have, over the weekend, they're home against Seattle, who doesn't care, and they need what ended up, if they win that game, they would have won the NFC West, and they let Seattle and Rashad Penny put a 40-burger on them. Like Arizona, I don't know what happened to that team, but I expect the Rams to deliver it to Arizona again on Monday night.
It depends on the effect of the crowd, though, in that one, because if Cardinal fan shows up, I'm afraid
no
that
crowd. Yeah.
The Rams might
fan?
They might wither away and die if there's even a handful of Cardinal fans that show up.
Well, speaking of which, that's the other side of this. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. I'm ready to label the Los Angeles Rams. Are you ready for their new label?
Please.
Let's make T-shirts. We could sell them at SoFi Stadium. This is the most mentally weak team in the National Football League. Sean McVay running into the end zone when they go up 17-0 already told you that he kind of wanted this game a little bit too much. For me, that made it about the matchup. He wanted to get over the top of Kyle Shanahan, and then obviously he did not do it. But their post-game comments are even funnier. We referenced this yesterday, but we didn't play the sound. Here's Matt Stafford. Listen to the way he refers to his home building.
You know, I thought our guys did a great job communicating. It was a tough environment for us to communicate in, really, the whole second half. Our guys did a nice job, and we got that lead back. Just didn't finish it the way the way we can on offense, and could have, had we gotten a first down, their game probably would have been over.
I mean, he's not wrong, but there's something to be said about how he's labeling his home venue. A tough venue for us to communicate, a tough environment in the second half, which means that basically the 49er fans turned that place into Levi South.
And it was, and you heard it through the TV, and as a result, the Rams had to go to a silent count in their own stadium. Think about that. They couldn't even go through the normal auditory cadence because the crowd noise was such a factor, so they had to go silent count at home when they're on offense. And you can see the frustration in McVay when you watch the actual clip of him answering the question. What he wants to say is, look, our fan base is an embarrassment. You should be embarrassed, Rams fans, for allowing the 49ers to come in and take over. Now, we know that there's going to be Niner fans at every game. The faithful travels. Bonte's going to Dallas and bringing probably 30,000 Niner fans with him. But for this to happen in L.A. to the Rams in that spot, it's just an embarrassment.
Can I borrow that point to ask a question? I love all of us here in the Bay, but how funny is it that we find Dallas in the middle of a pandemic an easy trip to make, but Santa Clara feels too far? Like, we have people will go to the road games and like wrap their head around that easier than the home games for some reason. Like, if the 49er faithful can turn airports and buildings all over the country into extensions of the 49er fan base, why do, at times, not all the time, but why do at times we have trouble doing that in our own building?
That's a good point. Maybe it's the traffic, and it's the sunny side of the stadium and all that other stuff. And plus, there's a lot more people just in other markets, who would want to go to games. And it's special. If you're a Niner fan living in and around the Metroplex in Dallas, this would be a time that you can really ramp up and go to a game.
And maybe SoFi, you wanted to go see the new building that everybody's sort of buzzing about, right? Maybe you want to do that. I get it. It's great. I mean, it obviously had an effect on this game. When I call them the most mentally weak team in the NFL, Stafford, as you said, was just sort of making a point, and it might have been a subtle jab at the fans. McVay, though, goes a step further. Listen to what he said about this yesterday.
Yeah, it did catch us off guard, I think, just because of the way that it's been this year. I mean, you've been at all those games, Lindsay. I mean, it's been a great atmospheres, great environments. Yesterday was the same thing, but there was a lot of red there. And that was, that was definitely... It was a surprise, I think is a fair way to put it.
Okay, now he didn't go so far as to be like this really like ruined the game, but I don't know, man. A coach sort of admitting that you got knocked off kilter because you looked in the stands. I mean, you walk out on the field, you're like, all right, boys, here we go. We got a good game plan. We feel like it's our turn. We're going to come out. We're not going to let the run game beat us. We're going to make Jimmy beat us. We're going to make Jimmy turn the ball over early. He does. All right, ready, break. Let's take the field. And they look up and go, oh, no. What do we do now? There's red up there. Coach, how are we supposed to play? There's red up there. I can't hear. Are you kidding me? This is an NFL team. This team goes into environments on the East Coast and there's snow and screaming crazy people. And you got knocked off kilter because there were Jerry Rice jerseys in your stands? What?
I think it was the noise more than it was the visual of seeing all that red, but it is a little bit unsettling when you see it, but then when it affects you and what you're trying to do offensively and you have to go silent count because the noise is too much for you to be able to get the actual snap count off, I can see where that is a little bit off-putting, but to allow it to affect you. And by the way, you made a great point on our show thread. It didn't seem to be a problem when you were up 17-0 in the first half of that game.
Hello. Yeah. What?
Hello.
Like, when is a crowd at its loudest? I would argue it's the anticipation sensation of the start of a massive game. So I would think, and I realize what ended up happening there in the second half, which is going to bring about all kinds of cheering and yelling and screaming and all that. But at the start of the game is when the crowd is having its biggest effect, and you went out and went up 17-0. So at what point are you going to say you were somehow affected by this crowd? You've got a 17-0 lead at home, and you gaffed it away. I don't know. I mean, especially with Sean, and this isn't a dig. I mean, look, we sound how we sound and we look how we look, but Sean is just such a unique presence as a head coach. He's this little tiny guy who has a little elf voice. And so, yeah, we were a little just caught off guard there.
I'll give you 3.
We caught off guard there by the fans. It was a little unsettling. I'm like, this is the guy that stands in the middle of the locker room and fires up 250-pound behemoths? I don't know, man. That didn't work for me.
No, and you're right, though. The voice is the voice, and it's easy for a guy with your voice to make fun of the rest of us who don't have, Pipes McGillicuddy over here.
That's right. Yeah.
So
I mean, we as a city, we firmly believe that your head coach should have a little bit more presence than Sean McVay.
We, as a fan base, feel as if we should show up to SoFi Stadium in a spot where it's a pretty big game. It's a rivalry game. It's Niners-Rams, and yet you allowed the Niners to come in and take over 50 to 60%, whatever the number was. But that was a Niner home game from a crowd standpoint.
Well, I mean, look, this is you dance with the date you brought, and you get what you get.
Do you mind if we dance with your dates?
Actually, I do. I do.
We were
you
just
boys,
leaving.
we dance with your dates. Oh gosh, this is what you get when you move to LA. Okay, Rams and Chargers. Like this is I mean, for anybody to not understand this, to be quote unquote caught off guard. I mean, forget the effect on the game and what ended up happening in the fourth quarter. If you're a human being and you have any understanding of Los Angeles, California, to be caught off guard that road fans showed up for a football game, where you been the last lifetime, Sean? Like, this is exactly how it is all the time, every time, and always will be. I mean, Sean needs to take a bye week and go to a Charger game at SoFi. I mean, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
It's like going down to L.A. and saying, man, I can't believe there's this much traffic. Who could have possibly thought that there would be this level of traffic down here? My God.
Yeah, the whole thing is crazy. But it sets up nicely for the 49ers to have what I really do believe is a stark mental edge over the Rams. Who knows? They could see each other again. It's a little bit unlikely. I mean, if I were to predict the way this weekend's games are going, I think you're going to end up with the 49ers on a road trip to Green Bay. And I think you're going to end up with the Rams on a road trip to Tampa Bay. And that's going to be your Final Four. And so there is a scenario that puts the 49ers back in that building for the NFC Championship game. What do you think the stands would look like, Dibs?
I think there would be probably even more red than there was last Sunday.
Yes.
I don't think that Ram fan is going to suddenly come out of the woodwork because Ram fan, you don't exist. You exist in St. Louis, and you abandoned St. Louis, and you exist in Orange County, and you're long gone from the days of Georgia Frontieri in the days in Anaheim. So I think you'd be seeing the same kind of vibe.
I think you're exactly right. All right. Eric Hasseltine is the voice of the Memphis Grizzlies. He is going to join us in just about 10 minutes. And
you're scared of the Grizzlies, too, and I want to get into that a little bit more.
Scared is an interesting word, but they are a team and maybe the team. When I look at matchups, I'm not saying they're the next best team in the NBA. I'm saying for specifically the Warriors, this is the team that would concern me the most. And I'm also projecting to what they will look like in, let's call it May, maybe even early June, but let's say May. What are the Grizzlies going to look like? They've been a good team. They're now getting to be a really good team, but I am a huge fan of Ja Morant I think that the style of play that they bring, the swagger that they bring, it works. It has historically in recent years given the Warriors more trouble than the Suns and the Jazz have. And then you look at the team that they're rounding into being right now, like as we speak. 9-game win streak that includes road wins at Phoenix, Brooklyn, Clippers, Lakers. This Memphis Grizzlies team, to me, if I had to circle one team and say that's the team that the Warriors need to get over to win the whole thing, this is it. This is the team.
And it's a Klay team, too, because Klay talked about how he can't wait to come back and start guarding the best player on the other team again. Well, you're going to get a chance to do that because Ja Morant and the way he's playing since he's come back from being out, he's on another level right now. And I know it won't be just Klay's assignment tonight, and you wonder how much Klay plays. I mean, are we looking at another 20-minute kind of vibe? Are we going to bump him up to 22? How quickly?
I think he's a bump up, right? I'll take the over 20 tonight.
You take the over on the 20? Because
yeah,
I think it was 19 and 55 or something in the opener, rounds up to 20. So what do you think, though? 20, you're not going to get him all the way up to 25, so he's probably in that 22 range.
I think what the only difference between the other night and tonight for Klay, my guess would be that the other night they were absolutely stuck to the clock. The game flow, the scenario did not matter. When your 5 minutes are up, you're getting the hell out of the game. We're not discussing this. If he's hot and there's a game flow situation that calls for him to stay in for another couple minutes, I think they do it. They do it. Like now he just becomes he becomes one of your main pieces. And you factor that in as you're making substitutions, and if the team if he's out there and they're rolling well and getting good run, I think Steve stays with him for another couple minutes, don't you?
I don't, actually. I think that you're still... No, just because of, where we've been. 31 months of no activity. So I really think you're going to keep it to that regimented. It's going to be, 5 minutes. It's going to be 4 stints again of about 5 minutes. I don't think you want to stretch in the East or Milwaukee. Which of those games does he not play? Because I can't imagine he plays in both.
No, you're right. I agree with you there. And this road trip is just a deathly one for the Warriors. By the way, game show music, please, if you will, gentlemen. Don't look it up. Don't look it up, Dibs. But who was the last team in the NBA to defeat the Memphis Grizzlies? Dan Dibley, do you know the answer to that question?
Ska-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Wow.
That was amazing.
That's hilarious. I know it's been a long time, but I'm going to say the San Antonio Spurs, Mark.
All right. That is... You are not the father. That is not correct. That is not correct. The answer is the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors on December 23rd, you remember, beat the Grizzlies 113-104. That was the last time. They have not lost since that game.
December 23rd. That's, geez, think about what's going on in our pathetic little world since then. We were at work, and then now we're not at work, and you went to L.A. Right. I had multiple Christmases. We had a New Year. And here we are, back home.
A lot going on. Yeah. We had Christmas, and every human I've ever met has gotten COVID since then. That's pretty much what happened. All right, it's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. It's BMW Fairfield, and Eric Hasseltine, the voice of the Grizzlies, joins us next. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
Shame! Shame! Shame!
What did you do, love?
I ran out of internet data.
And they're making you shame walk.
No, it's just how I feel. Shame! Shame!
In the time after AT&T fiber internet.
Nice to have unlimited internet data, right?
Right. The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, smooth. That describes all the guards in the game coming up tonight. It's a huge road trip for the Warriors in Memphis to take on Ja Morant and the Grizzlies. Tip-off set for 5 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors lives at 3:30, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. And now we're going to have the experience of talking to the voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, our friend Eric Hasseltine. Eric, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
We're doing fantastic, man, except for I'm just going to come out and say it. This team scares me. What the hell are you guys doing? 9 wins in a row at Brooklyn, at Phoenix, at the Lakers. I'll be honest with you, Eric. I have no idea how and why the Warriors are favored in this game tonight with no Draymond. Your team is on fire.
Yeah, they're playing great. I mean, they are really playing both ends of the floor. That's what's been the trigger. You looked up and they were 9 and 10 in a game where Ja Morant kind of jammed his left knee on a weird move, and it looked like it could have been way worse. And Atlanta, after that happened, just beat the Grizzlies into oblivion. And at that point, the Grizzlies were dead last in the NBA in terms of the Hollinger rankings of defensive efficiency. They were at the bottom of just about every defensive category. And they got together and they said, we've got to be better with our defensive principles. And we've got to bring this together. We're going to be without 12 for a while. And at that point, they went on this remarkable run where they won 4 straight games, leading wire to wire. We're winning games by double digits. You know, they've lost 14 games, and out of those 14 games, just to put to put a point on it, 9 of the 14 have been by 10 or more. So they've gotten their doors blown off, and it gave them a little sour taste. And this group is a group of guys that have always kind of had a chip on their shoulder, and they hung their hat on their defense last year. They were a top 10 defensive team last year, and so they got back to the basics. Taylor Jenkins kind of redefined some roles. They got Dylan Brooks back. Steven Adams got more comfortable, and they started playing and winning, and their confidence grew. And then Ja came back, and it was, here we go. And they lost a couple of games when he came back initially, and everybody's, maybe they're better without Ja, which is just nonsense. And so they kind of took that to heart. And I think the Warriors are favored, obviously, for their record, and they have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson's back, and Dylan Brooks is out again. Steven Adams is out again for the Grizzlies tonight. But these two teams have played 2 really fun basketball games. I know the score in the one on the December 23rd was a little more lopsided than I thought how close the game was, because with 2 minutes to go, it was a 1-possession game, and Steph Curry did Steph Curry things, and he was awesome. And that's the fun part, and the experience factor goes there. But they're playing really well. Their offense is really sharing the ball well on both ends. They've beaten the Lakers into a point where, Sunday's game, LeBron James got hot. He got mad at Desmond Bane. He got mad at the Grizzlies, and you could pick up a courtside microphone. People can go YouTube this, and you can say, he's like, you guys are talking all this, you know what, and you need to just pipe down. And the Grizzlies are like, hey, man, this is what we do. And I think sometimes their trash talking gets misconstrued a little bit, in my opinion, because they do that to fire themselves up. Yes, they talk like every team does, and they probably talk a little more than others. They've got some characters on there, but a lot of times it's more so designed to fire themselves up. And obviously veterans, when it's a young team, and they are the second youngest team in the league, take umbrage to that. And to me, I'm like, hey, if you step on that court, you got to be ready for anybody to say anything. I mean, if you're going to do it, you can't say, you're too young to say that. And the Grizzlies aren't going for that. They're tired of being told they're too young. They're tired of being told they don't have the depth in terms of superstars, that they're just a good all-around team. Their roster, top to bottom, our television analyst and former Stanford legend Brevin Knight said, in his opinion, is one of the best in the league. When you go 1 through 15, and they're proving that right now. They're 19-4 in their last 23 games, and in that stretch since they were 9-10, they're outscoring their opponents by over 15 a game. That's high-level stuff, as you guys know from the runs the Warriors have made. When you're outscoring your opponents by 10 points a game, usually it means you're going to make a nice little playoff run.
It was kind of like the run the Warriors had to start this year, where I think they had the same sort of scoring margin through the first dozen or so games. I want to ask you about Ja Morant and the chase-down block that has gone viral, where he hit his elbow on the backboard. Yeah. The athleticism is so clearly on display, but is he taking strides now to legitimately inject himself into the MVP conversation?
Well, I think you have to put him in there. I mean, his numbers aren't that of Kevin Durant or even Steph, so you have to have Steph in that conversation. I think you have to have Kevin Durant in that conversation. Then the question becomes, you look at the other top teams. Is DeMar DeRozan in that conversation for Chicago? Is Devin Booker in that conversation for Phoenix? Is Donovan Mitchell in there for Utah? Nikola Jokic is still playing tremendous basketball, but you know how voters sometimes shy away. Well, he's really good, but we shouldn't give him 2 in a row, which I always thought was crazy, too. If he's good enough, he's good enough. I think he has to be in there, but because he missed some games and they played well without him, I do think that will hurt him a little bit. I think his youth will hurt him a little bit because he is still only in his 3rd year, and voters will say, well, he's really good, but he'll get one eventually. Let's go a different route. And again, something I don't agree with. He has really elevated his game. I think him being on the sideline and seeing his team find a high level of success without him gave him even more motivation to come back and be the ultimate team guy. He's always been that. He's always been a guy that wants the best for his teammates. And that's one of the reasons they traded Jonas Valanciunas, because as good as Jonas is on the offensive end, Ja would kind of defer to him to get him going because he knew he could go get his at any time. Well, the problem was if Ja Morant can get his in the early going against pick an opponent, but he's giving up the basketball, that's hurting the team. And so they felt like we need a center that's more just going to set monster screens and rebound and tap miss shots in and play defense and not necessarily one that's a focal point of the offense. And that'll let Jaren develop and Dylan develop and Ja develop. And so the trade was made, and now it's worked out really well. The block was unbelievable, and then he had an alley-oop later in the game that was just as unbelievable. To give you a perspective, I was off of Twitter after I left my radio show just because it's just not my thing, and I don't care to comment and have somebody that's sitting in a lounge chair tell me I don't know what about basketball. I've been doing this
Sorry
for
about
21
that.
years.
That was me, Eric.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, I actually have been around the NBA for 2 decades, so maybe I know something. I'm not a complete idiot like you just called me, and to me that's totally inappropriate. But because he's so fun to watch, I kind of got back on there and just tweeting that was unreal, and retweeting the video from our television feed, and then here's Unreal Part 2, and people are just like, this is next level, and the national attention is remarkable. I've told his father, and jokingly, I said, the man's going to get me fired. And he said, why? I said, because there's going to be a 4-letter bomb that comes out of my mouth at one of these plays that I just can't control and just go what the blank did he just do?
Or holy blank is what I was thinking.
Oh, man, good stuff.
And he's a great kid. That's the thing. When we saw him first day of training camp, we have the opportunity to go. There's a little ledge in our practice facility, and they let the broadcasters up there. Taylor Jenkins has been wonderful to us since the day he got here. And we watched him in a 3-on-2, 2-on-1 drill take a ball off the window. He was on the 2 side, with the 3 coming down. And literally I saw him take off from the free throw line, head at rim level, grab the ball midair, turn in midair, and turn and hit the ground running. And I blinked, and he was at the other free throw line. I looked down at Brevin and Pete Pranica, our TV guy, Rob Fisher's our sideline reporter, and then Elliot Perry, who played in the league and works with me. I looked and I just went, what was that? Because that was effortless. And went, wow, this kid's special. And his work ethic makes him even more special. And I think you guys have been around the game and know it well enough to know you can be a supremely talented star-level player, but the guys that are the great ones, the guys like Steph, the guys like Kevin Durant, the guys like Chris Paul, take your pick. They have this next gear of desire and willing to be the first one in and the last one out of the gym. I mean, I coached my son's team last year. I can't do it this year because we're traveling again. But I would always use Steph as an example. I said, who's one of the best players in the world that you guys can think of? And everybody always thinks of Steph. And I said, do you know what he does every day? He dribbles for 20 minutes with the same 2 balls, the same routine, and he's got the best handles in the league going right now. He shoots every day 1,000 times. I said, if you guys think you can get through this without working, the best player in the world, in a lot of people's opinion right now, is working harder than anybody else because he wants to be the best player in the world. And Ja has that, and not everybody does, and that's special.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Hasseltine, the voice of the Grizzlies, with us here on 95.7 The Game. Eric, you mentioned the youth, the talking. This team has a personality. And there's been, I call it a very low buzz, but there's been a low buzz as to maybe a budding rivalry between these two teams. How do the Grizzlies players view the Warriors in those terms?
Respect. They have a lot of respect for them. They have respect for the Lakers, but they're not going to back down from anybody. So, I mean, you go back to that game in December where Jaren Jackson went a couple of times at Draymond Green. And Draymond Green just said, nuh-uh, you're not coming at me with that. I know your moves. I've studied, and that's what they talked about. I happened to be on the bus after the game with a group of the players. We run different buses back to the hotel. We were staying there through the Christmas holiday in San Francisco. And they were like, man, these guys, they a lot of times knew where we were doing. That's what we need to be like that. We need to have that stuff scouted. And they were talking about the game. And then they talked about things players talk about that we won't air out. So, but, I think it's a respect factor. They respect the Lakers. But, when you're going at a guy like LeBron, like you saw on Sunday, and Desmond Bane walks by, and I didn't think he did anything malicious, bumped him. And LeBron, because he's clearly seeing that this young team is about to run past them, gets frustrated and starts jawing off at them, they're not going to back down from that either. And that's what, a couple of the interviews have said. Kyle Anderson was our post-game guest Sunday, and he said, hey, that's the third game they've come out in a row and tried to punk us. And we're not just going to sit there and take it and be punked. And I saw a guy that follows the Warriors and breaks down every play and tweeted out, "Hey, Steph Curry just punked the Grizzlies tonight," and they were holding and grabbing. I said, "Yeah, I didn't think he punked them. I thought he played Steph Curry basketball. I thought he fought through physical defense." And yes, Dylan Brooks talks a lot of trash. I get that. But I didn't think that was punking. Trying to punk someone is trying to embarrass them and then show them up. Steph Curry just makes shots and just goes, "This is what I do." And so I think that's why they have a little bit a high level of respect, because when you watch Steve Kerr coach teams, yes, they have some swagger. Yes, you see guys strut a little bit or hoot and holler, and you should. It's an emotional game. I mean, I'm 49 years old, and you'll hear guys my age in the pickup courts going, "Oh, don't celebrate." Why not? It's not easy to make a shot in the NBA. It's not easy to make a 30-foot three. It's not easy to blow by a guy, get a layup, get fouled, and have 20,000 people jump to your feet. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So I don't have a problem with guys ever celebrating. I have a problem when guys take umbrage to you in being, happy about what you're doing, and I don't think the Warriors have ever done that. So I think there's a little bit of a budding rivalry. It would have to be another playoff series for the Grizzlies overall as a franchise. The rivalry for the longest time was San Antonio or Oklahoma City or, the Clippers, because those were the three teams they seemingly played every year in the postseason. That playoff series back, I think, in 2015, where Mike Conley had the busted face and was playing through pain, and Tony Allen was playing through some injury issues, but that really, to me, didn't affect the game plan of saying, hey, if Tony Allen beats us from three, then that's going to happen. But afterwards, the respect factor was there. Draymond Green said, hey, we may have won the title against Cleveland, and they were great, but the toughest team we played this playoff series were the Grizzlies, and that was a different team, and they were every bit as good as we were, but they were banged up, and we took advantage and had a great game plan, but we have a lot of respect for them. And from to this day forward, people will say, oh, I don't like Draymond. He's too boisterous. He's too loud. I'm like, I love the guy. You can put him on my team and give me 10 more just like him, give me a couple of stars, and we're going to win a lot of basketball games because they respect the game. And so I think that's what the Grizzlies see in this. And if by chance there was a second-round playoff meeting, and I'm hoping the Grizzlies stay on this run and avoid the play-in tournament again, that would fuel this, because I know Warrior fans remember what happened last year, and Grizzly fans remember. And to be honest, I don't think there was anybody in the Grizzlies fan base that truly believed the Grizzlies were going to go win that play-in game. They were like, hey, we won one against San Antonio. Go out, fight, see what happens. But if the Warriors beat you on their home floor, there's nothing wrong with that. And that was a great, great game, which is why I love the play-in tournament. But it left a sour taste in guys that are highly competitive mouths, and you could tell from the last two times. And then winning that overtime game where the Grizzlies came back in October and gave the Warriors an early season loss. They had a little edge to them the next time they came out, even with a depleted roster. So everybody's dealing with these COVID situations, but when you can match up really high-level talent that has national names, and now, even though it's game, 42 for the Grizzlies or 43 and like 40 for the Warriors, there's a long way to go, but this is going to be fun tonight, and I think it's going to add to the intrigue of what could happen down the road if these two teams meet in the postseason.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Eric, just fantastic insight, great stuff. We appreciate you so much. Enjoy the game tonight, but not too much, huh?
Nice to you guys, and I appreciate you having me on. I got a lot of friends and family still in the Bay Area, having grown up there, so it's always nice to hear you guys promote it and have my phone buzz. Hey, are you coming on today? So it's always a pleasure to be on.
Yeah, no, there was no doubt about it. Eric, thanks so much, man.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
All right, you two. It's Eric Asseltine, the voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, and I really, when you listen to him talk, I think you get a good window inside what it's like right now with the Grizzlies, and they are a fascinating team to me. There is absolutely a budding rivalry there, and I was just looking at the standings. There's such a set apart in the Western Conference with those four teams. I didn't realize the Grizzlies had moved all the way to within a half game of Utah. So it's Phoenix and Golden State at the top, and then Utah and the Grizzlies 2 and 2.5 games behind, and then there's a big drop all the way down to Dallas. So to me, I think it stays that way. These are your top four seeds, and not that you're going to mess with this somehow. You play your games, you try to win your games, but I do hope that the Warriors end up on a track where the Grizzlies, you wouldn't see them until the Western Conference Finals. I hope somebody else, I hope Phoenix or Utah gets a shot at them first, because that's the team I would least want to see.
It's a tough one, especially right now. They're playing so well, and if Dylan Brooks comes back healthy and he's expected to be out, I think 3 to 4 weeks with the bum ankle, and Steven Adams, if he's healthy come playoff time, he presents a unique challenge with his size and his physicality in the interior. But when you look ahead to the NBA playoffs and the road to the NBA Finals for any of these teams in the West, you're going to have to beat 3 good teams in the Western Conference playoffs, even if you go up against Dallas. Dallas is still a dangerous team, and who knows how strong they'll be come playoff time. And I know you want to throw dirt on the coffin of the LA Lakers, but
gone.
You get LeBron James and Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook in a short series. If they have their act together, that still is a dangerous team. So I think that no matter how you try to navigate through the West, even if you're the number 1 overall seed in the Western Conference, you're still going to have to play at least 2 good teams, probably 3 good teams.
It's not as fun to rip on the Lakers when Spadone's not here, but I'll do it anyway. That sentence that you just threw out there, if they've got their act together, yeah, that's the problem. You know what? Give me Russell Westbrook. The Lakers scare me if he's hurt, but as long as Russell Westbrook is in there, I know that bad decisions are going to be made in a playoff scenario, and they don't scare me, not even a little bit. Yes, the Grizzlies, Utah, Phoenix, these are real teams. The rest of the Western Conference, I'd be shocked if the Warriors fell at the hands of any of them. It's Willard Dibs is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. But, yeah, that game is coming up at 5 o'clock today. And, I'll give you a window into my thought on this. This is not something that I normally think going into Warrior games, and I would not be surprised to see the Warriors win. But if you put me into a corner, gun to head, I think this is probably a loss tonight for the Warriors. The Grizzlies are playing just fantastic ball. The Warriors have not been shooting well. They're missing Draymond Green, and it's the start of a really, really difficult road trip, and they might be missing more, right? Otto Porter is a question mark for this game tonight. Like this, boy, put it this way, I'll be real impressed if the Warriors walk out with more points than the Grizzlies tonight. I'll be real impressed.
That'd be a quality win, without a doubt, and especially considering who the Warriors have out. But Memphis is going to be without their second leading scorer, and Dylan Brooks, in their own way. So, and plus, when you've won 9 in a row like that, it's awful tough to continue that roll going. Although it's interesting, you asked Eric about what Memphis thinks of Golden State, and of course, it's mad respect and all that. And Memphis wants to be Golden State. All these teams want to be what the Warriors were and have, especially Memphis as one of the younger teams in the association. You want to go ahead and build that core like the Warriors did with Steph, Klay, and Draymond, and you want to be a team that has a nice long championship window.
If I offered you 2-2 on this trip right now, would you take it?
2-2. Chicago, Milwaukee, and Memphis. What's the 4th game?
Minnesota on Sunday. They should win that.
Yeah, I'd take 2-2. Absolutely. I'd take 2-2 and run right now. And, especially if one of those wins was Memphis, because that to me is the biggest of the 4, because you want to give yourself that sense of not so fast, Memphis. You're not over the top of us just yet. Last year's play-in game, and then this year you lose the first matchup between the two, and then you have the bounce back. This, the rubber game. So if it's 2-2 with a win over Memphis, and obviously a win over Minnesota, that would mean you lose to Milwaukee and Chicago, which would not be great. But I'd take 2-2, Mark.
Yeah, and Milwaukee and Chicago come on back-to-back nights, which you pointed out means Klay will probably not play in one of those. We have no idea what Draymond's status will be for this entire trip. I think his presence is more important on the road even than it is at home, because he's just that middle glue piece. He's that constant. He's the guy who knows where everyone's supposed to be. So young players, I think when Draymond's not out there, it gets a little bit tougher in difficult road environments. And then the only game that you'd think on paper Warriors would easily win at Minnesota is the end of the trip. So they're going to be tired, potentially depleted a little bit. There's no bunnies. There's no bunnies that are like you can't mark any of these 4 as like, well, that's a definite W. So that's why 3-1 would be amazing. But yeah, I'm with you. 2-2 is not such a bad thing.
Yeah, 2-2 and just keep everybody healthy. And you've got Draymond Green, who is out tonight, and we don't know when he'll be back, right? I mean, with the calf strain, he might miss the entirety of the trip. You hope he doesn't. Gary Payton II, Otto Porter Jr., you hope to get them back if it's not tonight for the next game on this road trip. So strength in numbers. We talked to Mike Brown yesterday, and he mentioned that Steve Kerr continues to use that as the mantra, and, well, it's going to be put to the test on this trip.
Absolutely. All right. Willard and Dibs, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Also, this portion of the show is sponsored by Exergen Corporation. Coming up next, we'll get back to Jimmy Garoppolo, the fan bond, and we'd love to take your calls at 888-957-9570. How easy or hard do you project it being to end your bond with this guy, to break up, to part ways? It's on the way. Every time he takes the field right now, it could be the last time in a 49er uniform. I remember thinking that as he took the field with a couple minutes to go. I'm like, is this it? Is this the last drive with Jimmy Garoppolo as a 49er? And then he did what he did, and it was like, no, I think we got some more Jimmy. But that feeling could absolutely come right back this weekend in Dallas. So how, as you as a fan, how are you processing that? We'll get into all of that coming up next. Pick Your Battles is still ahead later on in the show. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing?
roof. It's more likely to be attic rats. These rodents can cause a lot of damage to your attic insulation, and not to mention your health. Call Attic Elite. We'll get rid of attic rats, clean your attic, and rodent-proof your home in just one day, so you can have a healthy home this fall season. Give us a call at 888-805-8848 or find us online at atticelite.com. Attic Elite, your Bay Area attic and crawl space experts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hoodie up, Dibs.
Oh, yeah.
You know what tomorrow is, right?
It's the 12th, January 12th.
Right. It's Wednesday, January 12th, and that means that it is the start of BetQL's Giving Props contest.
Awesome.
Which each and every one of you, you need to play, because there are two aspects of this that make it, I think, pretty attractive. A, it's free. B, you can win a whole lot of money. So you give me one good reason why you shouldn't play. One good reason. Spoiler alert, there are none.
There's no good reason.
There's no good reason. BetQL helps you make smarter bets throughout the entire football season, and now we're giving you a chance to win cash prizes. It's the Giving Props contest. Free to play. Starts tomorrow, Wednesday the 12th. Runs throughout the remainder of the pro football season. Very easy. Each playoff round, BetQL is going to post 10 props. Okay, that's an either or. The person with the most correct picks each week, that's it. You just have to beat everybody else. You don't have to necessarily get them all right. Just beat everybody else. $2,000. $2,000. And then just by signing up, you could get all of them wrong. You could be like Kyle and lose every single pick. You'll still be automatically entered into a random grand prize drawing for $10,000. So here's what you got to do. BetQL.com/props. That's BetQL.com/props. Starts tomorrow. You make your picks. You win cash. It's that easy. And we're going to play along, except for we don't get the cash part.
No.
Yeah. No cash. No cash for you.
Then give me one good reason why I should play. Give me one good reason.
Because it's fun. Because it's fun, Dibs. And because on this show, this is where you get picks. 1-800-DIBS, DIBS, 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 DIBS.
Yeah.
1-800, call our message phone. I mean, we've got some fire going right now. Like, I know it was 3 red X's and only one green check. I know. It was a rough one for everybody. What happened, by the way? You had Winthrop -5, and they only won by 2? Is that right?
It's a good quality home win for Winthrop against Campbell. But, I knew it was going to be a close game, but I thought that Winthrop would have the possibility to get over the hump. But another red X for your boy yesterday in college hoop.
Campbell is plucky. You got to be careful. They're I mean, right? They come at you.
Yeah, and it was a Big South championship game rematch from last year, of course. I don't need to tell you that.
Well, the rest of us all went all in on the national title game. You, of course, got encouraged to go away from it because Kyle sort of pick blocked you.
Yeah.
He was so confident that he said, I don't need the spread. He takes Alabama on the money line. Spadonuts goes with the over in the game, which was at 53. I mean, it almost hit in the end, but it was like not even close. It was a battle of field goals for 3 quarters, as we know. And then I got to be honest, I took Georgia -3. I didn't feel good about it at any point until there was 5 minutes to go in the game. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to work out. And I'm yelling at that kid who makes the interception deep in his own zone. I'm like, fall down. What are you doing? Go! Yes, keep going. Touchdown! It's like, and I sent you guys the green check right away. The game wasn't even over yet. I'm like, that is a wrap. Georgia's a W.
Yeah, that's just one of those ones where I would have gone on Alabama, so I wasn't kicking myself the fact that I got off of Alabama. Kyle went on the money line, which didn't quite work out, but it turned out to be a pretty entertaining end of the game, and all credit to Georgia for getting the national championship, getting the natty.
I got a little 5-1 streak going here, Dibs. We got some dollars that are starting to build up in the little shoebox that I keep under the bed. There's a couple dollars starting to build up.
Okay,
in there.
nice.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that.
All right. So anyway, but to your point, this college football game last night, I found the reaction to it kind of funny because there's no two ways around it. You can be impressed by these SEC teams, but this is only going to really pop the eyes and get the emotion going for certain areas in the country. College football is huge in small towns. It's usually not as big in big cities. Yes, there are some exceptions, but the reaction to this game and people going, oh, man, Alabama, the dragon has been slayed. They were the underdog, and the other team is just a different SEC power. And so to watch them all play, have that sort of play out the way it did, it got exciting in the end. But yesterday for me, the last 48 hours were a great, shining example of why I'll take pro over college every single time. I love college sports. I particularly love college football. But, man, it could be so much better because to me, college sports right now, especially in football, is where predictability goes up and fairness goes down. You only have 4 or 5 teams that even have a shot at a national title at the beginning of every year, and you know it's going to end up with Georgia playing Alabama or Alabama playing Clemson, and Brian Kelly's going to be there with a fake accent. It's all going to be this, that. Meanwhile, the day before, the Colts go winning in against the worst team in the NFL and get trucked.
Right.
Like, give me that unpredictability. I thought the NFL Sunday this week might have been one of the greatest ones I've ever seen.
And it was the whole year of unpredictability. It was kind of a wild season of you couldn't really bank on any team in the NFL week in and week out. There's no juggernaut. And, you could look at already the odds to win the national championship in 2023. And I saw the story. I didn't click on it, but you can guarantee that among the top 5 will be Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia. Clemson, and you're maybe LSU pops in there because of Brian Kelly, but it's the same teams over and over and over. And it's because, from a talent standpoint, Alabama is going to be able to pull so many more 5-stars. And I know National Letter of Intent Day is still coming up here in early February, but once that day hits, you're not going to see a large cluster of young 5-star blue chippers going to Kansas, for example. It's just not the way the system works.
It was funny when the game ended, and we always do this. It's a big mock draft night, and Vegas starts, reshuffling the deck to be like, okay, who's the favorite next year? And it was like, Alabama's the favorite. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, Alabama's the favorite. And then I saw another headline that said, Alabama and Georgia are co-favorites next year. Oh, wow, that's exciting. So you think Alabama and Georgia might be good next year. Oh, and the Heisman favorite, his name is Bryce Young. He's the quarterback of Alabama. I'm like, oh, my gosh. It's not a criticism of any of these organizations. Nick Saban has obviously been maybe the biggest game changer in the history of college football. But you got to give me some sort of variety, the spice of life, in order to make me want to come back year in and year out. Is this sour grapes from someone who grew up watching the Pac-12 and they're in like their worst doldrums ever? Maybe, but there's got to be a way. And actually, we know what it is. We know if you turn this into an 8-team playoff and have each conference's champion be involved, there's going to be more interest. It's going to bring more people in. And they're going to do it. They're going to be slow to get there, and that'll be better. But, man, like this just – you can't just serve one corner of the country every single year and expect us to stay.
It's hard. It makes it so. I mean, college football in particular is such a regional game that, and I think you mentioned this on the call. It's really kind of designed for the medium and the medium to smaller cities to be able to showcase. You know, you think about Alabama, right? And was that Birmingham where Alabama is, or Mobile? You know, Auburn is in small towns
somewhere. Auburn,
South Carolina, small. Clemson.
You know, it's amazing. It's amazing how much we don't know about some of these. I have I know just if Keith Jackson is in my head going Tuscaloosa, right? Then I'm like, okay, I know I know where that city is, but outside of that, I'm like, I have no clue. Like, how many people could you trip up if you're like, where's Clemson?
Right.
Like, I don't even know what state it's in for a lot of people.
I mean, I know Georgia's in Georgia, and it's in
Georgia,
Athens,
right,
but it's not in Atlanta. So, to the point of this conversation, it's, Columbus, Ohio. Time to play. Michigan is in Ann Arbor, which is 45 minutes outside of Detroit.
I'm going to go Baton Rouge, Louisiana for LSU.
Okay.
But,
I
think Florida's in Florida. Florida State is
Makes
too.
Sense. It's in the state of Florida, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
But it's more of a regional game, and it's much more of a southern small town kind of based sport as opposed to the NFL, which is big major markets.
Exactly. I mean, that's there are exceptions, I guess. When USC is good, is one of the few things where you could say there's where college football can be big in a big city. But by and large, no, you go to big cities. I mean, Happy Valley. Where is that? How do you even get there? I have
the middle of
clue.
Nowhere.
But it's somewhere, and they care about something there that we don't care about here. That's just the way it is. But thank you, text line. Now everybody's letting us know where all these. Yeah, so Florida's in Gainesville. Florida State's in Tallahassee. I know. But Clemson, I know, is in South Carolina. What city is it in? I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Do you know?
Scat-da-da-da, scat-ba-ba-ba. Where the hell is Clemson?
Where is Clemson?
Columbia, I think.
The irony of the whole thing is when Dabo Swinney sat on the turf at Levi Stadium and said, wherever we are, California, I'm like, wherever you are, where the hell are you from, dude? You're sitting in a city right now that's like the fourth or fifth largest city in the Bay Area, and it's probably got more people than your whole state.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know where.
Do you guys each want to take a stab at what city Clemson is in South Carolina?
I went with Columbia.
Okay, Mark, your guess.
I don't know. How many
don't
cities,
Google it. That's cheating.
How many cities do we even know of in the state?
Well,
of
I know
South
that Wofford.
Carolina?
I'm a former Wofford broadcaster, and that's in Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Well, I'm a big fan
Michigan
of
State place.
I'm a big fan of Darius Rucker, so I'll go Charleston, South Carolina.
You guys are both wrong. The answer is, of course, Clemson.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was good. That was going to be my next question. Like, is Clemson a city?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. So the address says Clemson, South Carolina, but that's like Stanford's in Palo Alto, but it's technically Stanford.
Right, Stanford actually they do not like being called in Palo Alto. Like they don't.
Tall stick.
Yeah, they do not like that. They're in Stanford. And I'm like, is that a city? I'm like, I don't know, but that's where they are. They're in Stanford, California.
Well, at least they stand for something.
God.
Okay, so now, by the way, now I just looked it up. Now that we're on the other side
I heard you,
the game
and
show.
Luckily Mark didn't.
Stand for something, but Stanford something.
At least they stand for something. You got to warn
something.
No, I give
I got an applause. Thank you.
I give you a 3. That's creative.
You can't give him a 3 when you missed it the first time by.
Well, but I was reading. I'm sorry. I was trying to read about Clemson, which is part of the Greenville, Spartanburg, Anderson combined statistical area. That's the metropolitan, the metroplex of Clemson. Greenville, Spartanburg, and Anderson, South Carolina.
Sounds like some. Never mind. Nope, not going to do it.
Not
going to do it. There's a joke to be made.
No,
I'm not going to
do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not going to do it.
You just did what's his name did before talking about Kyler Murray. Who is the Alabama kid that went right after Nick Bosa?
Quinnen Williams.
You just did the Quinnen Williams where you were going to speak and then you went, no, I'm good. I'm
guessing those towns are strategically placed together in an area.
They are in an area, and when you add them all up, there's like 20,000 people there, and so that's a metroplex when it comes to the state of South Carolina. But anyway, all of this is going to produce very, very little at the quarterback position this year, which is what we sort of started off talking about with regard to Jimmy G. This is an interesting text, Dibs. I wonder what you think about this, because we started off the show talking about, and I firmly believe this, I think a lot of you 49er fans, I don't think you're ready for what it's actually going to feel like for Jimmy to be on another team. I think you're going to remember the good. I think you're going to forget the bad. I think unless Trey Lance is quickly amazing, we're going to look back on Jimmy and have a hard time watching him win games for Pittsburgh or whatever next year. But listen to this point. One of our texters in the 707, I'm ready for Jimmy to go, not because I want Trey Lance, far from it. I want Jimmy to go to a team where the fans will appreciate him and deserve the wins.
That to me is a little bit short-sighted. You're implying that the 49er fans here don't appreciate Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't think that that's the case. Now, do they appreciate him as much as they should? That's an argument that can only be had by each individual, but the guy led you to a Super Bowl, and he didn't get it done, and now he's led you back to the playoffs playing with a bad thumb. So I don't know if there is a large percentage of the fan base that's out there trying to run him out.
I don't know. I mean, even as we're having this conversation, Ricky from East Oakland immediately just texted in all caps, "No, we won't, Mark." Like, in other words, no, we're not going to miss this guy. I'm trying to figure out, other than Nike not being elite, okay? Let's go with that label. Jimmy is not elite, okay? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Other than that, what is it that bothers you about this guy? What
He's
is
limited.
Okay, but that to me, that's the same definition. Like, this guy has done everything that you'd want a leader to do. This game on Sunday was probably the crowning achievement. It's the signature moment. He went out there without his thumb being relatched. Don't do it. He went out there and down 17-0, had just, outside of the Jalen Ramsey pick, just a phenomenal second half and a great final minute and a half there in regulation. He's said all the right things. He's been a perfect leader. He's been a great teammate, like all of those things. And while that may sound campy, like, I know it's big boy sports. You need to be great. And that's what the 49ers are going for. So, again, I support it. But that stuff's all got to be worth something, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's worth a lot, but it's not worth so much that the team themselves decided that they wanted to hitch their wagon to Jimmy Garoppolo for the future. The team is the one that is signaling to the fan base how they feel about him. We're just taking our cues from them. And if they really thought that Jimmy Garoppolo had the ability to be elite or was good enough to take this team to the heights that they wanted to be taken to, they wouldn't have gone out and acquired Trey Lance or acquired the pick to take Trey Lance. They're signaling to the fans how they feel about Jimmy Garoppolo. So for us to feel any more passionately about the quarterback that they don't even want themselves, that's a soft perspective, in my opinion.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit, because we're not taking our cues from the team. Your point is well taken, but there's another side to it, which is the cues from the team throughout this year were, and always have been, Jimmy's our starter. Jimmy's playing. And they've gotten all kinds of pushback on that. I mean, they've been made a laughingstock at times because they wouldn't go to Trey Lance, because Jimmy's the reason every time they lose a game. And yes, there were moments where he did lose them the game in Tennessee. I get that. But to say that we're simply following the cues of the team, Kyle Shanahan has had to answer the same question every single week all year as to why are you sticking with this guy? The cues that he is giving us are, that's our starting quarterback this year. And we've been maybe not so much you and I, but my gosh, we might be the only show on this station that didn't want that guy gone.
Right, and it's reflective of the fan base. The fan base, and it's human nature. People always want the next thing. You want to find out how the movie ends, how the book ends. People are always trying to skip ahead to find out, is Trey Lance going to be any good? You don't want to wait a year to find out if he's good or not. And as for Kyle Shanahan, he made his bed with the quarterback situation, and that's why he had to answer the questions week in and week out, because he was never definitive with what the plan was going to be. He doesn't owe that to us, but if you're not definitive with what the plan is, then you're going to get asked questions about it.
Relax. Don't do it. It's all sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com. Do we have Brian in Palo Alto? Brian, let's. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Brian?
Just living the dream, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, the same, Brian. The same.
I'm calling in. Just I want to say Happy New Year's to Dibs.
Thanks. Don't applaud that.
Dibs,
no, that was amazing.
No, Dibs, I have no complaints. I'm not angry or bitter about anything. But I just want to say I truly do appreciate Jimmy Garoppolo, and I have all the way through. And I do feel like he's treated very unfairly by 49er fans, because 49er fans can only view the 49ers in the lens of 5 Super Bowls and Steve Young or Joe Montana and Steve Young. And the reality is Jimmy is the third highest winning percentage in the history of the franchise as a starting quarterback. And Kyle Shanahan has never shown any ability to win at all. I mean, he's almost winless in his career when Jimmy's not starting. So I actually think there's a chance they try and keep him if there's no clear opportunity for Jimmy to be a starter someplace else. And maybe this is just, wishful thinking, like that they would cut him and then re-sign him here to a more reasonable deal. But, I appreciate it. He's been treated very unfairly by 49er fans. And I think Kyle has used him as his human shield, right? Because Kyle never gets the blame. Jimmy always gets the blame. And now that'll be gone next year, right? If Trey can't get it done, that's all Kyle Shanahan's fault. And, he's been able to avoid true judgment, for being, a 39-42 coach. And so, I appreciate Jimmy, and I think he's been, he's been excellent. He's a top 10. I'd rather have Jimmy over Baker Mayfield and a bunch of other starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
I agree with that. I'd definitely rather have him over Baker Mayfield for sure. I mean, when you look at the playoffs, Brian, thanks so much. I don't know. What do you think?
Thank you for the Happy New Year salutation, too, Brian.
Yeah. I mean, we hadn't talked to him in the last 11 days.
Sure.
Happy New Year, man.
Oh, that you're just going to leave me with that. That's how you're going to leave me.
I thought you'd want to react to what Brian had to say.
Well, I mean, the reaction would be GFY, as we previously discussed, when you wish me a Happy New Year after 11 days. But Brian and I are going to part on good terms today, so I don't want to ask him to go find himself. I think that he does make an interesting point, though, about the human shield element of this, because once Jimmy is gone and it's Trey Lance as the starting quarterback, QB1, well, now it's on Kyle Shanahan, because he's the QB whisperer. He's the boy genius. He is the offensive mastermind. He's all these things. If Trey Lance goes out and struggles, and if he fails and they don't win games, it's going to fall squarely on the shoulders of one Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. All right, more on that coming up. Are you going to miss him when he's gone? 888-957-9570. Text line is active today as well. The Comcast Business text line is always open at the same number, so fire away. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green, CEO of System Pavers, America's...
football for the time being because it's burning me, Mark. It's burning me. I'm going to have to put it on the shelf until March.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Is this what 2022 is going to bring? Like, all the things I know in life are going to be gone. I'm not sure I loved them, but they're gone. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be gone. Dibs doing college basketball games at 11:52 in the morning every day. I don't like this is part of my day. I'm a creature of habit, Dibs. You can't just pull the rug out from underneath us like that.
Yeah, we're going to have to make some adjustments, Mark, because I am yet to be, well, I guess the opening week we did the bit, I was on the hook for donuts, and I famously got bailed out by Timeless Coffee, as you recall, the Timeless Coffee bullpen.
Oh, I recall, yes.
So since then, I haven't lost the bit, and so I need to hunker down and get a win today, Mark. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. But
unfortunately, it's too late for me to get down on the Africa Cup of Nations. Sudan and Guinea-Bissau is live right now. I had a lean on Sudan, but I missed my window.
Damn! That one. That would have been fun. But you're not even you're not even on the lam right now. You and Kyle are tied, right? Are we at 2-4? You're at 2-4.
Yeah.
We got a week and a half to go. We got almost 2 weeks. We're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'm going to need that music at 11:52. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to have to start picking college basketball games because I can tell you one thing I'm not doing tonight. I am staying the hell away from that Warrior game.
Yeah.
I am staying because I will not. I refuse to bet against them. I refuse to do that. That's bad juju. It's bad mojo. I'm not sitting down at 5 o'clock and having that thought in the back of my head, like, ooh, at least I won pick your battles, even though the Warriors lost. Like, not doing that. But I'll also tell you, I'm not picking the Warriors. I'm not laying points in the situation that they face tonight. That sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, too many injuries on both sides to really feel confident about that pick. You know, you've got Draymond Green, who's out. Otto Porter is questionable. We don't know about Gary Payton II. So because of that, in Memphis without Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams, a little bit of an odd game and the first game of the trip, and maybe a little bit of a letdown spot for Klay Thompson as he realizes, the confetti's all gone away and the champagne's dried, and now it's just hunker down and get back to business of being an NBA player.
I wonder if is it Winthrop's fault? In fact, we have a texter who's checking in on you, 510. Is Dibs doing okay? He's less sarcastic than usual today. Are we blaming Winthrop for that? Is that what's going on?
No, I don't think we can blame Winthrop for that. It's just kind of been a back to business Tuesday here on Willard and Dibs. Hasn't been too much to really be too sarcastic about.
It is Tuesday. Tuesday is a weird day. Tuesday, I got to admit, in the whole, in the span of the week, especially since, I guess, okay, we can replace Monday Night Football with the national championship game. That's fine. But this is always a time where, as a sports person of habit, it becomes weird. We didn't lose Monday Night Football because we're going to have a playoff game next week for the first time. But, you start to get used to the way that the calendar works, and now football is going to change. There are fewer games. Wednesday's the middle of the week. Thursday's my favorite day of the week. Friday's Friday. It's untouchable. What do we do with Tuesday? There's no MAC game. We're fine tonight. The Warriors play, but Tuesday is a little bit of a mental challenge.
Yeah, Tuesday is a little bit of a flat spot. It's great that we have a Golden State Warrior team that is so relevant and so fun to watch. So 5 o'clock tonight, we're locked in on Tuesday Night Hoop, and then tomorrow, we'll poke through the whatever happens tonight in Memphis with the Warriors and start to really ramp up our Cowboy Niner talk in advance of what's going to be a pretty wild weekend, Mark, when you think about it. 2 games Saturday, man. 3 Sunday, and then the weird first ever Monday night playoff game.
Right. I'm not sure how do you think you're going to do with that? And it's great. We'll sit down and watch it, but I do think it's a very odd dynamic for the players, and I think it's a very odd dynamic for fans, especially with now what we've gone through, listening to the Rams complain about their home building being turned into a road environment. Now you're throwing at the Los Angeles public a game that starts on a weeknight at rush hour. Like that's and the road team is not like who's traveling to be like, yeah, we're going on Monday. Like who? It's a very. I'm very interested to see what that stadium looks like in 6 days.
Right, especially in the first quarter. I think by the time you get toward halftime, it'll be full in typical LA fashion, where it is a playoff game and it's a beautiful stadium. I've been told that, but then again, Inglewood is not necessarily the easiest place to get to when you're in and around LA, because you're either going to have to endure the 405, the 10, the 101, or a collection of all three, and none of them are really easy to traverse.
No, the 101 will not come into play in Inglewood, but what will come into play is airport traffic and everything else. I mean, it's listen. The bottom line is, and just if you haven't thought about this dynamic of being on a Monday, if you go to that game on Monday, you're not going to work that day. You're not trying to make that drive in at 5 o'clock. Like, you have got to be in position, like making your way in by 2:30 at the latest. I mean, it's going to be a disaster. I'm a little surprised that they gave that game to the Rams, but I don't know how that gets decided. Is that decided by networks?
Yeah, I think the networks get the choice. The networks get the matchups, and the networks get the pick. And it's usually that first game on Saturday that's kind of the dud as you roll out your wild card weekend. And the Niner Cowboy game, I think, is obviously the most marquee of the matchups.
Although it doesn't end up as the Sunday night game, which is a little surprising to me. But again, I don't know who had access to what, who had first pick as far as networks are concerned. I don't really know how that all works, but I'm with you. If you want to talk about the national intrigue of all of the matchups, there's some really good ones. I mean, the Chiefs fan base and the Steelers fan base, those are big, healthy fan bases, even though the game's not supposed to be all that close. The 49ers and the Cowboys, though, I mean, as far as logos and national intrigue and all of that, I mean, that's got to be second to none this weekend.
Absolutely. And, you look at the first game of the weekend, Raiders-Bengals, and the AFC South, or the AFC North in this case, winner, they usually get that early morning game. I remember last time the Raiders were in the playoffs, they were in that first slot on Saturday. Who and I, along with Lo Neal, drove up to Reno for a live broadcast when that was the Connor Cook game for the Raiders when they took on the Houston Texans.
It's nothing worse than getting all the way to the playoffs and then losing your quarterback.
Right.
I mean, that's just brutal. Absolutely brutal. But, it looks like everybody across the board, all the QBs are healthy heading into to this weekend. And, you talk about what we've been discussing, the whole dynamic of Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. Like, you look up and down what this playoff weekend will look like. If Jimmy is able to make some sort of noise in these particular playoffs, when you look at the other quarterbacks that are in this dance, right? I mean, we look at parity in the NFL, and then at the same time, it's the same quarterbacks who end up in this dance every single year. Mahomes is going to be there. Rodgers is going to be there. Brady is going to be there. I think we can now put Josh Allen into that mix as well. He's going to be there. And then you have your spot starters that certainly look the part, but you weren't quite sure yet this year. Matt Stafford, Kyler Murray, Ben Roethlisberger, one more ride. And then there's sometimes, there's the new guys, Joe Burrow and Mac Jones, and Jalen Hurts. And then I would put Garoppolo and I guess Derek Carr kind of in a similar boat of like, yeah, you're competitive every year. I'd put Garoppolo a little ahead of Carr based on what they've achieved, but like you're there. I left Dak out. I mean, he's probably in this too. Like, you're there, you compete. It usually works out, not always. But if he can navigate that group and make noise, that's a big feather in his cap.
Huge. And, you look at a lot of the young quarterbacks, whether it's, Burrow with the Bengals and Jones with the Patriots or Allen with the Bills, even Hurts with the Eagles. And, Mahomes has already done it, so you put him in a separate category. But then you look at Kyler Murray with the Arizona Cardinals, and these are all QBs in the playoffs who have a chance to start to legacy build a little bit, because ultimately in the National Football League, you are judged by what you do in the playoffs. That's why Nick Foles will always have a special place in the hearts of Philadelphia Eagles fans, even though he didn't really have that much going on in his career in general, but he got you to the Super Bowl. He won you the Super Bowl. Your Mark Rippons and your Doug Williams and your Trent Dilfers, these are all Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. So if you're one of these young guns, one of these young phenoms, and I know Jones is the rookie, and I guess he'll be the only rookie starter in the playoffs.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, as you said, there's some first timers: Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, but Mac Jones is the rook.
And Kyler Murray also as a young player, and the number one overall player and the number one overall pick. He's in a spot where he can start to build a legacy and build his resume. And he's opposed by Matthew Stafford, who right now he is saddled with the label of one of the all-time best quarterbacks to never win a playoff game, and that's not something you want on your resume.
No, I think he's going to get it, by the way, on Monday. I really do. I think that matchup absolutely favors the Rams and the Cardinals for whatever reason over the last 6 weeks. I mean, you talk about what Hasseltine came on and talking about the Grizzlies, and remember that little spot where there was a moment in the Grizzlies schedule where Ja Morant got hurt and they played a little bit better, and there were fans that were like, oh my gosh, are they better without Ja? Can we have that conversation about Kyler Murray and the Cardinals? Like, he went out and they kept on winning, and then he came back, and they've been bad. They've been really bad. He came back in a game at Chicago December 5th. Their record to finish the year with Kyler Murray, December and January, 2-4. 2-4 with a loss at Detroit and a pivotal final week against Seattle where you win the division if you win the game, and they give up 38 points.
Yeah, and I think it's more than just Kyler Murray, the problem with Arizona, but it looks like a team that came out and played great early, and they were everybody's boutique pick to pop, and then Kyler Murray got hurt, and then since he's come back, the team has not looked the same. And I think you're right about that game, and I look forward to pick your battles on Friday when we have a chance to pick these playoff games. I think that the Rams are a pretty solid favorite over Arizona.
By the way, though, that one's not on the table for Friday Pick Your Battles because it's Monday night. That's on the table for Monday's Pick Your Battles. But all the other games are absolutely on the table. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm sure it'll cause fights inside family homes. Like, we're going to get to the weekend, and the playoffs are going to be on the whole time. Yeah. Like, there's never going to be a moment where they're not on. By the way, you'll love this story going into to your world and your house with CYO basketball coming up this weekend. Yeah. And you were so kind to extend the invitation to my 14-year-old Abe to be a timekeeper, and you guys will get started this weekend. And I asked him, I'm like, okay, we got to let them know what your availability is for the weekend. Like, when do you want to do games? Do you want to know what this kid said to me? This was a proud papa moment. He goes, Dad, I'm not available during the 49er game. I was like, boy. Yeah, that's right. He said, I'm available the rest of the weekend. I'm not available during the 49er game on Sunday.
Okay, perfect. We'll let him know that Saturday, if he really is free, we're looking at an 8-pack, an octuple header for your boy D. Claus, and if your son wants to time keep all 8, I'd be happy to have him.
I think he might give you the first half or the second half. I don't know if I'll talk to him. He's not an 8-pack type kid.
It's time that he straps it on and gets ready to dig in for the full 8. Because I mean, once you're there and you're doing it, you might as well do all 8 games. I mean,
you might as well.
You might as well. What else is he doing?
8. Exactly. Sitting around looking at his friends, going on bike rides across the city. I mean, come on. Let's get after it. I'm with you, but I'm an 8-pack type of guy. He's not necessarily an 8-pack type kid. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also our Comcast business text line. And there was one text that just came in that sort of, I think, underscores the point I've been trying to make about Jimmy Garoppolo, which is that I do think a lot of you are going to miss him when he's gone. I'm not trying to tell you that the 49ers should not have drafted Trey Lance. I simply think whatever your opinion is of Jimmy, it will change for the positive when he's gone. And he is treated unfairly, at least by a portion of the base. There are fans out there, for example, Dibs, who think this. 408, Jimmy G is okay with losing. He just gives you that pretty boy smile. What? How is that how do you look at the last 4 years? His thumb, ligament, and bone hanging in 2 different directions. Goes out there and does what he does Sunday. And you wake up 2 days later and go, guy's okay with losing. What are you talking about?
That's just an unfair assessment of any athlete because, we all want to see our athletes when they lose. We want to see you throwing things and flip the spread and really showing how angry you are. But not everybody processes failure and defeats in that same fashion. There's a lot of Jimmy G, sort of opinion that I don't get, and I get our background in this city and with this team. And so the quarterback position is special, and the 49ers are playing the Cowboys this weekend. It brings up all of the thoughts of the history in the playoffs and the catch 40 years ago yesterday. Did you watch, by the way? Did you watch on Peacock the Joe Montana documentary? Yeah, I did. I watched the first 2 parts. It is just absolutely fascinating. It's terrific to watch and go back and see what a skinny kid he was. Just such a scrawny kid. And I totally had forgotten the local angle with Frank Alaco, who was the longtime basketball coach at Northgate High and De La Salle High out there in the 925. And he was on those Notre Dame teams. He was a quarterback ahead of Joe Montana when Montana was 7th on the depth chart at Notre Dame. So that had me flashing back to covering Frank Alaco and Frank Alaco Jr. when he was playing for his dad over in the East Bay.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great. It's 49er fan porn, by the way. If you're a big 49er fan and you haven't, please, and I know there are some of you who are like, what's Peacock? How do I get Peacock? I honestly don't even know how it works. I just it's one of those things that based on whatever your provider is, you may have access to it, you may not. If you don't, it's only a couple of bucks a month, I think, or something like that. But if you're a 49er fan, you have got to watch it. And I promise you, sort of like what you just said, Dibs, there's some pieces of it that you won't know. Like you'll learn something about the history of Joe Montana or even just the way Bill Walsh coached him and the way it built up to that moment 40 years ago yesterday. There's something you don't know, and so it'll be a good experience for you if you're a 49er fan.
Yeah, and so many good cameos. You got Michael Zagaris, the legendary photographer. Mike Silver pops up in there, and just so many other figures and individuals. Ted Robinson talking about the old days back in Notre Dame. Apparently he was a student at the same time that Joe Montana was there. So just some of the great throwback people and the stories from back in the day. And, then the Steve DeBerg. I remember the Steve DeBerg era with the 49ers.
DeBerg was amazing, too, because he's just so by the way, Joe Montana's way better than me. I mean, his perspective on it now was hysterical. I thought DeBerg played a great part.
Yeah, and the O.J. Simpson part where, you see the juice is out there stretching, and you could tell just in the footage that he could not care less about being an NFL running back anymore.
DeBartolo called it one of the worst trades in the history of the NFL.
Right.
Yeah. and then then you process what you know about the juice now, and you're like, man, that really just didn't go well, did it?
No.
That did not go well. But anyway, yeah, it's really good. And I wonder, Dibs, do you believe in and you can answer this however you want, like whatever definition you want. Do you believe in magic or just that, like,
love and
I don't
spoonful?
know, that's something different that some people possess?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, not every human being is cut from the same cloth. There's some people that have special abilities without a doubt.
Joe Montana at Notre Dame, for those of you who have not seen the highlights, the throws that he put up there that ended up in the right spot or just miraculously were caught when players weren't open. I mean, I don't think he threw a spiral the entire time he was at Notre Dame, based on those highlights. I mean, the ball is just coming out sideways. It looks like a helicopter, and it ends up in the right spot on 4th and 4, right up against the sideline. Like, you already thought, if you're a Niner fan, that Joe Montana was magic. You watch that, and you're like, dude, I don't know what that guy's got going on. But everything he threw up, it just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, a couple of those comebacks at Notre Dame. And it's funny when you hear from Dwight Clark, who, you know, Notre Dame came back to beat Clemson, and then Dwight Clark and Joe Montana both show up at camp the next year, and Clark's looking at him like, wait, you can't be Joe Montana. You can't be the guy who led Notre Dame with 2 touchdown drives to beat us. I thought you were the kicker.
Yeah, but what does Dwight know? He probably didn't even know where Clemson was. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Anyway, if you missed the earlier portion of the show, that was not a dig at the great Dwight Clark. May he rest in peace. It's Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you think you will feel when this, whatever it is all over for Jimmy Garoppolo? We'll continue to take your calls, your texts, pick your battles, looms on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Oklahoma
Thousands of dollars on the table at a diner. Why leave thousands on the table with your tax return? Jackson Hewitt will help make sure you don't. This year, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits. Your Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro will help you track down every last one, so you get your biggest refund guaranteed. Don't leave thousands on the table this year. Discover thousands of dollars in tax credits instead.
Check, please.
Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Commercial breaks are different when we work from home. Did you just bring a plant into the room? Like, what are you doing right now?
What am I, a caller? Dan,
what are you doing?
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? Like, what was that? What are you like? I mean, it's different. I get it. Like, normally during a commercial break, you and I will talk about all the things we're not allowed to talk about on the air.
Boy, I missed that. I've got some things to tell you, Mark Willard.
Oh, I got some stuff for you too, brother.
I miss you, man.
But in these times, instead, we look at each other in Zoom and watch the weird stuff that we do. Like, I've got the sleeping dog behind me. You see Penny right there.
I had the 7-year-old made an appearance earlier, which was great.
Jude came in. He's still in his PJs. He rolled around on the ground a little bit because
you tried to bring it in for a hug, and he stiff-armed you and was able to fight through it.
Because he was aware that the Zoom was on. He's like, I don't want to be seen. I see what you're trying to do, Dad. You're trying to show Twitch and YouTube like a nice father-son moment, and I'm not letting you have it. Yep. And then you're like gardening or something. Like, what's happening over there?
It's a ficus. Got a couple of ficuses, fici. I don't know what the plural of ficus is, but got a situation where you got to water the ficus, and we don't get great sunlight up here in the bedroom, so I try to rotate the ficus where I'll put it outside for a day, and then I'll take the ficus from outside and bring it back up here in the bedroom, and then take the other ficus and put that by the window in the kitchen. We got a fiddly fig that's going to need some watering, and the fiddly.
Wait, what? A fiddly fig?
You're not familiar with the fiddly fig?
I'm not familiar.
It's a beautiful indoor plant, and if you treat it right, it grows up big, and it's just a wonderful indoor house plant. So
that's true about everything. If you treat it right, it grows up big and strong.
Yeah. Shout out Chubb Rock, treat them right. So I'm in charge of indoor and outdoor foliage. So it's important that the house plants continue to thrive.
Oh, this is too much fun for me. I'm sorry. I'm in charge of indoor foliage. That's like, do you guys have a list, and that's on your list?
No, there's no formal list, but my girl Supper, she does the majority of the cooking, so I do the majority of the cleaning.
I would hope that she does the cooking if her name is Supper, which, by the way,
she's an excellent cook.
Yeah, I bet. And let me address a text that we got a long time ago at the beginning of the show where someone said, I can't believe that you call her Suffer and she stays with you. No, not Suffer, Supper, and it is a term of endearment because the woman doesn't use the word dinner. She uses the word supper, which I find to be almost too classy. It makes me feel uncomfortable, like I'm a lesser version of a human when someone else starts saying, would you like to come over for supper?
It suits her. She's equally classy and elegant. So chicken parm, by the way, and asparagus tonight. Yeah.
Oh, how do you do your asparagus?
Well, I believe tonight it'll probably be roasted asparagus. Occasionally we'll put it on the grill. Got a nice gas grill, so we'll grill the asparagus. But if there isn't other grilling being done, I won't go out of my way to just grill the asparagus. If we're not also grilling some meat products, then the asparagus will get cooked in other ways.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Big fan. Jealous of your dinner. I am doing Taco Tuesday for 3 children tonight.
Nice.
And it is. It's nice, but the payoff it's too much work for the payoff I get, which is 3 people looking at me for about 7 minutes going, this was a little cold. Can I be excused? That's usually it's something like that. But anyway, it's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market, where you can get great asparagus and also material for your Taco Tuesday. Do you want to know what I did during the break while you went around and did indoor foliage?
Ficus, Mark. You got to take care of the ficus.
You do. Yeah, there are ficus among us. I rewatched that last regulation drive from Jimmy Garoppolo. I rewatched it. And
while clutching your bobblehead oh so gently.
Brother, this thing was better than I realized. I mean, only one incompletion on the drive, and that was the first down play from like the 12-yard line or so where he just slightly overthrew, I think it was Jennings, overthrew him at about the 3-yard line. And but other than that, it was 4 completions. The whole drive from beginning to end took 61 seconds. It was one of the most masterful, efficient things I have ever seen in a 2-minute drill. For them, the pass we don't talk about, we all think about the one to Debo down the right sideline that flipped the field. The first down play of that drive, the squeeze into Ayuk that gained about 20 or so. I mean, listen, it was as good as it gets. That was as good as it gets.
Yeah, and it's just, not as fun as watering a ficus during a commercial break, but to take the opportunity to watch that again, it was an impressive drive, without a doubt. And, it was obviously helped by the Debo Samuel yards after the catch, which he's just incredible when he gets the ball in his hands. But you got to tip your cap to Jimmy Garoppolo for the whole second half in particular, but mainly that last drive.
Oh my gosh, it was just real. Like I had forgotten that there essentially was 0 time wasted, no incompletions until they were already knocking on the goal line's door. The only thing that they did that really wasn't worth it, the second play of the drive was just a little dump to Jennings that only gained 4 or 5 yards, and they had to run right back up to the line of scrimmage. The Rams even helped them out when the 49ers had to run after the Debo play and do the spike. They didn't even lose it down because the Rams were offside. The whole thing, it was surgical. It was surgical. You should go back and watch that and take the emotion out of it, because now obviously how it ends. And wow. Just wow. That was really an incredible football game.
Yeah, I will right after I bang out some laundry, which I got a full load in the dryer right now that's got to get folded.
Bro, Tuesday stinks. Laundry and ficus. That's what I got from you today. I'm out on Tuesday.
Oh, plus, I haven't even gotten to the fun part yet, which is we have a bountiful lemon tree that is, I got about 2 dozen lemons that are just ready to be plucked. So I'll be getting out there. Meyer lemons, too. These are the legit.
Send them my way. Yeah, when you come over for CYO, give some to Abe. I'll put those on my salmon next week. Let's go.
I'll tell you what, if your son commits to the 8-pack, I'll give you 1 lemon per game that your son will run the clock for me.
But only 8-pack? What if he does a 4-pack?
4-pack, he gets no lemons. But if he does that 5th game, you start at that point with a 5th lemon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what this is?
What is it?
It's a negotiation sensation.
Oh, what's happening right now. Yeah, it is. Well, and I'm negotiating for someone who may not even want an agent. He'd be like, I don't know, Dad, can I do 2? Like, I mean, is there a 2-pack? Like, I mean, I don't even know what he's going to say to all this. But
you got to do 4 minimum. If I'm doing 8, I can't have him come in for just 2 games because there's going to be a training. There's training that has to go on, and included in that is clock runs during all monologues. So if I happen to issue a 30-second soliloquy, that thing better be running.
Dude, I think I might come. I just want to watch. I want to watch him just sit there in the corner and get trained, and then I want to watch you. Like, show me up for the Dibs monologue in the middle of a game with a running clock. Like, I am so there for that.
Yeah, the clock is not the only thing that's running. The commentary is also running constantly.
We, as a referee,
we
as officials feel as if traveling won't be called in this instance.
Obviously, this young lady just traveled. However, at this particular age, we do not think that it's going to be prudent to stop the game and send it the other way. Exactly right. So
when it's 28-3 and little Timmy drives to the cup with 40 seconds left and he gets a double hatchet on the arms, it's a no call. It's a no call, kid.
Speaking of calls, do we have Jay in San Jose? Jay, what are you doing? What's happening right now?
What's up, fellas? Just having a good time listening to you guys. So I've been a lot of Jimmy hate, or I've been on Jimmy's tail for a while here. And I tell you what, a lot of it's not his fault. It's what Jimmy cost us. So I look at it differently. I look at it from Jimmy, to me, cost us either Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Tom Brady. I look at the quarterbacks that I know we would have looked at had Jimmy not been on the roster. And then I look at the flip side of what has Jimmy done for me and for my Niners, other than the playoff run and the Super Bowl, which he threw 10 passes in those 2 games. So Jimmy's not doing anything that is making me say, man, those memories, I really got to keep them. Jimmy's been this, he's been that. I just look at what he's cost us, simply put.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting way to look at it. However, did Jimmy cost you Tom Brady? I mean, like, the 49ers could have made that decision. They opted not to. And, if they were looking at Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, would they have made that decision? A lot of teams passed on them who were looking for quarterbacks and, went with Mitch Trubisky instead. So I don't know what decision they would have made, but that's maybe, Dibs, that's why I loved Sunday so much. We are a little short on big Jimmy moments, like memorable throws. There were 2 throws on that last drive that were memorable Jimmy Garoppolo throws.
Yeah, and the big moments, big throws, and it's always tough when you look at what would have been, and if you never would have gotten Jimmy G, or if you would have parted ways with him, could you have gotten Tom Brady, and what would that have meant? It's always something that I think is a challenge when you look at what if scenarios, going back in time. What we do know is this. Jimmy Garoppolo, when he plays, the Niners win games at about a 70% clip. And here you are in a very winnable spot on the road at Dallas and a chance to be in the final 8 in the NFL with Jimmy Garoppolo. That's pretty good.
All sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or go online at mbjesse.com. More of your phone calls around the corner. Pick your battles next to Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Why do you hate the Cowboys? Their uniforms, their smugness.
Make it perfectly salty. Get 2 great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley Sweet and Salty Nut Bar today.
More than 1 in 3 people will face cancer in their lifetime. Unfortunately, fear can stop you from getting your cancer screening, but it won't stop cancer. Early detection can save your life. Don't wait for symptoms to appear to act. Cancer screening is safe, effective, and accessible for everyone, including free or low-cost screening programs. Go to cancerscreeninfo.com right now for free screening resources and recommendations from the American Cancer Society. Don't wait. Early detection can save your life. Go to cancerscreeninfo.com today. cancerscreeninfo.com.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue. And Dynavite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynavite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot. And I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynavite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm definitely coming to watch you ref this weekend.
I love it.
I want to see your hip thrust.
Oh.
You better, if I come, you better call a block. You have to call a block.
Well,
you have to.
That play almost never happens at this level. We're talking about 5th grade B boys. Kids are not stepping in to take a charge outside of the restricted area.
I don't care. I don't care if the kid just wandered into the wrong spot. You got to call it. That's 1, 2 with the block, and we're shooting 2. Come on, bud. You got to give me one if I'm going to come see you.
If you're there, I will kick up the theatrics and the histrionics. You know that. It's a little bit tougher though, and I reffed over Thanksgiving, first time ever with a mask on, and you got to mask up.
Yeah.
Don't be a mask hole. So it's hard to really, it's hard to to report fouls as well, because normally it's, you use your, hey, 3 with a block, we're shooting 2. But with the mask on, it's a lot harder to communicate.
3 with a block.
Totally.
Yeah, not as fun. Pick your battles in a moment. I just did a quick gander. Oh my gosh, there's a game I love. Oh my gosh, I love it. I don't like it, Dibs. I love it.
Okay.
I love it. But first, Sean, San Bruno. Do we still have Sean? Sean, what are you doing? What's going on in your brain?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
So I like to think of Jimmy. Jimmy is like that partner, that boyfriend, or that girlfriend, and after you break up with him, you're going to be thinking about him from time to time. You're going to be thinking about him when your new partner doesn't cook you that meal, doesn't give you that pot roast. You're going to be thinking about Jimmy. The 49er faithful, Jimmy gives you the efficiency and mental resilience that you need from a veteran quarterback, especially under pressure, as he showed in that last performance against the Rams with Aaron Donald bearing down the stroke. You don't want a rookie in that position. You want Jimmy at the helm of a 49er offense that's created by Kyle Shanahan. All you need is a guy that's going to do the job. You don't need the flash. You don't need to go dancing every night. You just need that good home-cooked meal. That's it.
I love that Sean's first thought about the girl that got away is, that pot roast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she used to make that pot roast.
And your new girl can't make the pot roast, and so she tried, but it's got you thinking about, man, I miss the old pot roast.
That's hysterical, but I think he's right. Like that's kind of all I'm saying. I support the 49ers effort to go from good to be great. I don't forget the things that Jimmy does that drive you crazy. There was a texter earlier today that said something good, like I'm sick of Jimmy because is he good? Is he bad? He's both. He's constantly both, and I can't take that anymore. So I get it. I do think there are going to be moments when you watch the maturation of a young player, there are going to be moments where you think, boy, this would be a good spot to have Jimmy Garoppolo. And they're not going to have him to pull him out in those moments.
It's going to be growing pains, and then there also will be those moments where Trey Lance will make a play that Jimmy Garoppolo could only dream of making, and you'll have that same experience on the other side of, man, thank God we've got Trey Lance, whether it's him keeping a play alive in the pocket and avoiding a sack and rolling and, prolonging a play and then making a big throw. There's going to be positives and negatives that make you think about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Dibs, I don't know if you should be recommending picks anymore, but we do have someone who would like you to help them step up their indoor plant game. What's a good plant for the office with little to no sunlight?
I like a ficus, Okay. I like a ficus because you don't need a ton of sun and you don't need a lot of watering. You do need just a little bit of sun, a couple hours a day if possible, which is why sometimes, Mark, during these long days of winter where you don't have a lot of sun, and today actually is beautiful, but the last couple of weeks it's been completely gray. So I've been taking my ficuses outside. Give them a couple of hours outside just to
You take them for walks. That's amazing. It's the same thing I do with the dog.
I just put them in the backyard. Like right now, one of the ficuses, the one you didn't see, I did a little switcheroo, so I'll let it sit out there. We get full sun till about 3 o'clock in the backyard, and then the sun goes behind the neighbor's house, and I'll bring the ficus back in.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Now, let's do a little switcheroo, shall we? How about if you pick a winner for once? Can we do that? Can we pick your battles going here and update all of the board right now? Bottom half is Dibs and Kyle, both coming in at 2 and 4. Spadone, who's not with us today, is 4 and 2. I am setting the pace right now at 5 and 1 and have a pick that I love. 1-800-Willard. Call my message phone. 5 and 1. But let's start with producer Kyle, the Mad Dog. Lead us off.
Yeah, I'm going to take it to the ice, Mark, where the Vancouver Canucks are visiting the Florida Panthers. The Canucks have not played since New Year's Day, a 10-day layoff. They had been red hot prior to that layoff. I love the Panthers in this spot. They've been dominant at home. They might be the best team in their conference. Give me the Panthers on the puck line, -1.5 for the Panthers.
Wow.
Lock it up.
Puck line. There it is. When you're cold, where do you go? Kyle goes to the ice. Yeah, well played. And now Dan Dibley has the floor.
I wish I knew how to quit you, NCAA basketball, but I just do not. I cannot get away from you because ska-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Grandy Man. The Grandy Man can and does again. It's a matinee yesterday. Yesterday we got burned with a matinee special, Mark, but fool me one time, shame on you. Can't get fooled again. And so I'm going back to matinee college basketball. We've got a Pac-12 tussle on the farm. USC, number 5 in the country, unbeaten on the farm, taking on the Stanford Cardinal. The Cardinal hasn't played in nearly 3 weeks. USC too physical for Stanford. I'm going to take the Trojans. Oh,
boy.
And I'm going to lay the 6.5. Take USC -6.5. This game tips off at 2:00.
Have you ever heard a Cal or a Stanford fan do "This is the only song we know. It's boring and it's slow"? Have you ever done that one?
No.
Anyway, all right. So, hey, Kyle, what are we doing for Spadone? What are we doing with this pick?
All right, well, Spadoni sent me a pick, but we have a small problem, gentlemen, that we have to suss out here on the air.
That's a problem.
He sent me this morning, pre-show. We're talking 9 o'clock or so this morning. Check that, 8:08 a.m. He says, Brentford, Southampton, over 2.5 goals. Small problem there. Brentford and Southampton are in the 13th minute presently. So, are we letting him roll with this pick?
I'm okay with it. He sent it to you 3 hours ago.
Okay,
I'm
great.
okay with it.
All right,
Agreed.
all right. We're in.
Yeah.
We're in.
What's the score, by the way?
1-0 Southampton. Jan Bednarek with a goal in the 5th minute.
Bednarek.
Yeah,
What a
classic
beautiful
Jan.
strike.
Yep.
They need to move on from Jan Bednarek. I can't take it anymore. They need to draft a new player. Anyway.
Some coffee for that Jan.
Seriously.
They call him Jan. He's always complaining about Marsha. Thank you.
Not bad.
I had to work
He's
it. Not
exhausted.
bad. Not bad.
What can he do? All right. I will take the caboose at 5-1, and I will take you north of the border tonight in the National Basketball Association, where the Toronto Raptors, the second hottest team in the NBA, right behind the Memphis Grizzlies, are taking on a Phoenix Suns team that I think gets DeAndre Ayton back tonight, but they have not been themselves. Got blown out on their home floor by Miami just a couple of days ago. The Raptors are real. They're home, and they're getting points. You know what that means. We love them home dogs. Give me that home dog. Toronto Raptors plus the 4 tonight, hosting the Phoenix Suns. Lock it in. There it is. Pick your battles on a terrible Tuesday. That's what we got right now. But it's not that terrible because it's almost time to hand things over to Steiny and Who. They are all ready to go. There's nothing better than a smile from Who, by the way. Do you get that a lot, Who? You've got an infectious grin and laugh. Do you know that?
Steiny and Dibs has mentioned that to me, maybe one time during my radio career.
He's maybe the most lovable guy. I mean, it's impossible to hate the Who. I mean, Daryl the Who Johnson.
It was easier yesterday when he was wearing a Dak Prescott jersey, but outside of that, it's. I agree with you.
I'm smiling, but I'm irritated, and I consider you three my brothers. I really do. And I know we're a sports show. But if I see another one of the people that I've grown up with, I'm related to, do the 10-year challenge, what are we doing? Why are we all doing the same? I took my picture, but I won't do it because I got something else to do. Does that make me a bad person?
No, and honestly, when you get to be our age, and Goo, you're not quite as old as myself or Steiny, but
up there.
10 years now, Steiny, and we talk about this all the time. 10 years is like 10 minutes for crying out loud. Wake me in 50 years. Things are a little different for me than 50 years. 10 years is nothing.
Yeah, I guess my 10-year challenge would be go check out the picture I have on LinkedIn and then go watch Twitch TV, twitch.tv/957 the game. Put them side by side. So,
You know what, though? I will say this. Like, you can get mad at the 10-year challenge all you want. I'll take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday over people who are posting their Wordle score right now. Don't put your Wordle score on social media. It's an automatic unfollow. I don't even know what Wordle is. I don't care. And I really am not impressed by your score, even when it's good. I mean, stop. What are we? You know what the answer to your question is? What are we doing? We are bored. We are bored of our minds, and we thought we were bored before the pandemic, and then we got a pandemic, and we have we're finding new levels of boredom right now.
Yeah, it's just, there's so many other things you could do. You could go out and buy some house plants and try to coax them along, get you a nice fiddly fig, and see if you can't track the growth of a nice house plant.
Who won that game last night?
You didn't watch it?
Not my team.
It was 9-6, I think, at one point, right?
Those who laid the 3, that's who won the game last night.
Yeah, I know Georgia won, but never. I'm always surprised at how little college sports means around the Bay. It's amazing.
Did you take the opportunity, though, to drive the knife into your older brother, who is a diehard Alabama fan?
No. I don't know if you know this. We texted back and forth about 3 months ago, so we have another 4 months to go before we text each other again. It's usually a 7-month minimum. In fact, I asked him a question. He said, we should probably talk about that rather than text, and that conversation's coming in 2024.
Love it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. But Steiny, why are you surprised at how little the major college sporting event means in the Bay Area? Like that's the big city. What big city goes crazy over Alabama versus Georgia? Give me the big city that cares.
Atlanta, probably. Okay. I would think. Probably any school in the Southeast. But even USC used to be big down in L.A., right? But it's
circumstantial.
Something.
It's but everything in LA is big when it's good. Very, very, very few things matter in LA when they're not good. The Lakers are probably the exception because even when they're not good, the fans there don't understand that they're not good. Like, they still think the Lakers are going to win the title this year. That's what they think, as ridiculous as that is. But outside of that, like when David Beckham went to the Galaxy, it was a big deal for 3 weeks because it was new and it was something. And then once you're not great, you're gone. You're gone. That's it. So, even USC right now, they're not. That building is half empty right now when they're playing football games.
But when they were playing Vince Young, the world stopped because they were good. Yes. And I grew up going to the big games, guy. Not game, going to Blondie's Pizza and seeing all that energy. So I hate that jacket that college basketball that we get for college football in the Bay. The real rat on the table is the teams aren't good. If they were like top 5, top 10, I think the Bay would go crazy more than it is now. Shout out Troy Taylor.
Well, think about when Stanford under Harbaugh was, good and at least on the cusp of maybe being in the national championship picture. We still weren't going hog wild over that.
Yeah, Goo, how many times did you watch Jaylen Brown play at Cal?
I didn't even remember his tenure. I'll keep it real.
I think it was only a year, wasn't it?
I mean, Jason Kidd and
Lamont
Murray, these guys were hanging out at Cal, and it was a little bit of a deal. Andrew Luck was the quarterback at Stanford. It didn't resonate the same way. I just think, listen, if you go to, and I guess take out the large cities in the South, take out Atlanta if you want, maybe Miami. I don't really know. But if you're going to go northern half or coastal major cities in America, college sports is going to take a major backseat.
Yeah, there's probably some schools there's probably some cities in the Midwest when the Big Ten is flourishing that kind of come alive. But we got to get to what we're talking about today on our show, because we're putting rats on the table, and we're putting them on right away. And Dibs, you'll appreciate this, and the listener's going to get taken behind the scenes here, because Daryl the Guru Johnson is a Dallas Cowboys fan. He is a fan. And we can't hide it anymore. And sometimes the big boss in the past will be like, I know Goo likes Dallas, but he talks Dallas. I'm out. Well, we are going to talk about Daryl the Guru Johnson's Dallas Cowboy fandom, where it came from, if it's allowed, and then we're going to just lay it on the line. Who are you rooting for, and why? And you're going to have to stand up to the Bay Area and 49er fans. There's none of this, can we sweep it under the rug? No, we can't.
I thought maybe you were going to, and I am available if you decide that we need to have an intervention for Mr. Who. If you want to, Daryl, I love you, and I know you've had this problem for a long time as a Cowboy fan, and I want to be here to help you get through this. So if you're ready to alleviate this burden, this terrible addiction you have to the blue and the silver and that pathetic star, Steiny, if you want to lead an intervention, I am available. For the next 5 minutes or so.
Hey, Willard, it's in my blood. I won the American Idol, the Lucky Break contest in 2012. All my cards were on the table. I've never snuck or hid, but, it's not a prerequisite that you be a fan of the team that you cover. You want to be objective, right? And that's what I am when it comes to Bay Area sports outside of the Warriors, because that's my hoop team. But this is a big deal. Niners, Dallas. This is Lakers, Celtics to the NBA. I cannot wait for this Sunday, guys.
You need to be who you are, and I'm not going to call you Goo. I'm still going to call you Who.
I love the Who,
long.
by the way.
Yeah, you're the Who. You're the Who, and I'm not changing that. But Who, there's nobody in this world you should talk to more than me. I worked in Los Angeles, California for over 15 years as a diehard Giants fan, as a diehard Warriors fan, as a diehard 49ers fan. They didn't care about that so much. There was no NFL team there at the time. But believe me, there were many discussions like you've had over how do we present this? Do we present this? What's the deal? The bottom line is there's one thing that works in life no matter what your business is. Be you. Be you. And that's it. And the rest of us are going to relate to that because you're a human being and we've all got that stuff. Now, this week, we're going to beat the hell out of you. We're going to beat the hell out of you all week, but it doesn't change the darn thing. You should be you.
Yeah, Dibs, it's not like I'm a Patriot fan and we're winning chips left and right. The team is downtrodden.
Yeah, and Mark's right, though. It's all about authenticity, and it's an authentication sensation when it comes to you, and that's why we all love you.
I mean,
right on, Diz. Right on.
But here's the problem. Knowing Guru, this is going to go the worst possible way, which is he's going to say, I love the Cowboys. They're my favorite team, but boy, we can't beat the Niners. They're going to come into – yeah, I know.
Reverse devil tongue. He's going to pick the Niners. That way he makes sure that he covers his bets.
Exactly. And he'll also be able to work again in the Bay Area after this week because he's going to play the role of the reverse devil tongue guy.
Let me switch it up before we leave you guys.
49ers are going to win, so he's right.
Willard,
it's all good.
There's a kid in back. He's stealing something, I think.
Yeah, no, he's stealing my dog. Yeah,
Look like he's in heaven, Willard. It's so bright in there.
Look at this. This is a little boy and his dog right behind me. That's exactly what that is.
Hey, we all waited for Klay to come back. He comes back, and now Dre's gone. Am I the only one disappointed in that?
Well, they played together for about 8 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Draymond committing that senseless foul.
Yeah, they were +0 in 8 minutes together, so they were all right.
Terrible performance. Yeah. No, it's a bummer, especially on a road trip like this. I think they're gonna need him, but as long as everything goes well with Klay Thompson, they're gonna have their time. It's coming. And speaking of having your time, I think it is right now time for Steiny and Who on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru. Good afternoon, everybody. And we're one day closer to the Cowboys, 49ers, 1 o'clock start on Sunday in Dallas. And if you heard the crosstalk, we've got to address some things today. We've got to get official and accurate information, but we're going to be honest. And 888-957-9570. We're going to have a dialogue here with what, Guru? Who are you rooting for Sunday?
You know, it's the team with the star on the side of the helmet. It's a part of who I am, Matt Steinmetz. So that's what it is, and I'm going to be able to talk about this game with you and the fans objectively. But you're talking to a guy that used to cry as a teenager when the Cowboys would lose. I mean, just think about that. And that's never left me. So this Sunday, you know where it's at with me, but I'm able to talk about the game and the Niners objectively.
888-957-9570. Do you really think Daryl the Guru Johnson can talk about this game objectively? See, I don't.
I'm already scared. I'm already scared of the Niners.
I know, but that's not objective. That means you're scared of the Niners. That means you're going to be.
That's being real, though.
You're going to be talking the Niners up. You're going to be saying, boy, like, I know how you work, Goo. I know how you work.
Let's say
you're going to be inflating you're going to be inflating how good the Niners are leading up to this game, and I'm going to, quite frankly, have to talk you down at times. The Cowboys are favored in this game. The Cowboys should win it, and if they don't, then they got upset by the 49ers.
Okay, and it's interesting you bring that up because 4 weeks ago, Steiny, I told you on the same show the Niners were the team nobody wanted to face. It wasn't just Dallas. And then it looked like it wasn't going to be the Niners. So I've given the Niners and their progress flowers before just last week. But now everything's coming into focus, Steiny. And if it were Tampa Bay Niners, Niners Rams, Niners Arizona, Niners Packers, everybody would be proceeding with caution because, Steiny, they look like they're hitting their stride. And they run the ball. They're physical. And I'll say this about fandom, because you've always said, Goo, I'm not a fan. The one thing about a fan, he loves another fan. And the rule that comes with fandom, and that is you hurt, you bleed after a loss. But in this era of the internet, Steiny, There's 30 teams in the NBA. The Warriors are mine. But the 29 other teams are mine now. Because we all know what transactions they're doing. We're not emotionally invested in what Memphis is doing, but we know what the people are saying. And that's what I'm doing. Dallas is under a lot of pressure going into this game. If they're one and done after paying Dak $100 million, there's pressure. And the Niners got every ingredient to go up there to me and get a win. And I just can't wait to watch this. These two teams have played 37 times in their history, Steiny. If I were to ask you who do you think's winning, how would you guess that? And you may know. 37 times. Who would you think has the edge all time? With
2017.
That's a good guess. 19-17-1 Dallas.
Okay. When's the last time they played in a playoff game?
1995.
Okay. So, in other words, all that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because this is not a rivalry anymore. Like, my question is, and if you think it is a rivalry, I'd love to know why at 888-957-9570. My rule is if you go 25 years without playing in the postseason, then you can't be a rivalry.
But you can't ignore history, though, Steiny. When these two teams played 3 times in the NFC Championship, real quick, Steiny, it was the Super Bowl.
But that
you knew the winner of that game.
Ago.
But did you just throw that out the window, though?
Yes, it means nothing. Saying. What does it mean?
Wow.
Well, what does it mean?
It's history, though.
But what does it mean to George Kittle?
Okay. Well, we would have to ask him. I get where you're going. It's been a long time, but that doesn't negate what these two teams together, the NFL world stopped.
Yeah, but if you're 30 years old, you don't even remember those games.
Now, that's interesting.
You were 5 years old.
You go to a different generation.
And I'm my generation, and I remember the Cowboys. In fact, I used to cover the 49ers back then when I was a general assignment reporter at the Contra Costa Times. So I remember a couple of those games with the Cowboys. And to me, it's like ancient history. It's like if the Celtics are playing the Lakers, it's like, okay, yeah, Bird and Magic played 35 years ago, but the hell does that matter to Jaylen Brown and to LeBron James?
But what about the montages we're going to see of those games in 1981, even when I was a little pup, that brought tears to my eyes, Steiny? All that's going to be on display, and the nostalgia, all that's going to add to what we're going to see. I'm a guy that thinks the uniforms talk, like the Lakers, Celtics. They talk, Steiny, even when they play today, about their history. You cannot erase that. But I guess what I'm asking you is, do you think this new young, like an 18-year-old or 6, do they really know? Like Butch and Bonte, they are historians, Steiny. They know the history of their teams. Do you think there's a lot of youngsters in this era that look at Dallas and can't stand them, like Willard and like the guys, our boys we just mentioned?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, the reason that I hated the Cowboys was because I grew up outside of Philadelphia, and they were in our division, and they were really, really good. They've been harmless now for, 2 decades?
Yeah.
Harmless. So you tend not to hate a team that's harmless, and I don't know where the rivalry is. But the question I have for 49er fans, now that you've made the playoffs at 888-957-9570, what are your expectations of this team? Now that we're in the playoffs, how far do you expect this team to go? Or are we playing with house money right now? 888-957-9570. There's something about the Cowboys. Like, I don't know why the Cowboys would be worried about the 49ers more than any other team. I mean, I think the Cowboys are going to present a real challenge in the passing game to the San Francisco 49ers. I really do. So
that's a great point.
And I know the 49ers are able to run the ball, but I think the 49ers are who they are this year. They're pretty inconsistent. They play a good game here, good game there, and then they kind of fall back. And I want I think it's going to be hard for them to, like I said, to rip off 3 straight wins on the road. But I give them a shot this weekend, but then I'll give them a lesser shot the weekend after, and then a lesser one after that. I think if they win one playoff game, if they beat the Cowboys, I think you'd almost have to say it's a successful year for the Niners.
And you know what, Steiny? I appreciate that, and I'm going to give you love because last week you were consistent, and you were consistent in saying that the Niners and Kyle are going to try to run it 40 times. So you are right. Dallas does have some weaponry, but their offensive line is having trouble right now and is having trouble establishing the run. They used to do what the Niners are doing right now, and that's running the ball down your throat. Now, the Cowboys got a great front line, Steiny, D-line. They got guys that can come in and out of the game, but they like to hunt. But they're having a problem stopping the run. And what do the Niners do best? They run the ball. Now, I don't know the availability. This is a big deal because I was shocked Trent Williams didn't play. And if Jimmy drops back and they run those jet sweeps and Jimmy's getting rid of the ball quick, Steiny, those are going to cause problems for a Cowboy defense that is very opportunistic. They live on turnovers. But what happens when you don't cause them? You know what happens, Steiny? Long drives, time off the clock, and that's when you look at this Niner team, like out of all the teams, I'm including Green Bay. Green Bay can't stop the run, Steiny. They know their identity most than any of the other NFC teams to me, and that's San Francisco.
Let's go. Let's get some people involved here. Billy's in Napa, wants to talk to Goo about the Cowboys. What's up, Billy?
What's up, B?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Goo, I'm proud of you, Goo. I'm proud of that because I've called you up the last couple of times and questioned you most recently yesterday. And I am, too. I'm nervous as hell. And all my guys that are hearing me are going to call me up right after I'm here. They're going to say, I heard you. But I'd be scared if I was playing Benicia High School because that's just who I am. I'm a 56-year fan. I'm a 56-year-old man, a 50-year fan. And Goo's exactly right. The run game, going those 8-minute drives is not.
Oh, we're losing you, Billy. So the 650 says this rivalry ain't never died.
See, that's how I feel.
When's the last time they played an important game?
Well, they played last year. It was Nick Mullins. But, Steiny, what about your upbringing? What if you got in a fight at the schoolyard and you got in a fight with, Billy Lewis, and you fought him 5 times, and then you see him 10 years or 7 years down the road to the supermarket? You two aren't hugging. You're still, that dude and me used to go at it. Time has subsided, but you still got that. You were rivals.
Goo, it's time to grow up. It's time to grow up. You're not 11 years old anymore.
Oh.
You're not 15 years old. You're a grown man. You can still root for your team.
So does my fandom expire at a certain age?
No. But no. Your fandom goes forever. But you have to acknowledge that this isn't a rivalry anymore. The Cowboys have bigger rivals, whether it's the Giants or the Eagles. Probably Washington, too. My rule is you have to have played within 25 years for it to be a rivalry. And that's a rule I just made up, by the way.
So as great as the Warriors have been using that ideology, Steiny, they never truly developed a rival. And it was natural, not a bad thing. But, okay, they had Cleveland, but look at Cleveland now. Does that erase the times that these teams constantly met in the finals and just the threat that Cleveland possessed to be in the way of the Warriors?
Well, that's the other thing. Just because, Cleveland was just in here on Sunday. Was that a rivalry game? No.
No.
Nobody was like, ooh, man, this is a team we played 4 straight times in the NBA Finals, and that was a one that's only 3 or 4 years ago. But, the bigger issue is I want to know how 49er fans feel about kind of just putting the rat on the table with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And he's coming in here as a San Francisco, as a Dallas Cowboy fan. He says he can talk about this game objectively. So are you willing to listen to Daryl the Guru Johnson talk about this game objectively? And we're also going to delve into why the hell he's a Dallas Cowboy fan from out here in the Bay Area. But a couple questions, and we want to have some fun today with you guys and Goo. And the question becomes, Guru, the big 49er, big Cowboy fan, he's going to be rooting for Dallas. He said he bleeds. Silver and blue? Is that what it is?
Yeah, royal blue. Yeah.
Royal blue, okay. And 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers, they made it into the postseason with a win. What are your expectations now that they are in? They're in Dallas on Sunday. 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Fremont Bank. If there's
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. Getting you ready for Cowboys 49ers on Sunday.
Woof!
And it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Guru, of course, our resident Dallas Cowboys fan, and he's not going to back down from that.
I would be fake if I was, right?
You gonna bet on?
I'd be fake.
You gonna bet on this game?
No, then that never. You never want to be hurt with feelings and then hurt in the wallet as well. So no, not at all, Steiny. It's just bigger than money on this game.
All right. Let's jump in and take some calls and talk about the Niners. The other thing is, I want to take a couple calls here, Goo, and then I'm going to ask you to repeat something that you said. You and Evan, actually, our producer, said in the pre-show meeting that I'm actually kind of blown away with. But let's take a couple calls first. Let's go to Vegas Rob. Vegas Rob is in Vegas. What's up, Vegas Rob? How you doing, man? How far are the Niners going this year? Hey.
What's up, baby?
Yeah, it's over for Dallas. And I'm going to tell you one reason why. Debo Samuel. Because he's tougher than Pollard and he's tougher than Ezekiel Elliott. And I don't care how much money they paid Zach. Jerry about to be hurt this a year again. The 49ers ain't no joke. And that's coming from a Seahawks fan. But that team got that killer instinct when it comes to the playoffs. And to me, it's like Dallas they like lollygag and jolly. They don't have a killer instinct. It's like you in one game, then you out one game. And your lead is weak. So you could have faced a real team that's Super Bowl bound, that's been there, that's playoff ready, and they fighting for it, and they gonna take Dallas down. Sorry, Guru, man. Bet your chickens on the Niners, bro.
Wow,
that's a Seahawks fan,
man. So he's being real, Steiny. He ain't even got a dog in the fight. I'm telling you, this Niner team, it's not me trying to forget the devil tongue. It's just what we're watching. It's the second half of that Ram game. That's all, Steiny.
If they were playing the Rams, you'd be every bit as nervous.
Now, this is, I love you, but what did I say Friday before the Ram game? Steiny, I'm scared. On the road in the Terra Dome. Remember I said that. And
you
it looked
the Rams
like I was
to win
right.
The game.
Yeah, it was 17-0. It looked like everything I told you, it was correct. And the Rams, there's something mental going on, Steiny, and they wilted.
Under the weight of the 49ers who've had their number.
Man.
Omar's in San Pablo. Hey, Omar, how you doing, man? What do you got?
All right, what's going on, Steiny? What's going on, Guru? Hey, Guru,
you got it.
I just want to agree with you a little bit. Is that, I'm a little partial to the Star due to the fact that I played for a team called the Condors in San Francisco, and we were replicas of the Star. And I was 33, and I patted my game after Dorsett when he came out of pit out of 75. And that's when I was a Star. However, after the catch, I became a Niner. And I'm a Niner for life right here. I believe this red and gold. But let's talk about the Niners right now. Let me tell you something. Man, Ezekiel Elliott, you think he going to run on our defense? Man, let me tell you, we got the best run defense here in the NFL. What's going to happen is that we're going to make them one-dimensional. We're going to pick Dak the hell off, and we're going to put more pressure on him. He already hurt, like a man from Vegas said. It's a wrap, Guru. Sorry, baby. Niners.
What's that? I mean, see, I can envision it playing out like that. They can't run on anybody right now. They used to be the best O-line in football. Steiny, they're questioning their O-line. They're questioning their running backs. And I'm just saying, I could see a scenario to where that happens. I could be wrong, but I'm preparing and bracing myself for the pain.
The one thing I was thinking about watching that 49er game the other day, and we have a lot of fun talking to Lorenzo Neal and Baldy.
Yeah.
So Trent Williams is supposed to be the best offensive lineman in football.
No.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm going to ask 49er fans this too.
Where are you going with this?
If you're a football technician, all right, if you're a football strategist, I need this explained to me. I keep hearing how Trent Williams is by far the best offensive lineman in the NFL. But by the way, I have noticed before a couple weeks ago, he's quietly picking up a couple penalties. A, and B, he hasn't. I mean, he hasn't been. Can somebody explain to me how the 49ers lost such an important piece of their offensive line and didn't miss a beat running the ball? Like, how does that happen? It would be like if the Lakers lose Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but they still score 60 points in the paint, the game he's gone. Can somebody explain that to me at 888-957-9570? I would have thought. I would, because to the naked eye, the 49ers look no different running the ball on Sunday than they have all season long when they got it clicking.
Now, I love you for bringing this up, Steiny, because all our great coverage of the Niners, the Cam Inmans, everybody, nobody knew. I didn't hear a peep that there was a possibility. I know he was on the injured report that he couldn't play, but if you would have told me that before Friday and I left you at 3, if Trent Williams doesn't play, they go win this game, I would have gave you my right arm saying it ain't no way in hell. So I am with you, Matt Steinmetz. I'm still shocked. And now for him to be able to miss the game in the manner that he did, kind of a whisper under the rug, I'm like, are we sure he's available for this big game? Because they're going to need him. But, Steiny, I don't know if Kyle gets more credit. Who gets the credit for, what was it, McKivitz? Whatever the fill-in? I mean, if I would have called you down 17-0, forget the score, I would have said, hey, Steiny, how they running the ball? They were stuffed. The Rams were stopping the run to me. So I don't know how they pulled off that cue they did of beating the Rams without Trent W. I'm still stunned, Steiny.
And just to give you a little taste of what we get on the text line.
What we got?
Well, it just goes to show you. And, of course, it's the Comcast business text line. It's always open at 888-957-9570. So I asked somebody to explain it to me, and we get a 925 says, stick to basketball, Steinmetz. Okay, so I can't even ask a question on, can somebody help me how the 49ers were missing the best lineman in football and still ran for almost 200 yards? I
just told you that was like a parking ticket. That was valid. I mean, that was something we had discussed yesterday. I cannot believe the big dog, Steiny, and what did I call him? Forrest Whitaker on what's the the old movie?
Richmond
High. There you go. Well, I forget his name, but anyway, I just shocked that they did it without him. Do you think he misses 2 weeks in a row? There's no way.
I don't know. Okay. You know what? I got to tell you this. You've got a little bit of I don't want to say a habit because it sounds like it's a bad thing, but it's not. You kind of do that to me a lot, where you'll say, do you think Trent Williams will play on Sunday? And it's like, how the hell do I know? And you kind of did it earlier. You said, Steiny, now with Draymond, do you think he's going to play on I have no idea. I have no idea.
You know where I'm going with that?
Just to clarify? I don't worry about that stuff because it's totally out of our control.
But you know what it is, and I hear you, Steiny. I know you don't got the injury report, nor is your name Steve Kerr. It's kind of the gut thing, G-U-T. What's your gut? So when I do that, when I go to, you'll know it ain't putting you on the spot. But what do you feel? That's all. Because I'm feeling like Draymond will not play. And if he ain't with him now, he ain't coming. And I hope it's not more than I didn't even see him get hurt the game before Klay coming back.
Yeah, calf tightness is what they call it.
Nothing to play with, yeah.
Which I saw apparently it's different than a calf strain. It's actually worse than a calf strain, but we'll figure it out. Draymond Green's staying at home right now. He could join the Warriors on their 4-game trip, or he could not. I got to get to this, Goo, because we were on the pre-show call, and this is where sometimes you say things change when you have new information, and that's all well and good. But sometimes I think we can jump too fast So let me get this straight. You've been saying all year you wanted Trey Lance to play.
No doubt.
Okay. You said that you thought Trey Lance could be every bit as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe even better.
And he would be different, no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but on the pre-show meeting, you said, Steiny, I'm telling you, if they I could see him bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo, and I could see Trey Lance waiting another year. Come on, man. You don't believe that.
I mean that with every fiber in my body, and I'm not the only one saying it, Steiny. Sometimes I feel like, and I'm not that guy, look at me, I said it first. But in this instance, how do you throw away or say goodbye to a guy that's already taken you to the Super Bowl? He was the quarterback. You get credit for being the quarterback, okay? He wasn't the sole reason for the naysayers out there. And now you got the possibility to go to Dallas, maybe go to Tampa, wherever you would go if you win that game. My question to the people out there is, as an organization, and I questioned you. I was like, why would you keep option A when you bought the new option A, but you did? And my question is, why would you say, hey, bye-bye to a quarterback that is proven when healthy, Steiny? He can get you not to the Super Bowl one year. He could also take you on the road if somehow they knock off Dallas. I'm thinking to myself, well, how much pressure does that put on Trey Lance to duplicate the growing pains of getting him up and running, and maybe as a team, you don't have that team success of maybe not making the playoffs. So now I'm telling you, I'm going to bed at night thinking, are we so sure they can't work something out with Jimmy to where he doesn't come back? Because now it looks like success.
If Trey Lance is as good as Jimmy Garoppolo right now, how can he not be the quarterback next year?
This is where I'm using your own. This is what you've taught me, beat me over the head or trying to beat me over the head. What if behind closed doors, Steiny, you are right? We'll never know. This Shanny saw some things that maybe are going to take a little longer.
I don't think there's any way, Jimmy. Listen,
okay.
Even
if they win like this week, wouldn't you? I'll see you next Monday. You'll still be Goo is Trey or it's Trey's. It's his job.
I actually think there's a chance Garoppolo could win the Super Bowl and not be back. Kind of thought that long. Now, I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl. I just think it's too much of an uphill climb.
Okay.
But there's not, I mean,
I know it sounds crazy,
you can't be serious. After all year, you pined for Trey Lance, and you said Shanahan should be playing him, and you like.
It's like the great show on HBO, Succession. He's having success right now, and I'm giving him the Dallas game, but if he goes on the road on a primetime game when this team was left for dead and we put dirt on Jimmy, I had my shovel, and I was like, dude, just let's move on. If he wins that game and we go another 6 days of the hype train of the Niners, and if he were to face his old, the captain, Brady, Steiny, I got to believe that just ain't falling on deaf ears. That's all. And for you to know your partner was all Trey Lance, you know that I'm being real with you by saying I see a scenario.
Here's
man.
what I see. Here's the scenario I see. Is you're overreacting to one game. Jimmy Garoppolo won one game last week, and now you're ready to say, after all season, being a Trey Lance guy, and we need Trey Lance. After one game, you're saying, you know what, let's bring Jimmy back next year. And I could see, and I'm here for it. Let's play Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's make Jimmy Garoppolo the starter. Like, that's not the plan.
See, I would hope you would let me, and people could say I'm sometimey, prisoner of the moment. Now, Steiny, the fact that they won the game in the fashion they did, I'm going back to 19. I'm going back to say, hey, even if we were to wave goodbye, he went to a Super Bowl. He's won an NFC championship. So now he's on round 2. of going into playoffs, Steiny. So if he were to add another win, it ain't just the Ram game now. It's the whole portfolio that it could be 2 years removed, and now I'm adding more W's. I'm just think about it, Steiny. How?
Well, I'll tell you what
say,
I'll think about.
Hey, see you later.
I'll think about everything that you said all year. So you're going to tell me that they're going to give away, that they're going to trade two number one picks for a quarterback, okay, who they're not going to use for until his third year. There's no way. There's no way that you'd be. There's no way you're going to come around to that way of thinking when the rubber hits the road.
So do you think, where would the hell be to pay from the fan base? Would it be what you're saying now, just strictly the draft picks, or somehow they knock Dallas off? And let's just say, Steiny, we're 2 games away.
It doesn't matter if they they beat Dallas, great. They're 10-7. They won a wild card game. It's Trey Lance's team next year.
All right. I mean, look, I'm just stranger things have happened, Steiny.
I'm just surprised it's been one game and now you're ready to you invested so much time into Trey Lance and Garoppolo has one game. He plays one good half. And now you're like, I got to get my popcorn for next year if Garoppolo comes
I didn't
back.
add this caveat, Steiny. The fact that here I go, and I didn't share this with you. The fact that Trey didn't get the start and they allowed Jimmy to go out there with the thumb in the condition it was, that to me said something. And I'm not disrespecting Trey Lance, but Steiny, that said something. I thought that was the game to where even if he thought he made the wrong decision, I'm giving my hot-shot rookie, supposedly, a chance to win this game for us. And Jimmy goes out there the first half, and it's ugly. And he's a part of it being ugly. But, Steiny, you kept telling me, what if behind the scenes, you're the reason for this, Kyle has seen something that may he needs more seasoning. So what would the ira be of having Trey sit one more year? Yeah, you're spending money for Jimmy if it's another year, if Jimmy even wants that. But I'm just looking around like, do you throw success and start over out the window that easy? That's all.
888-957-9570. Are you hearing what Guru's saying? Has that win last week changed the way you feel about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance? And are you okay now if Jimmy Garoppolo comes back? And
wow, man, I can't believe it.
Well, I don't think it's anything worth believing. You know what I mean? I think that's a 3% chance of happening that Jimmy Garoppolo's back. But how many games does he have to win before people are okay with him maybe coming back next year, if at all, even if he wins a Super Bowl? Let's go to Weiser. Weiser's in Hunters Point. Hey, Weiser, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Listen, first of all, I got to say, man, I love you guys debating. I'm a Gemini, and you know we are educators. We love drama, so I love it. But anyway, listen, let me answer the other question real quick, and then I'm going to get on that Trey Lance, Jimmy coming back thing. The other question you asked about Trent Williams, listen, them grown men out there, and them grown men, that's the last game. You win one more, you got another paycheck. You got that little mistress, you got that little maid, you got that little side chick. You want that little extra money. So they're not going to let Trent not playing stop them from at least getting one more paycheck. Those are grown men out there playing. So they came, they played their best with him, without him, and they got that another paycheck and might get another one. Now, back to the Trey Lance Jimmy. I'm sorry. Jimmy is not coming back. I don't care if, and I said it last week, let him finish it out. I don't care if he go win the Super Bowl. Jimmy is gone. He'll be at Denver playing for Denver next year. He won't be back here. But what'll happen is that Trey will step up, and I'm pretty sure Shanahan is not the dumbest man in the world to think that first year he's under the Hams that he's going to win a Super Bowl or take them to the playoffs. That's why he got extended. It might be a couple more years, maybe 2 years before he even get him into the playoffs. But he's willing to take that chance, and he mortgaged the whole farm, so he's all in on him. But Jimmy, to my main question, will not be back I like Jimmy. I hate the interceptions. I hate the fumbles, and I hate scared deer in the headlight look. But he won't be back. You guys have a good one. Keep debating so I can keep laughing and cracking up.
Thanks. Appreciate the call,
Gemini.
Wiser.
Text line brings up a point that's true, Steiny, 510. A couple months back, what did Jed York say about Trey Lance and maybe 2 years before he's ready? And we all scoffed and laughed at that. I want Trey Lance because I want to see the new, but I'm real enough and man enough to know I'm reading the tea leaves, Steiny. Okay. There could be a possibility your boy's back.
Okay, here's the way I got to ask the question then. 888-957-9570. Are you aligned with Guru that maybe Jimmy Garoppolo should come back next year?
Yeah.
Something's happened late in the season. Guru's changed his mind. He's received more information about Jimmy Garoppolo, and he wants Jimmy Garoppolo back. You can see it happening. I can't believe it. I feel like
Steiny.
I feel like I did 20 weeks of NFL radio, and you came at me from one direction for 20 weeks, and we came on the radio today and said, Steiny, I think Jimmy Garoppolo should be back next year.
But listen, I don't
even know how to react to that.
It's a theory. I don't want him back. I want to see Trey, but I'm real enough to know I think I know what I'm seeing and how it's about to lay out. And maybe this has a lot to do with I think the Niners are going to go up to Dallas and win, Steiny. As painful as that'll be, and just imagine that.
Let me ask you this. If he doesn't win against Dallas, then should Trey Lance start week 1 next year?
I'm still in the same camp of I think they would – the fact that they, finished the season the way they did and got this game, I still think all things would be on the table for him to remain a Niner. I really do, Steiny.
Man. 888-957-9570. How do you feel about that? I'd be shocked if Jimmy Garoppolo's a Niner next year. I think that this year has worked out perfectly now. If you're Kyle Shanahan, now that they beat the Rams, he can get some closure with Jimmy Garoppolo and start fresh next year. But are you coming around? Are you coming around like Guru? 888-957-9570. We'll be talking to Ross Tucker at 1:30. And we're also going to talk some Warriors later on. Is Steph Curry still the MVP favorite? We'll talk about that. Hey, we're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all the latest content. And finally, remember, the Comcast Business Text Line, always open at 888-957-9570.
1877 Cars for Kids.
Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, Goo, I'm also trying to figure out how to start this segment without it making it seem like I'm taking a shot at you. You know what I mean?
Well, that's every day. It's all good. I can take it.
Yeah.
But what would that shot be?
It would be something like, well, after 4 months of calling for Trey Lance to be the starter of this football team, and after denigrating Jimmy Garoppolo for a fair portion of the year, Daryl the Guru Johnson has changed his mind, and he wants Jimmy Garoppolo back next season.
See that?
Because he was so impressed with that one game against the Rams, and now he's okay with Trey Lance maybe sitting 2 years.
See, and this is why I love you, Steiny.
That doesn't sound nice, does it, when I do that?
No,
I don't like to be that guy.
It doesn't sound truthful.
Jimmy,
you're free.
Jimmy.
You're putting words in my mouth. You gotta. It's like an episode of Law and Order. Right now, the show would go back to the show we did after the Bear game, and I came in and looked at you. I looked at you and said, you know what? The guy that was rooting for Trey Lance and wanted to see him, talking about myself, I put that aside. Put him on the shelf. I understand this is Jimmy's show the rest of the season. Those are facts, Steiny. And I'm not telling you I want Jimmy to come back. I'm a parent. I'm a husband. I know how to look out yonder and read the tea leaves and see things that are happening and developing. And that's why I'm just sharing with you this hypothesis of I think we're starting to see the ground laid for Jimmy to come back. I don't want that to be the case, but I'm real enough to see, your girl staying out late a couple nights a week.
But you're going to be
those are signs.
But you're going to be pissed about that as somebody who wanted Trey Lance to start week 1, right? That's going to piss you off.
Okay, that's a beautiful question. It would, but I would be less pissed off now that your boy has say I've taken the team, talking about Jimmy, to the offs 2 years. 1 year I got him to the Super Bowl, and Goo and Steiny, y'all hold on, because we may find out if that number is Derek Jeter. If that's 2 times he's taken him to the bowl. Highly unlikely, but Steiny, if your boy Trey wasn't ready in year 1, and they get drunk off of what they're seeing now, who's to say, you know what, John, talking about John Lynch, Kyle, hey, let's run it back with Jimmy. Trey will be more seasoned when we debut him. Like, my question to you is, and what I'm trying to hammer home is, Trey's a rookie. We know that. And the things that were going against him, to me, in the public forum, was the fact that he didn't play big-time college football, and I thought he had enough juice to, even with that, they saw something in him that would make him the starter. That didn't happen. And now, Steiny, and to the listeners, I'm wondering if he has enough juice to not sit 2 years, because you think he's the type of guy that's going to bitch and complain if somehow he wasn't a starter in year 2? You're still technically a rook. You're a rookie that ain't hit the field. I'm throwing all that out there, let you know what's going through the Guru computer to come up with this. But please don't say I want it to be. I'm saying I see the pattern. I see something happening. Buffalo Springfield.
Jimmy Garoppolo coming back for $27 million next year.
Now they can work that. Hey, wow. Now,
why would he restructure?
You're right, and he could go get maybe more than that somewhere else. So, hey, you know what, Steiny? Like I said, I'm not telling you I'm right or 100% correct, but it's going to be interesting to see it play out. And I just think the recent success, if you want to dub it that, has helped his case. And you talk about those relationships with the players. If those things are true, all that goes into Jimmy's thought process, too, to coming back.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot here. So, when Ambry Thomas made the interception, was that Odell Beckham? He was defending?
That was Beckham. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, if Ambry Thomas on that play botches it, like he's botched a few plays, and Beckham catches the ball and goes into the end zone and they win the game,
none of this is coming out of my mouth.
Even though Garoppolo would have played the exact same game, no changes at all, they just would have happened to lose because of a defensive error.
And I would focus on how bad Jimmy was in the first half. I would focus on the fact that they didn't get the win. But what have you told me, my friend? All Jimmy does is win. And that's the difference to me, Steiny, in a win and a defeat.
Jason's in Pleasant Hill. What's going on, Jace? How you doing, man? Jace going once, Pleasant Hill. No, let's go to Lobo. Lobo's in Fairfield. What's up, Lobo? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Nice talking to you. Happy New Year. This is my first call of the year.
Nice.
First of all, I want to say, Guru, you're all good, man. Rep your squad. I heard yesterday callers saying you shouldn't be on the air. Rep your squad, man. I'm all good with that. Especially you're a Tri-City native like me. But as far as the Jimmy thing coming back next year, hell no. The guy, how many times have we seen this scenario? The guy builds a house, then he sets the house on fire, and then he wants to be the firefighter and rescue it. Last game, he just happened to be the firefighter, and he put the fire out. But that Tennessee game, he set it on fire, and there's multiple games like it. So, I mean, yeah, it's a warm, fuzzy feeling that he won this last game for us, but how many more games until he sets the house on fire again? So that's all I got. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Appreciate it, Lobo.
And it's your fault, Steiny.
It's your fault for flipping back and forth
I said it first.
with one game.
No. It's
unbelievable.
More than one game.
You're actually
it's
confusing
the Chicago
me.
Game.
Go ahead.
Well, then look.
What about the Chicago game?
Because I came in and said that's when Jimmy took off because it was aggressive game plan and your boy took off the training wheels. All I'm letting you know is you kept saying and admit it. You kept saying it's not a bad thing. You know what, Goo? I just think there's something behind closed doors to where Kyle knows Trey ain't ready. And that resonated with me. And it resonated with me to the degree I didn't even know it was doing that. It was having that effect. So I'm just throwing out the scenario, man. You get a win in Dallas, Jimmy, and I don't care what happens wherever you go next. I'm telling you there's going to be discussion, and it's not a sure shot like I thought. That Trey may be the week one starter next year. Now, are you going to have to spend more money and pay him that money you just talked about? Yes. But damn, you look at this portfolio, Steiny.
You were the same guy who said that if they bring Garoppolo, like they'd have no draft picks, and they're going to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back, pay him $27 million. So really, they won't have a lot of free agent money. But you were the guy a week ago who said, who the hell does this team think they are, drafting a quarterback that's not going to play when they have all the other needs? They need a defensive back. They need another defensive lineman. Like, do they not have needs anymore because Garoppolo played a good half of football?
Well, hell yes, Donnie. And I'm not going against.
Well, how are they going to get him?
But they got picks in the second and third round.
Now they have picks in the second and third round.
Yeah, but
for the last 3 weeks, you say they have no way to get better because they gave up their first round picks. Now those second and third round picks are important.
No, those are facts.
You never mentioned. You. Well, when I said they still have second and third, they still have picks outside the first round. You were like, you were like, big deal. They gave away 2 first rounders. So you're going to be okay with the 49ers giving away 2 first rounders for a quarterback that doesn't play in 2 years now.
And I said that, and nothing's changed. But look at this team with the rosters devoid of talent in certain areas. Look what they're mustering up to do at crunch time. That's all, Steiny. And it's not like they don't have a draft pick. So I was thinking about that as well, man. And again, we'll see if I'm right or wrong. I thought your boy number 10 was a sure shot. He was gone, up out of here. And I know it's about Dallas and them winning this week, Steiny. But
isn't he the same quarterback? Garoppolo's the same quarterback now that he was midway through this season and early in this season. So, yeah, he won a game, but you really changed your mind on Jimmy Garoppolo and now saying, you know what? Even though I've said all along he's not the guy, after that Rams game, I think he is the guy.
No.
He's the same guy he's always been.
But listen, it's not about him being Dan Marino. I'm not saying he's changed my opinion that way. I'm looking at the whole portfolio, man. And now 2019 to me is rearing its head. And I think that still means something to the brass. He's took them to the Super Bowl already, Steiny. I feel like we didn't change spots. But I'm telling you, that stuff don't go away. And now you punch the ticket to take them to the playoffs. So when the dude's healthy, I don't like it. It's ugly. He has so many warts. But at the end of the day, they're in the tournament. I don't think Kyle's going to punt as quick as I thought he was going to punt on the Jimmy Garoppolo era. I could be totally wrong. I want to see Trey, but now it's starting to – I'm looking around like, damn, maybe he is. It's not a sure thing to be up out of here. That ain't me telling you, he won a game in L.A. because he was terrible in the first half that he's Dan Marino. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it works, and now they got a playoff game to look forward to this Sunday in the Lone Star State. Those are facts.
Let's go to Anthony in Napa. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, thank you. How you guys doing? So I don't even usually agree with Guru, but you spot on, homeboy. And if nobody want to agree with you, I will.
There you go.
He played a great game, and he does have his warts, but who doesn't? So who even cares?
Did you just change your mind after the
2-minute drive?
Real quick, did you change your mind after the Rams game?
Well, so to be honest with you guys, I never was one way or the other. I understood that Trey Lance was a project from the jump, and I did understand that they had already said that. I did also agree with, if we got a chance to go somewhere, let's play the veteran. So to be completely honest, me on the Trey Lance train, I knew it was going to be further down the line. But when you talk about what Jimmy did this past Sunday, you can't help but think man, do we really want to get this dude up? If we can get some more seasoning on Trey, why not? There's nothing wrong with that. And, I mean, we went from losing 4 in a row to winning, the last 7 or whatever the case may be. So, I mean, to be honest, Guru is really not off. I'm not saying I'm changing my mind because my mind was never made up from the jump. I understand where you guys are coming from and where Steiny is. And when you talk about draft picks and stuff, that's not my money. I don't care. I don't think fans should even worry about that because those aren't our problems. That's the team problem, and they'll figure that stuff out. But I can honestly see Jimmy, honest to God, I can see him coming back. I really, really can. Restructuring, that's not my job. I'm a truck driver. I don't worry about that stuff. And no other fans should anyway.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
And let me give you this, Steiny, just because I can remember us doing the pre and post at Oracle.
Listen,
I got something for you.
I'm really trying to wrap my head around this, to tell you the truth. And it's so basically, it took all year, but you finally agree with me. And you realize you're wrong. Let's put it that way.
I don't like it that way.
After one game, you changed your mind and now are ready to bring Garoppolo back. And you can see all the arguments I've made all season long, and now, for whatever reason, they registered yesterday.
Let me tell you something before I answer that. And you told me this, Goo, because I said I love watching the games back. You said, Goo, that ain't healthy. And you told me you were just kidding, but I've watched that game 2 or 3 times. And the jubilation that the Niners had when it was over, Steiny, this has been Don't Stop Believing journey this whole season. They lost 4 in a row. It's been the ups and downs. I'm ready to run them out of town. My thing is, when I was watching on the television late last night, by 11:35, and I looked at the reaction that team had, it was a journey, Steiny, that they completed. And I know you can sit here or people out there say, oh, damn, Goo, they just qualified for the playoffs. But it was a thing to them. And John Dickinson talked about, hold on real quick, the difference between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs for Kyle. That was a big deal. But, Steiny, something came down on me watching these guys celebrate, knowing they were down 17-0. Now I'm going to 2019. Now I'm going to the Super Bowl with Jimmy. As much as he ain't my style, I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, Steiny might have been right when you keep hitting me over the head with his record, and now he qualified for the playoffs. I'm just saying the bear that is Trey Lance that I can't wait to see play. I'm thinking, do they love Jimmy more than having to tell Trey, you know what, kid, we love you. You already know that. You know what we spent to get you, but we may hit the pause button on your debut.
So
and now,
when I said all season long, it's clear that Garoppolo has the respect of the locker room. It's clear his teammates respect him. Did you just not listen, or did you think I was full of crap? Or
it was a little of that, but it was on full display with the exuberance that I saw collectively as a team, Steiny. So you could say you saw it earlier, but that game to me and what it meant to the guys running off the field, and I'm seeing a lot. I'm watching the post-game show. I'm just saying to myself, and I'm being a realist, like, I don't want them back, but I'm thinking, you know what? There is carpet or foundation laid down that 10 could come back. That's all.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Michigan. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Good to hear your voices again. Haven't called in a while. Feels good to hear you guys again.
Thank you.
So, Goo, I just gotta disagree with you. I feel like if they bring him back, you're hamstringing yourselves on re-signing guys like K'Wan Williams, Laken Tomlinson, impactful free agent. So you can free up $27 million by letting Jimmy walk, or if he does win the game against Dallas, like you said, or gets them as far as he can go, his trade value will never be higher than if he gets into another Super Bowl, another NFC Championship game, and plays well. You can pawn that off into a high second round, maybe a first round pick for a team that, as you guys said, throughout the season, many teams don't have a franchise quarterback, don't love their quarterbacks, don't have their quarterback of the future on the roster. So if you look at it like that, Jimmy plays well in Dallas, they win, they upset Dallas, okay. If they go into the next game, maybe they lose to Tampa Bay or maybe they lose to Green Bay. But then you could say, hey, we're open for business on Jimmy. Bidding starts at a second-round pick because you gave up one for him in the first place, so you'd just be getting that pick back. But you also free up that $27 million to bring back guys like K'Wan Williams, Laken Tomlinson. But also you got to worry about – everybody knows you got to re-sign Bosa. That's the big elephant in the room coming down. But you also have to worry about Debo putting his contract in a whole nother stratosphere now with the fact that how he's played and been the team's Swiss Army knife. All right, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, good stuff, Mike. That's right.
That was logical, Steiny. Yeah, man.
Let's go to Malik. Malik's in Oakland. What's going on, Malik? How you doing, man? What do you got for us?
How you doing, Steiny? I got one for you, man. I feel like this. If Lance started, and say next season Lance, he lose 5 games, we're going to be talking the same talk in 2023, 2024. Hey, we need to replace Lance. We needed a quarterback for a minute. We were stuck with some bad quarterbacks for some years. We got Jimmy G. He done more winning than losing. 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, he was in the Super Bowl. He's back in the playoffs. And we talking about getting another quarterback. Okay, we drafted a rookie. Let him be a rookie. Stay on the sideline until Jimmy G got us out the playoff 3 consecutive years. But right now, Jimmy G, we want him as quarterback. Hopefully he's back next year. We worry about the drafts when that comes. But right now, we trying to win a Super Bowl. We ain't got no time worrying about no rookie that we don't even know how he going to play in these big games. Let's win with a guy that's proven. And Jimmy G is proven. When we first got him, we was happy as hell. So come on, man. Let's not crash on Jimmy like that.
I've never crashed on Jimmy. I thought this should be Jimmy's year.
Go ahead.
And Guru agrees with everything you said. Today, yesterday he didn't.
But I know, Steiny, I wear my heart on my sleeve. That caller before the last one.
It's just hold on. I know we go back and forth a lot, but for you to come in today and kind of disregard everything you said for 4 months about wanting Trey Lance and Jimmy's not that good and you know what you have and this, that, and the other thing, and now you're like, you know what? Jimmy got him to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. It's like you're taking every argument that's been on the other side of you for 4 months and using it.
That's funny. But I can't get off of the caller before the last caller. And I'm sharing with you my heart, Steiny, and my feelings. And like I said, I don't know. They got Bosa, they got Debo coming up. Do you got it like that to even bring Jimmy back and spend that money? So all that I get and understand. Somebody can say, "Goo, you're off your rocker." But again, Steiny, I live my life looking at the tea leaves, and that celebration that they had with Garoppolo and the fact that they even got this game, that's a big deal to me, man. And that's why I feel like they're playing with house money. You asked me earlier, if they lose in Dallas, do you still feel the same way about I think that game much more was at stake for Jimmy and his team here, Steiny.
How can they be playing with house money when you thought they would go deep into the playoffs this year?
Well, I picked them to win 11 games. I actually won that contest, by the way.
They won 10 games, Goo.
Right. Yeah, one short.
Right,
It looked like I wasn't going to go.
Right. The point is how could they be the 6th seed and they're playing with house money when you thought they were a Super Bowl contender all season and they were underachieving?
Okay, hold on.
Come on.
Listen, it ain't about where I had them pegged or where they would end up. It's about what they were. And they had lost 4 games in a row. They had got humiliated by the Colts. They had got humiliated by the Cardinal JV team, Steiny. This thing was dire. We thought Trey Lance was going to come in and replace Jimmy. We were questioning. I was a part of it. Kyle. But and what I'm selling you, I ain't selling you nothing. What I'm telling you is I can step back and say, they've made progress even though we had them, or I thought they were going to be the big badass of the league. That came crashing down early. Then I was like, Kyle, show me something. It's done. You're knocked out. He answered the 8 count. And now they're up fighting, and they got a prize fight this Sunday.
And when Jimmy Garoppolo plays poorly on Sunday, you're going to want Trey Lance to start next year.
See, you haven't. I love you to death. You haven't been listening to me, Steiny.
It's the truth.
Mike, I don't want Jimmy back.
I'm telling you. A good game, you like him. A bad game, you don't. When the reality is he's the same quarterback. He's been the same quarterback all season long.
Hey, I'll give you that, Steiny. But the fact that the regular season culminated in the fashion that it did, and with the stakes being as high and them being down 17-0, something's happened to me. That cologne and residue of that win, it did something to me. But you are right when you put it in the terms of, hey, Goo, he's the same guy. And I'm telling you, I don't want him back. I'm not going to think different. But I'm thinking what this means to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, who was up there celebrating like it was a Super Bowl. I can't take that away from him. I think that means something.
So
That's
in other
what
words,
I'm talking
next
about.
year, you don't want to see Jimmy come back, but you're saying he should. So when he does come back and he stinks, you're still going to be able to rip him, even though right now you're saying you want him back next year.
Steiny, you're like vodka. You're so absolute. It's like you trying to write 20 articles and get your boy. You can't put me on death row. It's not about that. I'm telling you what I think Jimmy means to Kyle, what I think Jimmy means to John Lynch. And I think I underestimated that relationship or ships more so along this journey for this season than I ever imagined. And I'm just putting up the possibility, people, Niner fans, don't be surprised if 10 came back. Now, again, I'm going 2 callers back. Logically and money-wise, it don't make sense. But I'm saying what I saw Sunday and what that I believe meant more to different people, Jimmy being one and Lynch and Shanahan, don't be surprised, Steiny. That's all.
Okay.
All right.
Ross Tucker on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Welcome back. They Joining the show right now is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ross, what's going on? And I guess I'll just start out by asking you, what'd you think of the 49ers-Rams game on Sunday?
Well, I mean, it was epic. I can't even imagine how excited Niners fans are in the Bay Area. I mean, guys, you know, because I come on with you guys every Tuesday at 1:30, while the game goes on, I think about what our conversation is going to be like. And when it was 17-0, I could already hear you guys. Like, I could already hear in my head the questions that you were going to ask me about Kyle Shanahan, about Jimmy G. It is just incredible that those guys went out in the second half and shut both.
Go ahead, Goo.
Did we lose him?
No, he's there. He's there.
Hey, Ross, nobody loves their radio partner like I love Steiny. We're going on almost 5 years, right? So I've changed my mind, and I want to share with you some background. I wanted Trey Lance to start from the beginning. I was tired of the Jimmy story. You knew what you got. It's a roller coaster. And then the Chicago game happened. I came into the studio. I said, Steiny, I'm okay with not seeing Trey. It was an aggressive game plan by Kyle. If he keeps that up, we'll watch it play out. But Sunday, after that game ended, and I saw the euphoria of the general manager and Lynch, Jimmy and his teammates, I come in today and I watched the game again, Ross, and I told Steiny, hey, I know I said Jimmy's up out of here as soon as the game's over, whenever that is, their last game. But, Ross, I'm thinking now, you know, if Jimmy somehow beats Dallas, or it's already enough on the credit card that they're in the playoffs, do I sound crazy saying I could see a scenario him coming back to be the quarterback next season?
I think they got to win this game. I think it was amazing what he did and what they did to come back and win that game. I was unbelievably impressed, and I think it speaks very well of the leadership of that team and Kyle Shanahan. But I don't think Jimmy's coming back unless they go on a playoff run here. You know, if they beat the Cowboys, and I think they got a great shot, then we're kind of having a different conversation. Or especially if they win a couple games. But if they lose the Cowboys, I think it's time to turn the page to Trey Lance next year.
Yeah, Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. What is it about this matchup, Ross, that has you believing the Niners can beat Dallas in Dallas?
Well, first of all, the Niners, and we talked about this today on the Even Money podcast. It's the betting podcast I do. The Niners are undervalued right now. Because think about their losses, right? Didn't they have a game or two where they basically had no running backs? How many games did Debo miss? You know, they didn't have Jimmy for a couple games. So you look at their record, and you're like, they're 10-7. What's their record when they got all their dudes? That would be my question. What's their record when they have a running back and they have Debo and they have Jimmy? You know, I think it's a little bit of a different scenario then. So that's number one. Number two, I just think there's something missing with the Cowboys. Like, I see some of these statistics, and it's just kind of comical to me. Like, they're the number one scoring team in the NFL. Not really. I mean, they ran up the score on Washington on the Sunday night game. You know, they ran up the score against the Eagles practice squad guys Saturday night, where they're putting 50 points up. You know, and earlier in the season, they were playing pretty well. Here's all you need to know that even the Cowboys don't feel great about themselves. If the Cowboys felt great about themselves, they wouldn't have had all their guys playing in the fourth quarter against the Eagles practice squad guys Saturday night. So whether they felt like their guys needed confidence or whether they wanted them to make sure they were in a good rhythm going to the playoffs, whatever excuse they can give, right? The bottom line is, in my mind, they don't feel great about those guys. They knew something was off. something wasn't right, and they're hoping that playing them as much as they did Saturday night helps them to kind of find their groove back for the playoffs.
Wow, Ross, that was well said. We've been doing the show, and at the Bay knows Dallas is my team, Ross, and we've been having some fun with that. But, as a Cowboy fan, I thought that was embarrassing what they did to score 50 points. And you are right. You just went Dr. Phil on them. You played this game. I want to know about Mike McCarthy. He's almost become a joke. I don't think it's fair, but you look at the defense, it's called by Quinn. You look at the offense, it's called by Moore. And my question to you, Ross, is what does a head coach actually do or get credit for when he doesn't have any imprint on both sides of the ball?
Well, he does a couple of things. He does all the press conferences, everything with the media. He does lead the team meetings, and he's ultimately, responsible for game management, which is not really his strength, as we've seen multiple times. So, the other thing is, though, he's got some authority over who they hire, although I think with the Cowboys, Jerry Jones kind of hires the assistant coaches. I mean, it just seems like Jerry Jones has a heck of a lot of impact, or input at least, on who they hire as these coaches, and getting Kellen Moore to stay and getting Dan Quinn to come. Remember the one year when he hired Jason Garrett as the offensive coordinator before he hired the head coach? Who eventually became Wade Phillips? I mean, you got to be kidding me. So I don't even think we can give Mike McCarthy credit for putting together a good staff. I mean, he's a Pittsburgh guy, and I like him when I talk to him, but there's not a lot, really, to be honest, that you can put on him. But the flip side is they're 12-5. They won their division, and whatever he's doing, he didn't screw it up.
Right. Ross Tucker, Odyssey, NFL Insider joining us. All right, Ross, I need you to explain something to me with your offensive line expertise. I get it's only one game, but I've heard all year how Trent Williams is just absolutely a monster, maybe the best O-lineman in the NFL. For somebody like me who watched that game Sunday, I couldn't tell that they were missing the best lineman in football as they kind of ran the ball. Like, what happens to make up for the loss of such an important player on the offensive line? And kind of how do you even tell if there's a fall off or not with line play when it's not really what a lot of people know about?
Yeah, that's a good question, Steiny. And what I like about that is you don't pretend to know what you don't know. So the smartest people I know in life freely admit what they don't know. Now, I'm not sure, Steiny, I'm putting you in that category yet, but I do like the fact that you admit what you don't know, because that's a sign of confidence, and I love it. So here's the deal. Unless you're watching and know what you're looking for, you're really not going to know. So there's two things that can happen. Number one, especially in pass protection, they can help whoever they've got playing left tackle. They can help him and make sure that he's not put in a bunch of bad situations one-on-one where he's going to get exposed. Whereas with Trent Williams, you don't really need to worry about that. He can usually handle him one-on-one himself.
Okay.
So that's one. The other thing is, the best way to describe it would be like, if you have a fancy dunk in basketball or you just lay it off the glass, it counts as 2 points either way. So when you actually watch Trent Williams play, man, he's got a bunch of dunks. And if you know O-line play or you like O-line play, it's impressive. But if you just go out and you just get on the guy, it might not be a dunk, it might just be a layup, but ultimately it's still 2 points for the offense, and the running back can still get his yardage, or the quarterback can still throw it. Does that make sense? Like, you can get the job done two different ways. You can totally be dominant and destroy the guy, or you can be like I was and just happen to be staying in front of him for like 2 seconds so the quarterback gets rid of the ball.
Right. No, I get it.
That's great.
And the fact that you can help him, that's something that I would never even detect watching it live.
Yeah. So, you can slide the protection to him so the center and left guard would go in his direction so that he has inside help. If the defensive end beats him inside, you can have a running back or a tight end outside of him who can chip or at least make the D end not have as much of a free go off the edge. And then the other thing is you can run the ball without sort of showcasing the expertise of Trent Williams. So, like, Trent Williams is one of the rare offensive linemen that I would say is like a weapon. So both on the front side and back side, he is able to do things that other guys aren't. And so I think some of the plays they call is to take advantage of his skills, whereas when he doesn't play like he didn't, you just don't call those plays.
Right.
Or if you do, you don't expect to get, the same level of production. Which reminds me, by the way, I don't know that I ever even saw it. What is Trent's injury, and is he back this week?
That's a good question. I
think it was something with his elbow, I thought. I don't know, but I asked Steiny that 5 minutes ago, and we'll wait to hear Kyle talk. But, yeah, that's a big deal, and it was a shocker. It kind of just went under the radar. Trent's not playing, and they still won, Ross.
I didn't hear anything about that until the game, and it's like all of a sudden he's inactive. I was stunned, and I didn't know what it was.
It's an elbow. And, Guru's right.
Yeah, and here's the thing I would say. Man, they could use him against the Cowboys.
No doubt.
Because whether it's DeMarcus Lawrence or Randy Gregory or Micah Parsons, the best part of the Cowboys team, period, is some of the real unique athletes they have in the front seven on defense.
Oh, that was well said. Ross, back in my day, I considered myself hip. Your boy had a little swag. And I came in Monday morning after the Ram game, and I was irritated. And it was with Sean McVay and his sprint to the end zone. And again, you being the former player, I told Steiny it bothered me. And I think it bothered me because he didn't close the deal. You do all that stuff in grandstand when you win and stop the Niner run. But was that fair or foul, him sprinting down? Because I think of Tom Landry and Bill Walsh, they would never. John Madden, Madden was exuberant. But what did you think of the sprint? And then to lose the game at that?
Yeah, it didn't really bother me that much. I mean, I didn't love it. I like enthusiasm, but the sprint all the way down there is a little bit much for me. Didn't love it, but honestly, with them going on to lose, it's like perfect now. You know what I mean? Now he just looks stupid. Now it just looks silly that he did that.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, appreciate it as always, man.
Thanks, man.
I will be thinking of you guys during the game and trying to figure out what your questions are going to be based on how it goes.
All righty, man. We look forward to it as always.
See you guys.
All right, that was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Odyssey calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. So that was Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 game.
I'll say this, Trent's a big man, Steiny, and whatever ailed him, however much pain he was in for him not to play, I'm just proceeding with caution to say, he'll be right back, I mean, they're going to need him. Dallas's best part of their team is their D-line.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out if Trent Williams is going to play on Sunday. He sat out against the Rams with an elbow injury. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Lafayette. Wants to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, Vince, how you doing, man? What do you got for us?
Great. I want to say the first thing is he has the third best winning percentage record of all the 49ers quarterbacks in the history of the team, and the first two. So the second, here's the really big question. I think they're going to trade him. just because of the salary cap situation, and they need to sign players. But here's where they're going to be in a pickle. Let's say they trade him, and I think they're going to get a first round for him because there's just a shortage of quarterbacks right now. So it's going to look really good in the beginning. But let's say Jimmy goes on to a team and leads them back to the playoffs again and maybe even gets a few more wins. And let's say the 49ers have their rookie starting and they don't even finish 500. I think Shannon's going to get fired after that. Do you feel the same way? And if that happens, what are the 49ers going to be doing about the quarterback situation in the future?
Vince, I kind of was talking about that yesterday where I was like, what's very, very possible is Garoppolo gets traded and the team that Garoppolo gets traded to is better than the 49ers and they have a better year than the 49ers. I kind of agree. I don't know whether they'll get a first for him or a second, but he's going to be a starting quarterback on an NFL team next year. I agree with you there, Vince, in a big, big way. And then the question becomes, well, what's the team like around him? And if the team's solid around him, that team's going to be pretty good.
And what did I rebuttal to that, Steiny? Because I agree with you. I said, is there any way Kyle gets a mulligan for next year? The fact that if it's Lance, he has that rookie quarterback. And now I'm thinking, here I go. There's more pressure because you're putting him in after you've had success with Jimmy to supersede that. So if they somehow, didn't have a good year, it's going to be hell to pay from the fan base, Steiny. So this is going to be his most important task of his coaching career because, again, if you delay that with my scenario saying Jimmy comes back, and I know mathematically that doesn't make sense and it would be hard to do, but there's going to be pressure to have Trey up and running and then still have team success.
I mean, to me, it's
this
obvious.
Is what you asked for. Yeah.
To me, it's obvious. Okay, the 49ers are 10-7. They made the playoffs, so now they play Dallas. Let's see what happens. If they beat Dallas and Jimmy Garoppolo's not back next year, the expectation on Trey Lance is they will make the playoffs. Why would it not be that? Why, if you're the 49ers, let me ask you this. If you're the 49ers, why would you go 10-7? Let's say they beat Dallas. You go 10-7, you beat Dallas, and then you lose to Green Bay or the Buccaneers or whoever you end up playing. If you don't think Trey Lance can go 10-7 and win a playoff game, why the hell are you playing him? It makes no sense.
Right.
Or you're going to play him and say, hey, look, everybody, I know we went 10-7 last year, and we knocked off Dallas before we lost, but we're taking a step back this year. You can't do that.
You think the hoodie said that? You think the hoodie did that in New England? Yeah.
Exactly. So,
wow, that's
Next
pressure.
year, 49ers better go to the playoffs next year.
No doubt.
Plain and simple.
No doubt.
I don't care who's quarterbacking. YD's in San Francisco. Hey, YD, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good.
What do you got, bud?
Yeah. We wouldn't be in this mess if we had somebody that can evaluate talent. We don't need all these high draft picks if we got somebody who can evaluate talent. Dwight Clark was picked in the 11th round. He was pretty good, huh? I mean, we need somebody that can evaluate talent. Look, Trey Lance is is he good or is he not? Jimmy Garoppolo, is he good or is he not? It looks like to me we don't have talent evaluators. So that's my beef.
Appreciate the call.
But
Shanahan's
they hit on Debo,
job.
Steiny. They hit on Debo.
A few. I mean, they've obviously hit on a couple, but they've missed on more. And, as far as I'm concerned, the Jimmy Garoppolo trade was a great trade. They got to a Super Bowl. They went to the playoffs 2 out of 4 years, essentially, with Garoppolo, because he had no chance that first year. Right. And over that 4-year period, they could assess to see what they thought of him. And 4 years later, they probably don't think he's quite good enough to make their long-term quarterback. But to me, that trade was – I would do that trade 99 out of 100 times with the New England Patriots.
And at the end of the day, I said this yesterday, the Master P line, Steiny, I got the hookup. I think they benefited from the relationship they had and why the hoodie called them to get Jimmy. And you're right. You got to cash that chip. You hit on that because he took you to the bowl and now got you back to the playoffs.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. Golden State Warriors tonight. They play the Memphis Grizzlies. Memphis has won 9 in a row. The Warriors will be playing without Draymond Green. And the backcourt, though, will look healthy with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And my question right now is, as we approach the halfway point of the season, is Steph Curry still the MVP favorite? There seemed to be conventional wisdom that a month or so ago he was. Ja Morant has got the Memphis Grizzlies on fire. Is he an MVP candidate? And the Warriors start out a 4-game road trip. It's going to be tricky. And it's coming up tonight, 5 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, Warriors Live starts at 3:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. We'll be back to talk some Warriors on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Here's an important message from Exergen. A critical new FDA study proves that the widely used non-contact thermometers are not accurate and have high possibilities for false negative readings.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Goo, explain to me what we're talking about. I have the story up about Draymond Green. I mean, I guess I could just read it. But apparently, sportsbooks lost millions of dollars on Draymond Green's early exit with the calf injury. Okay.
So, if you or I bet on Draymond to have 8 points or 10 rebounds or 5 assists, you can do it all. However, the fact that he came into the game and committed a foul, that equates to him playing. So if I had a ticket for Dre to go over on anything, you lost. So that would
be good for the sports book, wouldn't it?
No. I guess the people that took the under, you win easy.
No. Well, I guess
they got a video of some guys watching the Warrior game, and Dre commits the foul, and they're showing the guys and the announcer says, "That's it for Dre," and they some explicit, they start using some curse words.
Oh, okay. So Draymond Green 7. Let me. I'm just going to read this because it is a little. It's interesting. Draymond Green's 7-second performance Sunday sparked controversy in the betting community and caused one sportsbook to delay payouts until it investigated the flurry of prop bets placed right before tip-off. Oh, okay. So there was a ton of bets that came in right before tip-off that all probably had the under. At 8:31 Eastern Time, the Warriors' official PR Twitter feed posted that Green would be on the court for tip-off, but would not participate in the remainder of the game due to a calf injury, and the game didn't tip off till 8:40. Okay, so over a 9-minute period, if you knew that information, you could bet against every.
That's Martha
Draymond
Stewart,
Green
insider trading almost, huh? Yeah, wow.
Well, except it was the Warriors who put put that information out. Interesting. Well, they won't have to worry about that tonight.
Yeah.
Well, he's getting old.
Man, the calf is nothing to play with. Yeah. I didn't see him get hurt the last game, Steiny. I know I said it earlier, but before the Klay game, I forget who they were playing. Who was it? I forget who they played before Klay's game. Dallas.
Okay. Yeah,
I think it was Dallas.
Well, he didn't play well. He didn't do much against Dallas.
No, not at all.
In fact, he didn't have a very good game. Tonight, the Warriors play at Memphis. Memphis has won 9 in a row, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Warriors do on this trip. They've already announced that Klay Thompson will not play in one of the 2 games against either Milwaukee or against Chicago. It's a back-to-back Thursday and Friday, so they won't play Klay Thompson in one of those games. So he'll play 3 out of 4 on this trip. 408 says, Steiny, how are you so sure Jimmy will be a starter for another team? I really don't see it. Oh, my.
Good Lord.
I do. I mean, let me just...
10 teams. Yeah.
Pittsburgh's one of those teams. Maybe Seattle is one of those teams. I think you could maybe put
the Redskins if they move on from Tyler.
Houston, depending on what happens with Deshaun Watson. What else? How about Tennessee?
No, they got their quarterback.
Tanahan?
Yeah, I don't. He ain't my favorite, but yeah, that ain't a spot.
According to 99% of football fans, Kirk Cousins stinks. So Minnesota, he could probably Detroit for sure. I would think that he could play for if they want to move off Goff. So I just think Garoppolo is going to be a starter for an NFL team.
I'm with you.
Tomorrow. One of the things that we were talking about with tonight's game with Klay coming back, and you kind of wanted to talk about this, is you think it may have an impact on Wiggins. How so, I guess, is what I'm asking.
because to me, Wiggins was the second option, and sometimes maybe even third because Poole was starting. But now he's not defer, Steiny, but your boy Klay ain't shy. He showed you that. He's going to get his shots. And we always talk about K-Wig, and he kind of floats or whatnot. So I'm just eager to see how this affects, because Draymond, even though he's not playing, I want him to be there for continuity, and we can see what it really looks like. You don't got to worry about his shots. But now Klay steps in, Steiny, and it may not be a big deal, but he's the second option. You know what I mean? And I just wonder how long it will take for Wiggins to kind of know, how to navigate, move with Klay now, getting it and letting him go. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we always hear about Wiggins is he's not, he doesn't need to be high on the pecking order. So I know he didn't do much against Cleveland.
I was just going to bring it up. Yeah.
But, it's only his first game, so obviously there's going to be some growing pains. Let me just take a look at Wiggins' shots. How many shots? Since he's a Warrior, he's only averaged, let's see. So when he was with Minnesota, he averaged 16 shots, 19 shots, 16, 16 and a half, 18, 19. And with the Warriors, it's been 15-7, 14-9, 14-3. So his number of shots has come down since he's been with the Golden State Warriors. So, will they come down further? I think that's Guru, something to definitely keep an eye on. Hey, Guru, who's the MVP right now in the NBA?
You know what? I was thinking of this during the break, and I know I've been so inquisitive on what's going on with the guy I call the computer, Steph Curry. But I feel like that's BS that I'm holding, or if anybody's holding him to his own standard. And when I look at what last year showed us, the fact that he didn't have the component of the team's success after averaging 32 points and he finished top 3. Now I'm looking, he's averaging 27. LeBron and Durant are at 29. LeBron at 28, KD 29. But with the Warriors having the top seed, Steiny, one of the best records with Phoenix, I think it's Steph Curry right now. And Kevin Durant, as great as he has, team-wise, they've taken a step back. Just lost to Portland last night without Dame and CJ. I know it's bigger than one game, but to answer your question, Steiny, it's Steph, and this has no part of it. But the fact that right now he's in the lead with, I believe, is it Giannis or who? Is it KD? Is it Steph and Giannis or Steph and Durant that are the captains, right? The leaders in the clubhouse for the 2 most votes for the All-Star game cement that. I think Steph's the MVP right now, and I'm not being Mr. Simpson a homer.
Yeah, I think right now there's a few guys probably in the running. If the Warriors, they play, let's see, 4 games.
A tough one, Steiny.
So, if they lose a couple of these games, maybe they lose to Memphis, then the next thing you know, they're going to be 31-11 or 31-12. And, then you're going to look around and you're going to say, well, the Phoenix Suns have that kind of record and the Memphis Grizzlies are close to that. And look at the Chicago Bulls. They only have 11 or 12 losses. I think more and more players are coming into the mix, and I also wonder if voters will look at Steph's numbers, just his numbers, and say, how can we vote for Steph Curry, the MVP, when he's never shot the ball worse than he shot this year? Like, there's something that wouldn't make sense about that as far as I'm concerned.
My question to you is, if we look at guys that have won multiple, and I get the question, Steiny, but if we look at guys that have won multiple MVPs, like, is that the formula? Do they go look at that? Or do they just focus on this is this year, and they don't go compare the individual to himself? Like, if you do that with Curry, you'll see, like, oh, interesting. But if you compare Curry against his competitors and you put in the dynamic of what I just mentioned, the team success and the Warriors looking real good, Steiny, I think, to me, like, he's the guy.
But if he finished third in the MVP last year, How can he finish first with significantly worse numbers this year? And you would say, well, the team is way right, but he's not responsible for that.
Even at 27 a game, Steiny?
Well, the point is they're much better. They've put a better team around him this year. I mean, like, how do you explain that Steph Curry's numbers are not as good as they were last year, but the team's doing significantly better? It's got to mean the team's better, right?
But to me, Steiny, and this is no hate or shade at anybody else, I'm being real with you, he is the team. He allows everybody to, and we saw it when he didn't play, he allows everybody to do what they do. But my question to you is, Steiny, do you think the voters go look at that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I don't think so, though. I get it, but I'm just wondering, I don't think so.
So I'm looking at Kevin Durant right now, and he's averaging 30 a game. And he's shooting 52% from the field. Damn. And Steph's averaging 27, which actually is a 5-point decrease. And he's only shooting 42% from the field.
Yeah.
And Durant's averaging as many assists and more rebounds, of course, than Curry.
I'll say this, what you said with that. I could see Durant winning it if they were to, keep up at this pace. I could see Steph winning it and Giannis coming up the rear. It's interesting, man. I just don't feel like if they did do that, how fair would that be to Steph? Oh, it's me against KD, even though his numbers are in some metrics better than mine. But I got the team success.
No, they
now.
are better.
Success, which I didn't have
Durant's
last year.
numbers are better.
I got you.
They just
but the Nets aren't better than
significant.
But the Nets aren't better than the Warriors. So how much does that mean?
But they're one of the top teams in the East. Okay, well, what about a guy like DeRozan?
I mean,
I'm looking at So the Bulls are 26-11. So that's only 3 games behind the Warriors. So that's the other thing. I mean, if the Warriors were 30-9 and nobody was within 5 games of them, then I would see Steph being kind of the leader. But if a week or two from now, it's like the Bulls are 30-11 and the Warriors are 32-10. I mean, that's basically the same record. You know what I mean? And now Memphis is closing in on the Warriors if the Warriors don't stay hot.
Something. Yeah.
So
it's going to be close, Steiny.
I mean, I'm just wondering. But the other thing is the same kind of criteria that we talked about last year is hurting Steph. Theoretically, it should help him this year because the team is 30-9. But the question is, what do you make of his numbers when when they're just. For Steph Curry, they're just not Steph Curry numbers.
Right. And I'll say this, Donnie, because it's funny. You don't care what I watched this morning, but I was watching Shannon Sharp, and he was talking about the Warriors and this game against Memphis. And at the end of his conversation, he added that Steph's in a slump. I was getting in the shower, I had the TV on loud, and it kind of caught me, for him. But I'm like, the cat's kind of out the bag in regard to we're not used to this version of Steph. But if we didn't go inside baseball, Steiny, and I know you always say, Goo, you focus on the numbers. But 27 is 27. And with the top record in the league tied, that means something to me more than, you're having arguably your worst shooting year to your standards. 27's 27. You got the All-Star votes, and I know that don't even have a part to do with it. But he's a show himself. And I just think the narrative is the Warriors are back. They're led by Steph. He had the record, which he broke this year. And I'm going on here. But I just think it's all pointing to him right now. And there can be arguments to where it's Durant. And I wouldn't be mad. But I just feel like the popularity thing, Steph still hasn't shot that away.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as far as I'm concerned because, and it's like, you asked me what I called it. What I'd call to me, what you call it is, well, Steph Curry hasn't shot the ball well the first half of the season. You know.
Now you put wow. Yeah,
we're halfway done with the season. So, you know, maybe I'll say, you know, maybe you say it's a shooting. He's had a 40-game shooting slump, but you know, now we're halfway. And do I think these numbers are going to come up? Yeah, I think they are going to come up. But what if the Warriors' record kind of evens out a little? You know, they started 18-2, so now they're what, 12-7?
Yeah, kind of a little regression. Yeah, but you got to expect that. Yeah.
A little. 18-2 to 12-7 is
still top dog in the West, though. Tied with they get to breaker because they beat Phoenix twice.
I guess my question would be, like, why wouldn't Chris Paul have the exact same claim to an MVP than Steph Curry?
And
they have the same record.
Yeah.
Oh, because Steph averages 27 and Chris Paul averages 18?
There's no doubt to me, Steiny. There's no doubt. And I can understand people saying that's wrong, it ain't right. But that goes to the whole Draymond thing. I know 18 for him would be like 30, but it's what we like. It's what sells, numbers.
Yeah, I mean, who
was the last MVP that averaged the least amount of points? I can't even come up with anybody under 25 a game or 24. I know I just threw that to you, but still, you know, that's just how it's set up, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? That's something I'm gonna check on though. I'm trying to think what point guard would have won the
Steve Nash
the MVP
when he took it from Kobe. Okay,
yeah, that's who it's going to be.
All right.
I'll bet you. Let me see, Steve Nash.
It had to be. I don't think he was up there like with that Suns team.
Let me see. I'm looking at Steve Nash right now. God, he played a long time. Let's see. Awards. He won 5 awards. He won the MVP in 4.5 and 5.6. In 4.5, he averaged 15.5 points per game and 11 assists.
Chris Paul, you got time. You got action, dog. Yeah. Wow.
And then the next year he averaged 18.8.
Okay.
And 10.5 assists. So, yeah, somebody, you know, he did it.
Wow.
Averaging fewer than 20 points a game. So, yeah, I was just kind of thinking about that. Yeah. You see the Warriors. Hey, go ahead.
No, I hate not being. Who would you give the award to now? I would give it to Steph. Still, Steiny. KD?
He's barely holding on.
Okay.
I think today it'd be close. It'd be close. I'm just wondering why, you know, Chris Paul doesn't get the same kind of respect as Steph, and he's got a team, who's been banged up with Devin Booker being hurt for about 10 or so games. Let me see his numbers. He's averaging 14 and 10 right now. So that's not, and he's not shooting great from 3. So I'd probably still have Steph as the MVP. But he can't have a second half of the season like he had a first half of the season.
Explain this to me. Are we Giannis out? I mean, the guy went to the finals, won the chip, averaging 28.4 points a game. I mean, why aren't we hearing his name? It just seems like him playing in the Midwest. Is that really is that hurting him now? It just seems like Milwaukee's an afterthought. This whole season.
They're 26 and 16. I mean, that's the big reason. And that's why, I mean, if you threw records out, I don't think Steph Curry would be the MVP right now. One of the few reasons he's the MVP right now is because the Warriors have the best record in basketball. And the Milwaukee Bucks are 26 and 16, so that's why you're not hearing Giannis's name. But now you're starting to hear DeRozan's name because they're 26 and 11. And you're starting to hear John Morant's name. You know why? Because they're 28 and 14. So I even think you're starting to hear a little bit of Jokic again because they've gotten over 500 and are starting to win a little bit.
He's got better numbers than he did last year, and he won it. I'm just saying. But the team, you're right. He's without Murray and Porter Jr.
Yeah, exactly. So. Hey, by the way, did you see James Wiseman had his high school jersey retired outside of Memphis last night, and all the Warriors went to the game to watch it.
That is awesome, man. It's just, again, Steiny, That's what you call camaraderie. The fact that Wiseman, it don't matter your status, they're just so team-oriented, man. I love it, man. I love it. I love that everybody was there, man.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, too, when Wiseman comes back. I mean, and what...
Can he be Mobley?
No, he can't. He's not going to.
I watched him last night against
Not going to average 15 a game. What did he do yesterday?
Yeah, let me see. Bring it up. They won by a point. They almost blew the game. Sack didn't deserve to win it. Fox missed a jumper, so they won by 1. But it's just, it ain't what he does, Steiny. It's just what it looks like. And he uses every ounce of his height, and he's a problem, man. And every night you play the Cavs, you're going to look at that guy like a giraffe and say, wow, we don't have that. I wish we did. And while I'm talking to you, Steiny, I'm trying to get his numbers. But Jared Allen led him in scoring. But let me see what the young fella did. I
14,
bet he didn't have over
50.
Okay, you got it.
Well, he's averaging 15 and 8 right now. But he's playing 34 minutes.
He also has the best first name in the league. So
now look at him. That's pretty good.
Is it good, though? Nobody knows that was Evan who just stuck his nose in there. That was producer Evan. Let's give him that.
17 last night. Dave Craig, Steiny, Seahawks quarterback. 17.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Dave Craig.
Led the league in fumbles.
How about why would you go Johnny Havlicek there?
The Bird still the ball in now with the DJ. I could have did that, but I didn't. Yeah.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Albany. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. How you doing? Really enjoy listening to you guys on a regular basis.
Thanks.
Let me preface by saying I love Steph's my favorite player of all time. But I feel like he's going to have to play a lot more consistent in the second half in order to win the MVP. And why that is this. Not only, at least going in the last game, his overall shooting percentage, his 2-point shooting percentage, and his 3-point shooting percentage were all-time lows for him, which you've mentioned already. But in addition to that, his turnover to assist ratio as quasi point guard is kind of mediocre. It's like 5.8 to 3.4, something like that, which is not great. But the thing that really, I had this feeling all season long something was wrong. So I decided, let me look at the game-by-game log for Steph. So I really invite you to do this.
I've
look
done it, but
game by game to see what his Steph. And there's probably 15 or so games where his shooting percentage is under 40%. Like 6 for 16, 8 for 21, 3 for 20. Like stuff like it. It's like that's not Steph-like.
Right.
Even if so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. And
I think it's got to change.
I agree with you on that. Like I said, if I had a vote today, I would probably vote for him. Maybe not. But it's not, and the last caller talked about, 8 for 21. That's just under 40%. I take it a step further, where he's had he's had more games this year than he's had in entire seasons where he shot the ball poorly in a game. I mean, I'm just going down some games now. He's 5 for 21. Opening night. And then 2 nights later, he went 9 for 23 against Sacramento. Well, that's 39%, which for Steph obviously isn't very good, but I don't even put that game in the really bad category. Right. Because he's had more than that. 5 for 16. He's had 7 for 22, 2 for 10. 4 for 21, 7 for 28, 6 for 20. I mean, these are 3 for 17, 5 for 24. These aren't just 8 for 23s. These are games that we're just not used to for Steph Curry. And my question is, are those going to go away? And they might. Maybe Klay Thompson coming back. lessens these kind of games for Steph Curry. And again, as I always like to point out, Steph Curry's not shooting the ball this year very well, but it doesn't mean he's not playing well. I think he's doing everything pretty well this year, except shooting the ball.
So when you put, I know we're up against it, Steiny, but when you put it that way, that you're still giving, and I agree with you, playing well, that's worthy enough to still get the MVP when you look at the team dynamic, the record, and him still averaging 27, when you compare him to himself. But I got to say this real quick. He hit his first 4 Sunday. I jumped off the couch, told little Daryl, here it is, because I just he's tired of hearing this. And then Steiny, he ends up missing his last 7. I'm not used to that.
I know, and I'm with you. And I don't know how to explain it. I think there's a variety of different reasons, but nobody really can get to the bottom of it. All right, 888-957-9570. What are you expecting of the Golden State Warriors on a night like tonight without Draymond Green, and they're playing the tough Memphis Grizzlies team? That's a 5 o'clock start right here on 95.7 The Game. We can also finish up with some 49ers Cowboys. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this segment is brought to you by Exergen Corporation. And the Golden State Warriors tonight tip off against the Memphis Grizzlies, a 5 o'clock start. Damon and Ratto will be here at 3 o'clock, and they'll jump right into Warriors Live at 3:30. And the Warriors will be without Draymond Green. Klay Thompson will play. This is going to be a tough game for the Warriors tonight. Real tough game.
I know, Stoney. But your boy Dylan Brooks on the other side is out 3 to 5 weeks, so that helps him. But Curry laid, 45 on the Memphis last time they saw him. But as crazy as this sounds, I feel like this is the debut of Klay again, Stoney, because now we see him on the road, and I just hate Dre's not there, man.
Yeah, Klay expected not to play what did he play, 18, 20 minutes? Steve Kerr said today at shoot-around he'll probably be around that number again tonight. It's obvious they're going to be very cautious with Klay coming back. Let's go to Roy. Roy's in San Francisco. How you doing, Roy? What do you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I enjoy your show. One MVP back in the day, he had very low numbers, but he was an MVP and the Rookie of the Year. Wes Unseld.
Yeah, that was back in the late 60s, I believe. And in fact, the texter texted in and said Wes Unseld was the MVP one year. We averaged 13.8 points per game. So it can happen, that's for sure. But no, like I said, if I had a vote right now, I'd probably vote Curry MVP.
Right.
But they gotta keep winning at this rate, and he's got to start playing better, shooting the ball better at least, because that's
it starts tonight, Steiny. It starts.
You think so? And what would lead you to believe that, other than just saying something off the top of your head?
It goes back to the Shannon Sharp thing. I think the volume of whatever you want to deem this to be, the first half now of substandards for him. I just think guys like that, the greats, get tired of it. And I just, again, 4 for 4 Sunday. And that ball looked like it was destined for the net. I was like, watch out, Jack. And then they ended with the 7 misses. They win. But I just think he's tired of that whisper. Because it could cost him the MVP. And I know he's in it for the team success, Donnie, but he ain't done. He's very smart. He knows he's got to shoot better.
All right, I want to jump back into the Cowboys-Niners here, Goo. And look, you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. You've been to Big D to watch a Cowboys game. All right, you've been a fan since you were a young boy. Is there any? And I'm reading these stories about 49er fans taking over SoFi Stadium and Stafford talking about how they had trouble communicating, even though it was their home field. Is there any chance the Niner fans kind of show up in Dallas like they showed up in L.A.? Is that even possible to do in Dallas? And if you have insight into this, I'd love to hear it at 888-957-9570. Because just kind of talking off the top of my head, Goo, I would think that if the Cowboys are a playoff team in Dallas, it's got to be difficult for 49er fans to travel as well as they have to Dallas and make a statement like they made against the Rams.
No doubt. And I called my aunt Staffeline in Dallas, and they're wearing all white. They're telling all Cowboy fans to show up to the stadium wearing all white, a whiteout, Steiny. But there's always a chance. But I'll say this. The Cowboys are a storied franchise like the Niners, Raiders, Packers, Steelers. They played the Packers at home. I think it was 2016. There was no shenanigans with the invasion of Packer fans, and they travel. So I'm going off that. Been a little while, but I would be shocked, and it would be the first time in my existence watching a Cowboy playoff game at home to where there was an invasion of the other team. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I know somebody from 95.7 The Game that'll be in the red and gold in the stadium. That's Bonte Hill. He's going to the game, Steiny.
Oh.
So that'll be a big deal. Yeah. He won't be doing Warrior Sunday. He'll be in Texas.
So is he going as a fan? Just
as a fan.
Rolling
He's going
down
as
there?
a fan. Yeah,
Is he going by himself? Is he going with buddies? That sounds awesome.
Yeah, he's. I think it's a buddy he's going with, not Shasky. He's going with a buddy. But he said, "Goo, I'm gonna have a nice Saturday night dinner, get to the stadium early, and take Jerry World in." I got goosebumps. Like, why am I not going? But I like the TV better, Steiny.
Bonte did have a point.
I'll say this. I think it was easy for Niner fans to invade California City than to get on a bird like Mr. Hill will be doing and take over. I just don't see that happening.
Where are the 49er fans right now in the pecking order of fans who travel the best? Because I've always heard, they always say the Steeler fans travel, and I always kind of felt like the Cowboys fans, the Raiders, I think fans travel pretty well.
You're right. Packers.
Are the Niners up there right now?
Steiny, I got to say, I remember them on the road playing Arizona here in the last couple years. But again, you could call that local. I know it's another state, but damn, they'll take over that venue. And as far as the Packers in San Francisco, I think it was you that told, or Rick Tittle, the Packers got their own bar, like a bar in San Francisco. I don't know if it's still open to where it's kind of the Packer bar, but to answer your question about the Niners, Steiny, they're up there with the storied franchises. It's 5 of them: Dallas, Green Bay, Raiders, Steelers. And I gotta answer that question. I'm gonna say yes, that they travel, because I said we obviously know they go to L.A. They went to Arizona. That was regular season. And I can't remember the playoff game against the Packers if they took over Lambeau or you just can't take over Lambeau. I don't care who you are. Right?
Yeah, I think
that
it's
ain't
tough.
happening.
I think it's tough to. I think it's tough to take over Lambeau Field.
Okay,
but you know what? Let's. I'm actually curious about this, and at 888-957-9570, and the reason is you were talking about bars in the Bay that are bars kind of for other teams, and right. the one I'm familiar with is Shanghai Kelly's on Broadway. That's a Pittsburgh Steelers bar. I'm pretty sure.
I never knew that. Wow, man.
There's also a bar in Alameda called McGee's, and that's a Cleveland Browns bar on a Sunday.
So I'll take a double.
957-9570. If I'm right about those two, I'd love to know where some of the other bars are where fans of an opposing team can watch with other fans. Like, is there a Philadelphia Eagles bar somewhere in the Bay? Is there a Cowboys bar somewhere in the Bay?
Well, I can tell you guys that there is a L.A. Chargers bar in San Francisco. It's called Danny Coyle's on Haight Street, and I would very much like to give them a huge shout-out.
You sure?
Wow.
You sure it's not like an oyster bar that fans of Chargers do? And so, but at that Danny Coyle's, it's only they just have the back section roped off where 4 people can sit, though, right, Evan?
Well, there were actually 5 of us there on Sunday night, but it's okay. It was pretty much the entire section,
Okay, all right. Let me see.
Awesome. I didn't know about that place, Donnie. Man,
our own John Curley put me onto that one. So,
you know what? I've been to that bar once, I think. Where is it, Evan?
It's on Haight Street, a little bit further down.
That's
right.
A
little bit past Fillmore.
Yeah, exactly. Like the lower
You've been known to hate, Steiny. You've been known to hate. I'm sure you've been there.
Long time ago. Long time
ago. See what I did there.
650 says, we took over New Orleans in 2019, and then for no reason, put some respect on the Bang Bang Niner gang. All right, 650.
Steiny, they did take over that place. Remember that?
I got you.
Wow.
2014 49er fans on line 1. Guru, look it up. There was more red in the stadium than blue. I guess he means the cat. There was a game where there were 49er fans,
right? But it wasn't a playoff
against
game.
The Cowboys.
Yeah, but it wasn't a playoff
you're
game.
Right.
No,
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Because it was in the last, I don't know.
I remember that. But still, man, I don't think it's going to happen. But they're saying in Dallas, I keep my ear to the street, Steiny.
Sure.
They're saying, please don't sell your tickets to Niner fans. So that's letting you know they're worried about it. They asked Jerry today, and he's like, well, Steiny, we hope the Cowboys come out and kind of keep the tickets to the fans in the Metroplex. But other than that, the Dallas Cowboys will put on a show.
Who's that?
Jerry Jones. That's why you didn't like it. That's my Jerry Jones.
I got you. All right.
Yeah.
Antonio's in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I think it's going to be a takeover, man. I'm going to go Jay-Z takeover because I got some reliable sources down there in Texas. A lot of 49er fans I know, so it's going to be nothing but red. It's going to be red like Jell-O, so that's all I got to say, guys. Hey, love y'all. Much love.
Thanks, Antonio.
Is there anything more embarrassing than that? Because now Sean McVay and Stafford said, he had trouble. They had to go to a silent count at home. Like, is that the ultimate Dude, Steiny, that's embarrassing.
For who?
But you can't blame the outcome of the game on that.
But who's embarrassed? Who's embarrassing? Like
the home
fans?
team. The city.
They're 12-4 coming into the game. It's why should they be embarrassed because they don't have fans? It's an indictment on the fans.
That's what I'm saying. The city should be like if the Warriors played the Suns and we saw Toronto when they cleared. It was a lot of Raptor fans, but you don't want that on the ledger.
You know what? That reminds me of that Game 6 at Oracle. Wow.
I'll never forget it.
I mean, there were
oh, my God.
You know what?
That's
something that's close to my heart, but man, Oracle Arena did not go out with a bang that night.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I could not believe how many Raptor fans were there. And they hung around.
Flags, and they were singing. I was like, where we at?
Yeah. Matt's in San Jose. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, kid. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, there's a bar in Campbell called New Jersey. That's an Eagles bar.
Yeah?
And, I know.
Wow.
Eagles
bar.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and I'm biased. I'm a Philadelphia native, but I think the Eagles fans travel as good as any fan base in the country.
Yeah, Eagles are pretty good at that too, Matt. Thanks for the call, appreciate it. Bob's in San Francisco. Let's run through a couple of these. What's up, Bob? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, there's a bar that they took over on Southern Hyde called Aces, and that's a New York Giants bar.
Oh,
wow, man!
Too happy.
You know what? That's right. I remember hearing that. How about this, Goo? We know somebody who works at Aces.
We do?
Yes, we do. Melinda,
give me a clue.
Our friend Melinda.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Hey, Melinda.
And we know somebody who goes there, actually. Brian Ratto.
Wow. And I just sent him a text.
Got no affiliation with the New York Giants. Anmo. Anmo is in San Francisco. What's going on, Anmo? How you doing, man?
How's it going, guys? I'm
going well.
Green Bay native. My area code is 920, but there's a bar in Palo Alto called Patio. It's usually a Steelers bar, but when the Packers played the Niners, it was a Packer bar. They had a couple of I didn't go, but they had a couple of old players out there.
So, Anmo, essentially, you're from Door County.
No, I'm from Brown County, man.
Is that even north of Door?
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Nah, Door County's up on the peninsula.
Isn't that where Green Bay is?
No. Green Bay is in Brown County.
I thought Green Bay was in Door County.
Like
look at this.
History. Look at your left hand. Door County is like the tip of your thumb, but Green Bay is right in that flappy part.
I must be thinking of Washington Island, huh?
I don't know about Washington Island. I'm mostly just staying in Green Bay,
But you've heard of Washington Island, right?
Obviously, we travel well. No, I haven't even heard of Washington Island.
Yeah, it's an island, I think, off the upper, wherever Wisconsin ends. You can take a ferry there. I better double check because it was a while ago. Appreciate the call. Chris is on 101. How you doing, Chris?
What's
what's up, fellas? Happy New Year's, man. Hey, for someone who grew up down there in L.A., I'm not surprised. They had Niner fans way out there for a long time. And let's be honest, a lot of times it was gang activities that went with the colors while they rocked the Niners.
Wow.
The Niners always been deep. But I'm gonna say this: Cowboys gonna spread them out as long as they don't run the ball. Forget Zeke, man. Spread the boys out, get them secondary in trouble, and rely on the arm. And what about my Raiders? Let's go.
Yeah, how about those Raiders?
Isn't it just right, though? You come down while you come down my road for going down memory lane. But there was a scenario to where the Steelers, a storied franchise, the Raiders, and the Niners were not going to be in the playoffs Sunday. And it all culminated with all of them in the offs. This is going to be special. Starting Saturday, Steiny. Your boys, I'm ready. I got my beverages. I'm ready to go.
Brett's in San Francisco. What's going on, Brett? How you doing, buddy?
Good. Thank you. So there's a bar in the Marina District in San Francisco on Pierce Street called Monahan's.
Okay.
They are a big Chicago bar. Chicago everything.
Wow.
Chicago Bears,
and
Cubs,
also
etc.
a State bar for some reason.
Penn State. Oof.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm out.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Brett. Appreciate it.
Probably catch Coles, Damon, and Kolsky at that bar. The Bear Bar.
Yeah, maybe. Ken's in Concord. Let's keep going, Ken. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, I was down in San Diego yesterday at a Niner bar. It's called Vibes in San Diego.
All right. Man, we're going outside of the Bay. Ken's in Concord. What's up, Ken? Oh, no, we just did Ken, didn't we? Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Jose. Hey, Rob.
Yes, sir. How you doing, fellas? How we doing? Happy New Year.
Same to you.
There is a spot in San Jose called 4th Street Pizza. It's a big Cowboy spot. Where all the Cowboy fans go to watch the Cowboy games. And Dave & Buster's in Milpitas is also like a big Green Bay spot.
Okay. You know what? I've heard of 4th Street Pizza. I heard that place is pretty good, actually. Dead serious. Jared.
Oh, go ahead.
What does it remind you of, buddy?
Ricky Sports Bar, RIP to Ricky. He passed away, but his bar represented, there'd be affiliates, back rooms for whatever team you were rooting for. Steiny obviously was the Raiders, but it didn't. Giants, Cowboys, it was awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ricky's no longer exists either. Yeah. Jared in Daly City. What's going on, Jared? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. I think, the reason for the Niner takeover in L.A. is it rests with the L.A. fans, that I think they're so flaky that they just don't, they're out doing other things. They're surfing. They're Tinseltown. There's a million other things to do, and there's not a dedicated, diehard fan base there. That's why they can never support a team, But the best bar that I ever went to here in the Bay for other teams was this incredible place down in San Jose. It's gone now, but they had like the whole bottom level of one of the high rises, and it was this giant bar that they had like in each corner. They would have like a full four-sided bar with like Steeler fans watching their game, and then over here would be the Browns fans watching their game, and etc. All over the place, And right in the middle of the place, they had a full half-court basketball court that was covered in chain link. So dudes are playing hoops the whole time. Well,
really?
People are watching games and knocking them back and eating, greasy food. It was incredible.
Interesting. It sounds like my kind of place.
Yeah.
A couple text line. The Rec Room in San Francisco is a Jets bar. Let's see. Let's go. Let's take one more. And Jeff. Jeff's in South City. What's going on, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Jeff.
Hey. There's a San Francisco saloon bar in West Pico in Los Angeles on there. I have a couple 49 fans, and when I go visit them during the season, I'll go down there and hang out. But I went there last time, and they're closed because the COVID thing going on. But there's a San Francisco saloon over there, West Pico.
Appreciate it. I've been on Pico a few times.
That's awesome.
Up to no good. Paul's in Oakland. Finish us off, Paul. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good, guys. Love your show. Just wanted to shout out my favorite brewery in the Bay Area, Line 51, down in Jack London. It's owned by an old Chicago guy. They just rep the Bears hard whenever the Bears games are on, and they go hard for the Bay teams too. I watch, almost all the Dubs games there, and it's just a great place. They got an old Line 51 bus in there that they retrofitted into a refrigerator for the kegs to pour beer out of and everything. It's such a great place.
So this is a place. This is a place down near Jack London.
Yep. Yeah. It's like, it's maybe like 4 blocks away from the main square. It's a little out of. It's like you don't get a lot of foot traffic, but it's a great spot.
Yeah, it's like kind of a warehouse. It's I think red on the outside.
Yeah. It's it's a warehouse, and they got like an old huge bus inside, and it's a spot.
All right, Line 51, of course, one of the great breweries in Oakland. Oakland known for many, many breweries. Oakland
town.
Tell you what, Oakland's got a reputation for being a great craft beer place. No doubt
Steiny,
about it.
My boy Dave Borgie just texted me. Dre hurt his calf in warm-ups against Cleveland.
Okay. There you have
Union
it.
City.
Ray Ratto and Damon Bruce next. They'll take you to 3:30, and then it's Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exogen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at exogen.com.
Have you ever wondered?
95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Welcome. Wonderful to have you here. Man, we've had some really good sporting events served up to us lately. I mean, football, before you even got to the 49ers game, just an outstanding morning of Week 18. The Niner game was an A+. Sunday Night Football was an awful lot of fun. Raiders and Chargers going to overtime. Then all of a sudden we get served up Klay Thompson's incredibly satisfying return to the NBA. These are good times. Let's see if we can keep our theme of really good sporting events rolling tonight, because we got a chance to have a really good one. This Memphis Grizzlies-Warriors game that Ray and I are going to start doing a little Warriors live for coming up later tonight is pretty gosh darn interesting. This is two really good basketball teams, two of the top 4 teams in the Western Conference, Ray. And if you want a superstar or two to watch, you get a superstar or two to watch tonight. I know that we talk an awful lot about the Warriors superstars. I'm glad that you are fully on board, even almost driving the Ja Morant hype train here in the Bay Area. What's going on, Ray?
Ja Morant, hype train. Get on board.
Look, I mean, there's the nonsensical hype trains, and then there's when things actually live up to their bargain. We had a lot of football live up to its bargain of promising good, exciting, concluding, coming down to the wire football games. The Klay comeback party at Chase Center the other night felt like it pretty much lived up to its hype. It was really, really good. The national championship game last night, Ray, that lived up to its hype, man. That was really good. The two games that got you your national championship between Alabama and Georgia were kind of dogs, and now the whole world is kind of dogs, Ray. Them silver britches.
Why are you affecting an accent that you don't have?
I'm like Brian Kelly.
Oh, okay,
talking Southern football, and I turn into a Southerner.
It was a good game. I thought it got off to a painful start, just, field goal mania. But it got better in the second half, and it was worth the watch.
Right, it was like two fighters trading jab, just feeling each other out through the first 4 rounds, and then all of a sudden the bigger blows started being landed later in the fight. Georgia scored 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns to win that game. Let's be honest, Stetson Bennett, I mean, that sounds like a cologne. Not some walk-on quarterback feel-good story, but that's what Georgia actually offered up last night. Kirby Smart, you want to talk about not having to buy yourself lunch in the town of Athens in the state of Georgia like forever. Let me just explain how big of a deal Georgia football is in Georgia. Take all the passion that you have for every single Bay Area team, add it together, you're still probably coming up a little bit short of how much them damn dogs mean in Athens. I mean, small town with big dreams. Yeah, they got that. And that is the single biggest ambassador of the state, if you will. So,
well, that's also, but it's also true in Atlanta, where there are other teams and a major university as well. The entire state is all about Georgia. The only thing that I think trumps it at any point during the year is the 4 days of the Masters. And even then, if they had an event up against the Masters in that week, I think Georgia would win that too. So, no, it's a statewide deal. It's as big there as Alabama is in Alabama, and probably bigger than what Oregon is in Oregon.
Oh,
it's enormous.
It's monstrous. I've been. It's a hell of a town. Athens is like a great college town. It's they must have been partying ridiculously hard last night and having a good time. Whenever I watch a national championship game, I think to myself, God, I'd love to be on that campus tonight. What a good time they're having.
Yeah, because there's only about a 40% chance that you will be arrested. Not you, but anybody.
Look,
Athens, Georgia was officially blowing like a 0.11. The entire town.
No doubt.
I will say one other thing. Having won the national championship, nobody in Georgia will want Kirby Smart fired for at least 6 weeks.
At least. He gets, you know what he really does, Ray? He gets a 2-year grace period. After that, you better be producing again. I mean, that's just the way it goes in the SEC. That's kind of the 2-year period we have seen extended to, like, Gus Malzahn went from winning it all at our Auburn to you're out the door. I mean, time ticks fast.
Oh,
in the South.
Yeah. No, this will last all the way until next year when they play Alabama. If they lose that game, Kirby Smart's a dog again.
By the way, Nick Saban takes his second worst loss as an Alabama head coach last night, a grand total of 15 points. Second worst loss of his career. That's how good he is.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they never want him fired, because that's the one thing that even Bear Bryant couldn't say. And Bear Bryant is still like the Holy Trinity there, but Nick Saban's in the team photo.
Oh.
You know, it's those two guys, and then there's everybody else.
Look, it's nothing more than the insatiable need to complain about everything on social media that is swaying people that Nick Saban is Bear Bryant's inferior in any way, shape, or form. I mean, outside of wearing houndstooth hats, that's the only thing Bear Bryant was better at than Nick Saban when it comes to the sport of football. Nick Saban is the single greatest college football coach of all time. It's not even debatable.
I would suggest, though, that Bear Bryant gets credit for one thing, that without it, Nick Saban would have nothing. He integrated the South for football.
He did.
Without him, Nick Saban is not possible in that town.
I won't be first, but I won't be third. That was the great quote, by the way, when they brought in USC to just whoop them.
Yeah.
See, I'm down with this stuff, Ray. I know my history.
Oh, no, I know you do. I'm not questioning your knowledge. I'm merely pointing out to the troglodytes to whom we entertain.
Oh, come on. The smartest, best audience in the world. They're all here getting ready for a little Warriors Live coming up in a little bit. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. We have booked Mark Medina to join us at 4 o'clock. You know him from covering the Warriors for years. He covered the Lakers, worked for USA Today, the Merc, LA Times. The guy knows the NBA like the back of his hand. He's going to join us. I know that he was at Chase Center for Klay Thompson's return. We'll get a big thumbnail sketch of what's going on in the Western Conference. And this is a big Western Conference game tonight. Warriors and Memphis Grizzlies. Very, very interesting. No Draymond Green is going to make this maybe more interesting than the Warriors want it to be or hoping it might be. Although the last time the Warriors did play the Grizzlies, they got a great game out of Steph Curry. They did a very good job of quieting down John Morant, but that feels like a long time ago. And who the Memphis Grizzlies are nothing shorter than the hottest team in the NBA right now. They've won 9 in a row, Ray. Look out. John Morant hype train. Drive it.
Yeah, well, they've done this without Dylan Brooks, who is their second best player. That stands out because he's got an ankle, and I think he's got a couple of weeks at least ahead of him. And Steven Adams is questionable tonight, which means they won't have an overpowering size advantage that they normally look forward to having. So this becomes a more even battle that way. Jaren Jackson, I think, might be the key to the game just because he's there. He's the 6'11" guy that Steven Adams won't be.
Right.
But Ja's the show more than anybody else, including Klay Thompson. Ja's the thing you look at first.
It's going to be an awful lot of fun. This should be a very good game, should be an entertaining game, and this is a very big road trip now for the Warriors, a 4-gamer, and they might not have Draymond Green for any of it. So that's something to keep an eye on. We will have much more on the Warriors coming up in 20 minutes from right now when Warriors Live begins here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, Ray, we have breaking news. It looked like after Dave Gettleman, air quotes, resigned, that was going to be the pelt on the wall to satisfy New York Giants fans and say, come on back. And it looked like Joe Judge had survived his afternoon sit-down meeting with brass. Well, about 25 minutes ago, we found out that Joe Judge did not survive. He has been fired by the New York Giants. Yet another coach is now out. No real surprise. The surprise is that it wasn't done kind of immediately, as quickly as news moves, especially in New York.
Well, the real surprise was that they had given every indication that they were going to back him up, even though it made no sense to do so if Dave Gettleman is leaving because a new general manager wants to hire his own guy.
Right.
The fact is, he backed them into a series of corners by, coaching badly, by losing the players that they had. I mean, he was a disaster that could have become... he could have buried them for years had he stayed on another year. As it is, the new guy, whoever that is, has about 3 years of shoveling out that stable. If he is as lucky to be meaningful in 3 years as Kyle Shanahan was, that's a good coach, because I think it could take a long time.
Yeah, there's a big rebuild for New York, no doubt about it. They're going to want to make a big hire, a splashy hire. And Ray, when I think big and splashy names and hires, I just keep on coming back to Jim Harbaugh. There's another very big brand in the NFL right now that might be interested in a big splashy hire. And if I'm Jim Harbaugh, I have already called Vic Fangio and said, "You want to put the band back together? Maybe the two of us as a package deal walking in the door, they'll let us pick our next general manager. Kind of let us be in on that conversation, and we can rule the world once again." I don't know. Well, I think it's going to happen, man.
It won't happen with the Giants. I know that. They're way too buttoned down for that. Joe Judge appealed to them because he was from the Belichick tree. Gettleman was a goofy but safe hire for them. I don't think they're going to step outside the box. John Mara doesn't do that, and neither does Steve Tisch. They're going to get a young, button-down guy, kind of like what they thought Ben McAdoo was going to be, and they'll continue to flounder because owners are particularly awful at hiring coaches. Just they can't do it, and yet they do it all the time.
This is something that we're going to talk more about tomorrow when we have much more of a show that we just want to talk about what we ever want to talk about. Coming up, we have Warriors Live for you here, so we can't really get into it right now, but how bad owners are at hiring in the NFL, it's ridiculous. The pattern of repeatable bad behavior we see over and over again. And man, Ray, I was going to save this for tomorrow, but since we're kind of like looking ahead a little bit right here, it's never a wrong time to lay out a good point. And I'm not trying to score points with anyone. This is just a reality. I'm just putting this out there. Like, I don't know what you think about the Rooney Rule. I think the Rooney Rule, it's very easy to be cynical about it. And, Ray, I know that you're cynical about most everything. I do see the merits of the idea of the Rooney Rule. Like, the interviewing process is very good to go through, especially if you have less than a lot of interviewing experience, not only for the person getting the interview, but for the person giving the interview too. Like, it was very important that the shop owner who did not wait on minorities be forced to wait on minorities, because eventually the connection of like, oh, they're just someone too sort of washes over them. That's what happens, and so the merits of the Rooney Rule to get minorities to interview, whether you think those interviews are legitimate or not, there still is quality to the exercise. There is merit to the exercise. But unfortunately, Ray, the Rooney Rule is absolutely failing to produce results in the National Football League. And I'll just put this out there. You do with it what you will. And then we're going to move on to another quick topic before we get into Warriors Live. Saw this on Twitter today. How extreme is the NFL's issue with black coaches? At the moment, there are more white coordinators named Shane than there are black head coaches in the NFL.
See, and that's the flaw of the Rooney Rule. It's a grand idea, but if it's not enforceable, it's like every other unenforced rule. It's a suggestion. You either are willing to be colorblind when you look for a coach or a general manager, or you're not. And there is nobody in the National Football League who can tell an owner in the National Football League, you have to do this. It's as simple as that. The Rooney Rule was designed well, but it is not. It's just not enforced. I mean, and you don't need an example more recent than the way the Raiders went about getting John Gruden. Mark Davis said, this is the only guy I'm interviewing, and this is the guy I'm going to hire. And the league just said, oh, okay. That was the end of it. And as long as that's true, the Rooney Rule fails because it's not a rule. It's a nudge. And even at that, it's not a very compelling nudge. So that, I mean, you're right. The spirit of the rule is still useful, but guys know when they're being interviewed just because they're black.
Right. Absolutely.
They know it. And they know that, they know what a sham it is. That's why more and more of them don't even bother with it. Until the Rooney Rule is either, given some actual teeth, or owners start, learning how to hire above and beyond, what their friend's recommendation of their next door neighbor is, the Rooney Rule won't mean much. And I think almost anybody, any black coach, in the NFL knows that by now.
When I read for the first time today off of Twitter that comment that there are more white coordinators named Shane than there are black head coaches, I read it out. I read it aloud to Jillian, my wife, and her first question was, well, aren't there an awful lot of black coaches? Like, I watch, she watches Hard Knocks. She's like, and I said, yes, but there are really three coaches that matter the most in football: your head coach, your offensive coordinator, your defensive coordinator. And that is where the whitewashing happens. Coaches underneath, position coaches, quality control coaches, video coordinators. There is an awful lot of diversity being represented there, but at the most important top, not. And she looked at me and she said, well, that's corporate America too. She said, you got a lot of companies that put together a very forward-facing, beige level, a chairman of the board situation. Like, our board is very diverse because we can just elect someone to the board. An awful lot of diversity on a lot of boards in America has just appeared in the last, 18 to 24 months. But in actual management positions, it's still very much a white club.
Oh, and the newest thing in the NFL, and Kalen Kaler over at The Defector, my colleague, wrote about this the other day. It's nepotism. It's head coaches hiring their kids. And it's pretty, it's way more troublesome because if almost all coaches are white, their kids are going to be white too. And if they're getting greenlit for coordinators' jobs, then all that does is perpetuate the issue. No, the NFL has never been that interested in tackling this in any meaningful way. When a black coach is hired, he gets about 2 years, and then he gets fired, and then he doesn't get hired again. So it's not just the Rooney Rule fails at the start; it fails on the second level. So it's almost an insult at this point. And, if I were the Rooneys, I would almost ask for my name to be taken off it because it's an embarrassment.
By the way, the Rooneys, just so you know, were the Rooneys who ran the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have obviously Mike Tomlin. And on the Comcast Business text line, someone says, it's only Mike Tomlin now that Brian Flores got released. No, David Culley, head coach of the Houston Texans, is African-American. So there you go.
If he survives.
And he might not be around very long either. But he should be given, there is a ridiculous amount of short leash given to the same group over and over and over again that does not get to become part of the NFL coaching retreads. It's a one and done. Very, and Brian Flores is the perfect kind of example of that. Let's see how long it takes for a guy who's absolutely qualified to be an NFL head coach get another head coaching opportunity. It's going to be a very, very long time till he is asked to do that again. It's just mathematically the way it always works. And someone from the 925 says, Damon, this sounds an awful lot like our workforce. You want to see diversity, you better go to the kitchen and the stockroom, and there's plenty there. But in the offices that matter the most, it's not happening, not yet. And the NFL is reflective of that. And man, when I was just more coordinators named Shane than black head coaches, I had to laugh, and then I had to go, man, that's officially not good. This is something that Ray and I will talk more about a little bit more tomorrow afternoon. By the way, we are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today. The only other color that I want to talk about right here and now is the color red, which took over SoFi Stadium, Ray, in such a dramatic way that we weren't just talking about it for the merits of sports talk radio yesterday. No. It was actually something that people kind of caught on to the point where it was a headline story on ESPN.com. And Sean McVay even went on to say that when they went out there enjoying, pretty good home crowd all year long, that was a crowd they did not expect in their playoff game at SoFi Stadium. Here's McVay.
Yeah, it did catch us off guard, I think, just because of the way that it's been this year. I mean, you've been at all those games, Lindsay. I mean, it's been a great atmospheres, great environments. Yesterday was the same thing, but there was a lot of red there. And that was, that was definitely, it was a surprise, I think is a fair way to put it.
So there's going to have to be a Visine campaign if that ever happens again. They did it at Penn State, the old keep the red out, when Nebraska came to Happy Valley for the first time as a member of the Big Ten. Nebraska was very excited to be in the Big Ten early on. Now they kind of regret it, but very early on they were so excited that they infiltrated Happy Valley in a way that Penn State fans just said, no, never again. So Nebraska gets Operation Visine, keep the red out, and they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to sell their fans on the concept of, hey, if you're not going to use your tickets, make sure you're not selling them to a Niner fan, because that was embarrassing, and everyone noticed.
The problem there, though, is that they charge so much for those that if you're not planning to go to the game, you're going to sell to whoever wants to pay for it.
Right. Highest bidder wins.
Yeah, and so, look, the NFL and Los Angeles have been relative strangers for almost 30 years here. The Rams, showed up only because this was a great real estate deal. And the NFL let them go only because they could attach the NFL Network and NFL Films and all their entertainment vehicles into the place where entertainment is the most high-powered.
Right.
So this wasn't about football. It was, helping out Stan Kroenke because he, hated being in St. Louis. And it was helping out Dean Spanos because he wanted to get out of San Diego. But it had nothing to do with football. So what happened Sunday is going to happen again. And now, if you want to see, empty seats on Monday night, you'll see them in L.A. because that game's on at 5:15. Nobody goes to anything at 5:15 in Los Angeles. People make fun of Dodger crowds. This is going to be a Dodger crowd because to get there, you've got to get there in the teeth of rush hour traffic. And so I'd be shocked. Well, I don't know what they're going to announce, but they're not going to have 75,000.
I'll tell you.
Even if the Cardinals don't travel, and that's true, all they'll do is they'll entertain empty seats.
Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. I mean, they got so greedy when it came to moving two teams into that town. They could have had the glorious, glamorous stadium showpiece palace. They could have had all the studio and the network production and yada, yada, yada that you can throw from Hollywood at your sports entity. They could have had it all. And I think that the Rams would have done better Had they just kept that town to themselves by not inviting the Charger in, by giving a second opportunity to, hey, you don't like the way our game is price pointed? Well, come to this cheaper JV version of the NFL. Sorry, Charger fans, that's just kind of the way it goes. Even though you might be as good of or not better of a show, that's just the way it's sold. And people... Yeah, there's just nothing special about the Rams in a building. When you share a building with another team, there's nothing special about it. There really isn't. The only team that ever got away with it is the Lakers at Staples Center because the Clippers never mattered. Anyway, look, we'll have much more on all this. Someone who knows an awful lot about Lakers Clippers playing in a building is Mark Medina. He's going to be joining us at the top of the hour around 4:00. He was in the building when Klay Thompson returned, and we're getting Klay Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Let's get back to basketball coming up tonight. I do hope you enjoyed that 25-minute sprint through today's Damon and Ratto show here on 95.7 The Game. It has been brought to you by Exergen. We'll be back with Warriors Live in just a moment.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure.
Zoom, how the world connects.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynavite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynavite commercial so many times that I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynavite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
It's a critical season for the Warriors.
It's a really good group, and they're unselfish. They like to move the ball, and so it's fun to watch.
With new faces.
The Golden State Warriors select Jonathan Kuminga. The Golden State Warriors select Moses Moody.
Old friends.
Stripped by Andre. Loose ball. It's out of bounds. Andre Iguodala with a huge defensive play.
And the reigning NBA scoring champion.
Curry takes another three. It's up and good. He's got 62.
Welcome to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Welcome. Damon and Ray with you for the next hour, getting you ready for Tim Roy's pregame show, which is going to start around 4:30. Tip-off tonight in Memphis around 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome indeed. We got a 30-9 Golden State Warriors team taking on a Grizzlies team that is 28-14 on the year. They're just a really good basketball team. There is no doubt about that. The Warriors, Ray, I know you hate a feel-good story, but they actually had a big feel-good story all around them with Klay Thompson's return, certainly muting the fact that they didn't break out of their collective scoring slump. All eyes were on Klay. It was a satisfying return indeed. So they got to be feeling good, even without Draymond Green in their lineup tonight, just about themselves and going out and playing basketball. However, there is no one feeling better in the NBA than the Memphis Grizzlies. They've won 9 in a row.
They've not just won 9 in a row. They've now become one of the maybe 6-7 teams that could actually see themselves with a counterpuncher's chance of getting to a conference final, maybe even getting to the finals. They are a hard team to play. They defend really well. They are a much better offensive team now, and they play at a much faster pace than most of the Grizzlies teams you remember going back 7-8 years. And a lot of that is due to the fact that Ja Morant has the keys. And he hasn't been there long enough for most coaches to feel comfortable with it, but Taylor Jenkins has just said, here, run me a basketball team. And he's done it. They're just a remarkably difficult team to deal with, in part because they're better offensively than most of the other teams in the league, which you would not have thought with them.
They make an honest defensive effort every single time they go out and play. And again, an honest defensive effort in the NBA's regular season gets you noticed. They got a lot of guys who got fast hands and are pesky. They've got a few guys who have officially graduated from pesky to good NBA starters. So it's a young team that is coming together, and it works. Why does it all work? Again, we'll try to get to the bottom of it before we get to tip-off tonight, but it absolutely works. Now, Juan Toscano-Anderson is probably going to see much more action. He usually does whenever Draymond Green is out. He gets about 10 more minutes per game whenever Draymond Green is not in there. And Draymond Green is not only not in there tonight, Ray, we might not even see him this road trip. It's a tough road trip to leave him back in the Bay, but that's what the Warriors have done to this point. Now, he might rejoin them a little bit later on, but as of right now, he is in his home getting treatment on a calf that kind of bubbled up in pregame of the Klay Thompson return game and is now going to maybe even cost him an entire road trip. So he may be on, this road trip, maybe not. The Warriors face the Grizzlies, the Bulls, the Buccaneers, and the Timberwolves. The Bulls and Bucks, by the way, is a back-to-back. The Warriors have announced that Klay Thompson will not be playing in his first back-to-back since returning. The Warriors have yet to decide which end of the back-to-back they will sit him for.
That's prudent. I mean, we've said all along there was going to be an adjustment period in terms of how they would use him and how often they would use him. And I'd be surprised if they didn't stagger his night off with a Stephen Curry night off. They might not want to play Curry both nights in a row either. They haven't announced that, but it wouldn't surprise me because the Bulls have the best record in the Eastern Conference. The Bucks have the fourth best record, and that's a bit of a grinder. And I wouldn't be surprised if they gave Curry the Milwaukee night off and Thompson the Bulls night off, or vice versa, because I think you got to get through these healthier more than you've got to worry about, results.
Well, look, when it comes to Klay Thompson, health is at the center of the conversation that we got to begin again on Sunday night. He finally returned after a near 2.5-year absence. Klay Thompson hit the court. He did so with a little gusto. He hit his first ever shot. He might have thrown down the dunk of his career. It bordered on violent, for goodness sakes. He hit a three. The shot looked like the shot. He put the ball on the floor a little bit more than we kind of expected him to, more than I expected him to. I thought that it was going to be a catch and shoot clinic, as so many Klay Thompson games have been, and I'm sure we're going to get there again. There was a little bit more energy in everything the Warriors were doing with Klay Thompson back out on the court, and that's something that Steve Kerr couldn't help but notice. Klay, he brought an awful lot of feeling into that building.
He wasn't shy, was he? Not that we would ever expect Klay to be shy, but I was amazed at his poise out there and his confidence. And after being out for so long, I drew the first play up, not for him, but for him to catch it and move it on. I should have known better. He just caught it and drove and scored. It was a phenomenal moment. And the introductions, starting lineup, amazing. Just hearing the crowd and the beautiful night.
A lot of energy, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of get up and go. And Klay Thompson, forget it. I'm not swinging this ball to anybody else. I'm going to the rack. I don't think we're going to get an awful lot of that going forward. And Ray, look, we've watched the Warriors go through 3-point record pressure, through Steph Curry scoring pressure, through integrating Klay Thompson back into a game pressure now. They can finally, yes, we're going to have a third and final step with James Wiseman showing back up into the mix eventually. But this is the bike that they've ridden before. And I think that we're about to see the Warriors play a little bit more Warriors basketball, even in Draymond's absence, right on this road trip.
I'm not sure what to expect on this road trip specifically because Green won't be there, or at least doesn't pencil out to be there, because he creates so many ripples in that pond in so many ways that, you may not get a better sense of who the Warriors are going to be in 2 weeks because he affects so many things. Tonight, Thompson is going to be playing against Desmond Bane, who's been one of the real surprises for Memphis. And so I think it'll be interesting to see how he adapts to a less adrenalized and more sort of mundane evening out. But losing Green, I think, changes what people's expectations ought to be about what the Warriors are going to look like in 2 weeks. Because do you take him out of the lineup? They're different. They're radically different. You won't see it as overtly, but in 100 little ways, they're not as good defensively. They're not as good at moving the ball. They're just, there's a reason why Draymond Green matters, and you'll see it tonight because he won't be there to save him.
Juan Toscano-Anderson is going to be starting for Draymond Green tonight, and he's got to be the glue guy that Draymond is, hidden in plain sight so often. He has to rebound. He has to be careful with the ball. He's got to make the right decisions with the ball. And Any little bit of offense that can be offered up by Juan Toscano-Anderson tonight will be much appreciated. You can't leave it up to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson to do it all by themselves. They couldn't lift enough end of that piano to get the Warriors over 100 points. It's been 3 games in a row since the Warriors have eclipsed the century mark, and we'll have much more on that with Mark Medina of NBA.com, who's going to be joining Ray and I here on Warriors Live at the top of the hour. Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Again, whenever Klay Thompson gets to talk, we always want to hear what he has to say. Here's what he had to say after his first game back.
Those are very special moments I'll never forget. I'll never forget that this night. I'll never forget the reception the Warrior fans gave us, especially myself. And gosh, it was fun, and it was worth every single day of being away and in that squat rack or on that shuttle board and all the conditioning days. It was worth every single moment.
I mean, it was a long road back. There is no doubt about it. We saw an awful lot of it. It was documented thanks to social media. We saw like the best of Klay feeling good about rehab. We saw a few sullen Klay Thompsons wrapped in there too. It was a long journey back, and he said that, you know, the reception that he got, the way that he felt that game Sunday night, you're not obviously winning a title, but he says it's almost the closest thing to it.
I'm so grateful to just compete again. It's been a long road. I'm just also proud of myself for persevering. It was a very special moment. I'll never forget. It was, I'm not going to say equivalent to winning a championship, but man, it was pretty freaking close, because there were times in the past where you second guess yourself. You think you're going to be the same player or have the same explosion or whatever you want to, whatever term. And just to be able to go out there and shoot the ball, play defense and compete. I mean, man, it was special.
Ray, I'm glad that Klay is self-assured enough to just be honest and not try to couch that as, I'm the ultimate teammate. Winning championships with my team is more than any individual path or journey I could ever take, and yada, yada, like all the right things. For him to just come out and say, look, man, I've been through hell. I'm proud of myself. I got through this. I persevered, and I came out tonight, and I played pretty darn well in my first game back in 2.5 years, and I feel good. Like, I love that he is being honest and transparent about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of him, though. I mean, he's going to tell you what's on his mind when he feels like telling it to you, but that was on his mind because 2.5 years just jumped up and down on his chest. No, you're not playing again today. You're not playing again today. Now you're going to just run some sprints, and you're not playing again tomorrow. And, for, nearly 1,000 days, that's what his life was. So, yeah, he ought to be proud of himself because, A, he came back from 2 catastrophic injuries, and B, he came back with what seems to be a greater appreciation for the gift that he gets to display. Because most guys who get those injuries back-to-back, and granted there aren't very many, they don't get to come back. They become, they're either robotic role players or they're just not playing anymore. So, yeah, good on him for saying, yeah, hooray for me. Hooray for me, though, is over starting tonight because now it's about the grind. And that's where you're going to see, if his leg's going to bark a little bit, because it's not just the one night and getting through that's going to make the difference. It's how you do this on a road trip like this. Tough game on Tuesday, then, back-to-back Thursday and Friday, then another one. It's now the grind starts. And if he knew what grinding was before when he was rehabbing, he's going to get a new definition of it when you pile rehabbing on top of just the difficult slog of January, February, and March basketball.
Well, he's certainly been through it before. It's great that he'll be going through it again. What we really had not seen before was Klay throwing down a dunk like that. I mean, even Steph Curry was a little taken aback by the violent nature of that dunk. Here is Steph talking about it.
It did. He's been talking about just how he feels and what's going to be the last thing to come back. And that was the answer. And then it took him 9 minutes. He got down the lane and had confidence to go up and try it even and got it done. So it was vicious. It was amazing to watch, and obviously the building was crazy all the way from start to finish. So it was a great night.
It was something else. It was a level of Klay Thompson nasty snarl that, again, ACL repaired, Achilles repaired, snarl installed. He says he sees no man, only rim. Go attack it, Klay. Tell us about it.
No, I just saw the rim, and luckily for me, I threw it down with authority, and I felt really good. I felt really good, guys. No, I can still do that. No, quite anxious being able to get to my spots and rise up and shoot. It's only up from here.
Hey, this is Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. You know, we started hearing about Steve Kerr recapping the night, and he said he wasn't shy. No, he wasn't, right? I mean, this is where the Warriors are going to get back into their normal rhythm, I think, on this road trip without Draymond Green. They can't be who they want to be with him, obviously. He's going to be missed defensively at all times. But you're not going to see Klay go out tonight hunting for 18 shots in only 20 minutes of court time, and he is projected to get about that same amount of court time. Here is Steph Curry talking about the hunter that was Klay Thompson in his return game.
18 shots in 20 minutes.
That is so Klay Thompson, and I freaking love it.
I'll say more or less than you expected.
I think it was a little bit more. I didn't think it was a shot a minute. It hit the over. But the funny part is coach had to mention it. We had to mention it before the game. Like, don't feel like you have to force feed him because he will find his shots. And he definitely did not disappoint on that front.
And I don't think he's going to disappoint you on this front, Ray. I think he's going to be looking to find his own level quickly. I really do. Klay has never been flashy. He's never been a look-at-me guy. When offered the look-at-me moment of your return game after such a long slog back, he took it. I think he's going to go back to being the Klay that we remember quickly.
I don't know how quickly it's going to be because a lot of that depends on who's going to be around him. If this Green injury lingers, for example, that's an adjustment that's going to result.
Well, I mean, how long are you talking about? I mean, if the Green injury lingers for 3 months, everyone's in a lot of trouble.
I'm saying I don't think this is going to happen right away. I never thought it was going to happen right away. But if he's missing this road trip, I mean, which is certainly conceivable, and he's not recovering quickly, and maybe it becomes a second week, then you have to push that date out some more. I'm not saying it's a 3-month injury. I'm just saying that what the Warriors need to do and what Klay Thompson needs to do within that structure is relearn how to play with each other, because they are playing now with a whole different set of characters around them. You know, how does Otto Porter fit? How does Juan Toscano-Anderson fit? How does Jordan Poole fit? I mean, it's a brand new team almost entirely since the one that Thompson left in the championship in 19. So I think there's a lot of adjusting to do. And it's not going to be obvious, but it's going to be continual. And I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think it might be, if they get a decent prognosis on Green, it might be 2 or 3 weeks. I don't think this is going to be immediate. I suspect they know what they'd like to do and what they'd like to be, but best laid plans sometimes. So I think this is a team that is just embarking on their second adjustment of the season, and that's going to take a while. And then it's going to take a while again if and when Wiseman comes back. I think we've talked about this all year. There are going to be about 3 or 4 different Warrior teams. This is just the very beginning of the second one.
I think Klay Thompson is going to find his own level. Doesn't matter who's out there with him, is the point that I was trying to get to and make. That he knows who he is in this league. He knows what he does best. He knows how he serves this team best. And yes, it'll all be normal once everything is normal all around him again. But in the meantime, I don't think we're going to see the Klay Thompson looking to dunk on you, your grandmother, and your neighbors all at the same time throughout this year. I don't think we're going to see a guy hunting 18 shots in 20 minutes. I think he's going to get back to catch and shoot Klay, not so much dribble Klay. I think all of that is going to come back, whether Draymond plays at a lick with him or not.
Oh, no. Well, that part, you're not going to see him trying to thunder dunk. And you're not going to see him taking a shot a minute. That is reserved essentially for nobody in this league. But those two numbers, yeah, those are obvious. But don't forget, a lot of what he is also a premier defender. And he doesn't know yet how much of that he still has and how much he still has to work toward to get there. I mean, he was operating on adrenaline the other night. Now it's got to be brains and muscle memory and knowing who he's with and knowing how they want to interact with him. This is not, it's not an easy process when you realize that they have Green, they have Curry, and they have an Iguodala that's 2 years older than he used to be from the time that Thompson left. This is an entirely different team other than that. And it's not just a band of three, it's a band of 8 or 9. And so he's got to figure out, and they've got to figure out how to work with each other, given what is essentially a whole new set of parameters. They're not the same team that they used to be. And that's just a fact.
I'm glad that you brought up Andre Iguodala, because even though Juan Toscano-Anderson gets the start for Draymond Green in Memphis tonight, it is Andre Iguodala that I think has really got to bring the very best he can bring to this road trip, especially if Draymond misses all of it. When I look for defensive excellence and moments and doing all those little veteran things, if Draymond's not out there, I think it's up to Andre Iguodala. And that is the star of tonight's Who's Cookin', brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Iguodala was plus 15 off the bench in the win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, you might not have noticed it because we were all looking at Steph and hopefully Klay getting back to, we're looking at Klay and Steph getting back to his shooting form. Well, while you were looking at all that, Andre Iguodala had himself a very good Andre Iguodala game, and he's going to need to put like twice the savvy veteran signature probably up on these upcoming games on this road trip. Andre had 4 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 steals, and a block in his 25 minutes off the bench, and hopefully he can keep that up for Steve Kerr and company. And that's Who's Cooking, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. We got a live working NBA reporter, Mark Medina, joining Ray and I here in Warriors Live at the top of the hour. He is all over the league. He was in Chase Center the night that Klay came back. He covered the Golden State Warriors throughout their championship run. He has been based out of L.A. since then, covering the Lakers, who are trying to get back up off the mat with some really unbelievable games out of LeBron James. And we're going to talk about the Western Conference at large with our friend Mark Medina coming up next here on Warriors Live.
You're listening to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Don't expect a wild card weekend shootout in Dallas.
1061 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Warriors Live. Presented by Xfinity on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto with you for the next half hour before Tim Roy stops on by with some network pregame tip-off tonight from Memphis right around 5 o'clock. It's the Warriors, it's the Grizzlies, it's two of the four best teams in the Western Conference. And to talk about that, Klay Thompson's return, he was at Chase Center on Sunday night. We're very happy to welcome back to the show for the first time in a long time our old pal, Mark Medina, who used to cover the Warriors during the dynastic run, dispatched down to La La Land for assignments in the NBA. After that, he now writes for NBA.com after covering the Warriors and Lakers for years. It's always good to have you on, Mark. It's been too long. What's going on, pal?
Damon and Ray, always good to hear your voice. Ray, you might have different feelings than Damon and I, but I'm glad to be reunited again.
Where the hell have you been?
You know, as Raymond Ritter, the PR guru with the Warriors, always say, I like to chase the bandwagon teams, and noted that I was here at lesser time than Kevin Durant was. So, I'm chasing all the moving lights, and hence why I was at the Warriors game for Klay's return.
But look at all the national news that you get to follow, and there's so much going on in the NBA. We got an awful lot to talk about, but let's start with the fact that you were there for championships and you were there for Klay Thompson's return, and they felt an awful lot like the same evenings, the run up to them, the drama in the building, the kind of energy in the building. It was great to see people show out for Klay like that.
100%. I think you're nailing it on the head, and it's not hyperbole. Klay Thompson himself said it felt pretty freaking close, the emotions that he had for his return compared to the three other championships. And it also kind of reminded me of that emotion and excitement after Klay Thompson hurt the ACL in his left knee and he went back toward the locker room. When he came out of the entrance tunnel to take those free throws, everyone was just electric. I mean, I think at the time some people in the fans may have thought, hey, he's all right. He's coming back onto the court. But just the idea that it looked like he took a nasty fall and he's going to hit free throws really electrified the crowd. What's crazy is after the fact we realized he had a torn ACL. But, yeah, it hit all the buttons, the atmosphere, which was expected. But what I think was also a nice bonus is Klay looks really nice on the court.
How long do you think, realistically, though, it will take from him to go from the guy who operated on pure adrenaline Sunday night to the guy who looks like the Thompson of 2018? Or is the general feeling around the league that that's going to take a while?
Yeah, I talked and asked that very question to people on the Warriors and some outside medical experts, for their objective take. They feel that Klay is going to be the Klay of old with his shooting and that his defense is going to take a step back. But he's still going to be, competent enough of a defender, but just not the same level of caliber. I think in the short term, I think Warrior fans should be anticipating the likelihood that I think Klay is going to have a tough go tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. A lot of times when players come out of injuries, even, ones that are much less severe than what Klay's having, after that adrenaline rush of the first game, all of a sudden they realize, how winded they are the following game. So I think Klay is going to have a tough night tonight against Memphis. But I think after that, he's going to show that he can knock down shots and he can be a solid defensive player. And then I think, honestly, by the time, April comes around, you're going to feel like Klay hasn't missed a beat at all offensively, and then defensively, he'll still be seen as a good defender, just he'll need some reinforcements. And fortunately for the Warriors, they do have those reinforcements with Andrew Wiggins and Andre Iguodala and Draymond Green. He's still going to be a pretty good player regardless of some of the hiccups.
Mark Medina of NBA.com. No Draymond Green for the Warriors tonight. That calf tweak he suffered pregame warm-ups in the Klay Thompson return game, has turned out to be more significant than it sounded originally, and he is not even traveling with the Warriors on this road trip. Just to put a fine point on the Klay Thompson return, I thought that Joe Lacob gave a great quote when he said, Chase Center is finally finished with construction now that Klay Thompson is back. Mark, let me ask you how you think this team is constructed up to this point and what they've accomplished to this point. I think we would all agree the Warriors are ahead of whatever schedule you might have had them on, and they're about to, embark on this 2.0 version of who they are. 3.0 will be when James Wiseman eventually gets assimilated. But to this point, how surprised are you that they're right back at the front of the NBA?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not surprised that they're having a successful season, but I thought before Klay's return that they would be a team kind of like the Memphis Grizzlies, where they're in that fourth spot in the Western Conference. So from that standpoint, the Warriors have exceeded expectations. But at the same time, when you have a healthy Steph Curry and Draymond Green, all bets are off. And to the Warriors' credit, they've really established that the culture is about strength in numbers, just like it was during the championship year. So I personally pinned the Warriors as the championship favorites for this season. That sentiment doesn't necessarily hold true for the entire league. I talked with an executive not affiliated with either team last week that says that, he would put the edge for the Phoenix Suns over the Warriors because they feel like, DeAndre Ayton has grown a lot. JaVale McGee is a good backup for reinforcement purposes. And for the Warriors, they don't have that center solution. James Wiseman, as you guys know, whenever he comes back, is that necessarily a good thing? He had some ups and downs his rookie season. And as much as the depth lineup the Warriors have benefited from having with Draymond being at center, to do that every single game could be very taxing. But
what do you mean no center? Wilt Rooney just pulled down 18 rebounds.
Yeah. No, and here's the thing. I disagree with that executive. I think the Warriors can be fine with adjusting the fact that even if Wiseman's having hiccups, they can compensate because they have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. And look, collectively, maybe there's more inexperience from the Warriors recently of, playoff tests than the Suns were, which, are just coming off the finals year. But the reality is they have more playoff equity because of the core. So I think that they can catch the young guys up to speed just all right.
Speaking of young guys, does Memphis look to you like still sort of a participant in the playoffs, a tough out in the playoffs, or maybe has a counterpuncher's chance to be in the group of four? How good are they based on what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I think that they can be a 4, 5, 6 seed. I think that they're going to get to the second round. So I think clearly they're a much different team than the last 2 years where, hey, they're sniffing the play-in tournament. Last year, they get to the first round only to lose to Utah in a not-so-competitive series. So I think they are the real deal. But I wouldn't put the Grizzlies in the same category as the Warriors, the Suns, or even Utah. I think there's clear separation. Short term, I can see the Grizzlies winning tonight because the Warriors don't have Draymond and Klay's, trying to get back up to speed in only his second game in 2.5 years. But I think as far as a playoff series, I don't think it's, even up for discussion. Assuming all rosters are relatively healthy, the Warriors would get by them. But yeah, depending on the matchup, I think that the Grizzlies would at least get to the second round this season because Ja Morant's the real deal. He's the best rookie in his class, and they have a good collection of other young players that, fit that kind of grinded out mentality that the Grizzlies are known for.
Mark Medina here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. So, Mark, you're down in L.A. You get an awful lot of Lakers and Clippers basketball in front of you. And whatever the name of that stadium is now, boy, people got emotionally attached to Staples Center. But
they want their office supplies.
Absolutely. Who doesn't get attached to big box stores and retail chains? But look, we know how much the Lakers matter down in LA, and we know how much they matter to the overall success and business of the NBA. all of a sudden, LeBron James is quietly putting together an awesome year for himself once again. It's translated to now, I believe the Lakers are a game over 500. They're not great, but they're not nearly as bad as they used to be, and LeBron's already started making moves. We just saw Rajon Rondo with the Cavaliers the other night. So what is about to happen with the Lakers? Do you think that they are going to be closer to figuring this thing out than falling apart, which looked like could certainly happen early on in the year?
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think that the Lakers are going to continue to get better throughout this season because Anthony Davis is expected to be back at some point. They're going to reevaluate him this week at least to start doing some practice work. Russell Westbrook, for better and for worse, at least the more games that he plays, the more familiar he becomes with everyone. And, there's not going to be as many injuries, whether it's protocol-related or just normal wear and tear. But here's the thing, even with LeBron James playing at his best, and I never bet against him from a performance standpoint, I don't think that's good enough beyond getting in the second round because I don't trust with the Russell Westbrook roller coaster that it's going to work out for the better. I still think the flaws are still going to be too pronounced. And you also don't know about Anthony Davis's injuries if another one pops up. And frankly, the roster construction itself is flawed. They don't have a lot of good defenders. The ones that used to be good defenders, Dwight Howard and DeAndre Jordan, most namely, are shells of themselves. And the age of the roster, I think, because of that, it almost seems inevitable they're going to deal with more guys in and out of the lineup and other injuries that pop up. So right now, some of those problems have dissipated, but I think they could certainly bubble up again at some other point in the season. At least the chemistry will get better enough that they will get to the second round, but I think that's their ceiling, guys. They're not among the Western Conference elite with the Warriors and the Suns.
So how quickly does Frank Vogel get blamed for all these other things?
Yeah, it's a good question. I asked Jeannie Buss that question. How do you evaluate Frank Vogel? This was last month at that point on the record. She's saying, hey, I can't make any evaluations until we have a healthy roster. So I think with that, when you read between, coded on the record comments from people in position of power, that means that his job is fine for now. I think that if there is a feeling that they underachieve, he is going to be the scapegoat. I don't think it's fair because a lot of it points to Westbrook's flaws and the way the front office assembled the roster to begin with. But, that's how the NBA works. The coach is usually the first casualty when these things happen, but I think Frank's done a great job, and beyond, maybe some rotational tweaks here or there, there's really not much to criticize him for, and he's also self-corrected some of those issues, as the season's played out.
Medina, buddy, been way too long. Thanks so much for joining us. You have yourself a good one. Stay safe and sound. It's a little belated to be wishing people Happy New Year's, but you'll get the official last Happy New Year that we give anybody this year. So thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, thank you. I'll latch on to the Happy New Year right back at you guys. And, look, I'll own, hey, I'm just jumping on bandwagons here, so I'll be back in the Bay at the end of the month. It'll be nice to see some fun basketball again.
Good stuff. Mark Medina, NBA.com, here on 95.7 The Game. Really good guest, good friend of the show. But speaking of friends of the shows and good guests, how about this coming up tomorrow with Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto here on 95.7 The Game? We're going to have kicker/punter Robbie Gould joining us at 3:30. He had a really unique weekend, Ray, no doubt about it. Played well. Steve Kerr going to join us at 4 o'clock. We did not get a hey, how are you with Steve last week. We're very much looking forward to talking to him this week, and he's got an awful lot of moving parts and pieces to get ready on this road trip. Ray, no Draymond Green tonight. Just got word that there will be no Steven Adams tonight. So absorbing Draymond's loss just got a little bit easier. Steven Adams is a pain in the rear end down low, and it's going to be hard in the low post for the Warriors without Draymond. Kevon Looney, he is coming off an 18-rebound game, one of his best games of the year. He's got a big workload tonight, and hopefully his night just got a little bit easier without Steven Adams in there.
Yeah, on the other hand, Juan Toscano Anderson's evening is going to get busy because he's going to have to play I would guess 30-plus minutes tonight for one of the rare times this year. And he'll be doing it against a load in Desmond Bane. It won't be just him and Bane. NBA defense is no longer that simple, but Bane has been one of the real sparks for Memphis this year. I mean, above and beyond Durant and, while he was healthy, Dylan Brooks. But, one of the reasons why they are fourth and one of the reasons why they have been on this tear is because he's a great support player. It's not just been Ja Morant, blocking shots with two hands and pinning him against the backboard every other night. That's a well-constructed team, and I think Mark Medina might be a little too bearish on them. I think they've got more sticking power than I think he does. And right now, if I had to pick, if they were going to play Utah in the second round, I'd kind of like Memphis there.
Well, I mean, you got a bona fide superstar in Ja Morant, and sometimes, Ray, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it's actually good for those who have to deal with that absence. When Ja Morant was on COVID protocols, the Grizzlies kept right on winning, and that is a good thing for a young team to do. Like, let's take away your greatest strength. How are you now? Well, for them to come on out and really not miss a beat, I think it installed an awful lot of confidence in a young team. And again, Dylan Brooks, who is out tonight with an ankle injury, and Desmond Bane, as you've been saying, like, these guys have officially graduated from pesky to legitimate NBA players. And that's what young teams need to do. They need to drop that pesky, scrappy, can surprise you games and go out there and perform consistently. That's what Brooks, before the ankle roll, and Desmond Bane have done for this team.
And that's what they're getting from Jaren Jackson, too, because he'll be the guy who takes up Adams' minutes. The way they handled the Lakers the other night, while everybody else was looking at Klay Thompson, was, to me, educational, because they look like a team that is no longer wondering why they're where they are. I think they believe that they should be fourth and probably believe they ought to be third. And when you believe that and you're young and you're spry, you can get that sort of Warriors 2014, 2015 feeling, and all of a sudden you're a factor. And it's no longer a matter of you blinking and going, where am I? It's who were they and what are they in for when we hand it to them? I like this team a lot.
They're good. They're good as a team. They lead the league in rebounding, blocks, and steals. They've got 7 guys, the Memphis Grizzlies do, who are averaging more than a steal per game. It's a very tech term, but I'll use it anyways. They're a bunch of disruptors. They change the way you go about doing your business. So we'll see what they look like tonight. We'll see what the Warriors look like tonight. The last time these two teams met, the Warriors did walk away with a win, 113-104. Steph Curry went off in that game. He had 46 points. Gary Payton II had a coming-out party. He had 22 points and no turnovers. The Warriors got their thresholds of 30 assists. They were a really good shooting team that night, 19 of 40 from downtown, nearly hit 50% of a decent amount of threes taken, and they bottled up Ja Morant well. Jaren Jackson had a 20-point game. He was a problem. He'll probably be a problem again tonight. And with all that, let's tell you what's on tap.
It's time to find out what's on tap. Tap Plastics. Presented by Tap Plastics.
What's on tap is tough basketball. Tonight's not going to be easy. None of this gets easy as long as Draymond Green is away from the team. Memphis, Chicago, Milwaukee, Minnesota. Not a single team, Ray, with a losing record on that road trip. You can look it up. The Timberwolves have won 4 in a row and are now 20-20 on the year. So no easy basketball coming up. We know that there's a back-to-back. Klay Thompson's going to get a rest in one of those back-to-back games for sure. We know that's pretty much how it works with Iguodala and Otto Porter as well. So Thursday and Friday, we'll have that to watch. And you've got Klay Thompson to watch, and let me tell you, that is pretty damn good for business. How about this, Ray? 110 million video views of Klay Thompson's return. That is record social media engagement, the most viewed regular season moment in NBA social media ever. Klay Thompson's return. 844,000 average viewers watched the game for the most viewed regular season game on NBA TV since 2016. The 12.7 household rating for NBC Sports Bay Area was their highest rated regular season game on NBC Sports Bay Area since 2016. So Klay Thompson back, good for the Warriors, and good for business as well.
They had 2 years to hype it. They should have done a good number.
And that's what's on tap. Brought to you by Tap Plastics, the ultimate destination for do-it-yourself enthusiasts. Again, no Draymond tonight, not traveling with the team to this point on this road trip. Jonathan Kuminga also out with knee soreness tonight. Gary Payton II is probable, which is very good because they will need him against John Morant. Otto Porter Jr. will be playing tonight. Steven Adams, questionable coming in, is officially now ruled out, as is Dylan Brooks. He is out with an ankle injury as well. Ray, last time I looked, the Warriors, even without Draymond, on the road, were still favored to win this game. Not by much, but 1.5 points. Do you like the Warriors laying 1.5 points tonight?
Honestly, I didn't know what to make of it, but Medina kind of convinced me that this might be a game that, you know, they'll struggle with. A, because Memphis is hot. B, because Memphis is at home. And C, no Draymond Green changes the equation massively. So I think I like the home side here.
There you go. The over-under is 219.5. Place your bets, and remember, all bets are action. Thanks very much to Mark Medina for joining us. For Ray, I'm Damon. Looking forward to talking to you tomorrow. Thanks back to the studio. Please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
This has been Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
At Church's, we're doing 10 pieces of our crave-worthy comfort made spicy or classic. That's 10 legs and thighs packed with bold flavor. That's how we do value.